I believe we can go as far as EU Master. Right now we have shown we have a really great level at the moment, and we've been working really hard, and looking just through how the game has been going so far, I believe we can actually go the whole way. The only thing I think that can prevent us from going to EU Master is just ourselves. We need to be on top of our games, we need to be in the right mindset. The only team that's beaten us twice is XL, and I think next time we beat them we'll be at an even greater level to be able to showcase what we can do. One of the main reasons is just being young and having a lot of future development possible for them. We have a really strong core with people that have a lot of experience. With the people, for example, with Nash, and we have Stefan that brings a lot to the younger guys. They learn a lot and can bring their mechanics and just their pure skill into the game, and we have a really good mix of a lot of different players then. I think it works really well for us because we probably just have the best top laner. Jaxplank is providing a lot with the champion pool, and also because of the meta really suits top lane at the moment. And from the other side, you can see Nash and Kevo just being able to provide the creativity and the things we need to round out the different comps in the bot lane. So it's easier for us to just bring the pure skill of Jaxplank and the champion pool that's needed in the top lane right now. It's really hard to play that kind of a style. It also depends on what kind of champion pool you have and what other factors in the team that can provide giving so much resources to the top side. It's really fun. A lot of banter, scrims are going up and down, but they're really professional, and when we get back to a new day, it's back to working and onto the new mood, so I never feel like we're leaving off on a bad tone. Every time we meet each other, it's back on the same fun level. So it's just really enjoying our company that I think is really important, and I'm really enjoying so far. Eminem, that is a wild card for sure. They seem to not be able to do anything against any other team than X7, so I'm not really sure what to expect. I think it's been a blast watching them. So we'll definitely not disrespect them, but last time we showed them, we kind of smacked them pretty hard, so I'm hoping for a redo of that.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lycene Jungle Clear Challenge, and today we have Stefan from Riddle. Welcome, by the way, pleasure to meet you.
Hello, thank you.
Are you nervous?
Nope.
Because we're judging every single jungler clear time, so you're not even the slightest of nervous.
Nope.
Love it. Okay, so you know the rules. You need to clear the jungle as fast as possible. No scuttle included, by the way. It's only the jungle. You can take whatever you want, whatever runes you want. So if you're ready, hit start.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so explain to me what you're bringing and why.
I'm thinking Ghost.
Okay.
Probably. Like, none of these makes sense. I think Flash is whatever. I think Ghost is probably the best.
What about the runes, though?
Yeah, I'm thinking now as well. Maybe Absolute Focus is good. I don't think any keystones matter in jungle, right? They shouldn't. I could probably go Fleet, but for healing, yeah, none of these matter, none of these matter. Also, none of these matter. I could go Unsealed Spellbook, but that makes no sense.
I'm loving the thought process. I'm loving it.
But I need the attack speed. Oh wait, I can go like this, and then I take attack speed, and this, maybe? God knows what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Okay.
Yeah.
You're locked in. You're locked in. You need to pick Lycene as well, by the way.
Yeah,
okay, good job. Okay, now you got to explain to me what is going on with your screen, because there's no shadows. The graphics are like from 2001. What is happening, Stefan?
I mean, I always, like, since I started playing League, I played with low settings, but then later on I realized that I can just lower the resolution. So my screen is, like, you know, smaller. I can basically see everything with like, I don't know, like just looking at the screen. I don't have to look up and down, left and right, you know. So I feel
What's
like
the
this is better.
resolution you use? Can you show me? 60
Yeah.
900. Okay.
So I
Okay.
basically have like a little
method.
window.
Okay, where are you gonna start on this challenge?
I'm gonna start red, but
What skill though?
oh, this gave me 180. 180.
It's 180 more than you had before.
Oh, that's so horrible. I think I took like the worst runes possible, but let's see. What spells do I start? I think I
Yeah, what skill?
Q. I think I start Q.
You're gonna start Q?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I need W. I'll probably smite the golems, or maybe I smite the reds. Not sure.
I believe if you smite the reds, you'll have it in time to use it on Grump or blue. So it depends on what you want to do. So you start with the Q. Let's see. I was going to use the reset on the auto attacks. So far, clean. Yeah, because I've seen a few Lee Sins bringing the E because it has a lower cooldown. But I'm interested to see how you're going to use the Q to navigate. Instead of jumping over the wall, you're going all around the wall. There you go, clean enough. So what time do you believe you're gonna take?
No clue, like 320 maybe?
320, okay. So first pot coming in. If only had fleet footwork, maybe the heal will be a little bit higher.
Actually,
Do you like to play Lee Sin?
Yeah, I do. It's one of my favorite champions.
But you don't like to make the full clear on Lee Sin, do you?
Yeah, I don't think anyone else. Maybe I pop Ghost now?
Oh, there you go. He's going fast.
This is not good for sure. Looks so bad.
Okay, Tempest to get the clear. It's looking good. The Raptor's looking clean as well. You're gonna get another E. Maybe it should be enough to clear it all. Oh, that little one. There you go. Is it enough? It's enough. You got it. Now you don't have Ghost, and the Smite is going to be available in 15 seconds. Okay, you proc the Omnivamp, so you get the heal from the Q. You're gonna get a little bit low, Stefan. Are you worried that you cannot do the blue and the Grump at the same time?
No, I think I'm fine.
Okay. Oh, good clear. Okay, easy. How do you call the Grump now?
I'll just smite it, I think.
Okay. Rage bar. 3:14. Stefan looking for the 30, but I believe you can get it even before. Your HP bar though. Oh! 26, 28, 29, 30, 31. Okay, 3:31.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Legends here. You may know me as former NLC player for Dusty and for the funny interviews. I've come here to give you predictions, my predictions for Dusty versus Niriki on the first game, and they've played kind of calm and collected. So the Battle of the Titans, I predict Dusty to win the second game. This game should be as easy as stealing a candy from a baby. Give me that shit. Let's go! Sui! Viva Dusty!
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge. This time it's with Singularity Jungler. It is Crudy, my dude. Welcome to the show. Pleasure to meet you. And you had a lot of issues going for the runes, didn't you?
I had the standard jungle rune page, so it was fine.
With Phase Rush now?
Yeah, let's just not talk about that one.
Okay, let's ignore the Phase Rush. So how are you feeling? Because we don't know you yet, so I want to know, do you even play Lee Sin?
I played him about a year ago, I
Okay.
think, last time. That's currently on my solo queue account. I haven't played it yet, so we'll see how it goes.
Time to beat 326. Scrooty, you think you got this?
That's gonna be hard. But I'll do the best I can.
Oh, you start with the E. Okay, not everybody starts with the E. You're going for the lower cooldown. Is that it?
Yeah, I think it's better to just have a lower cooldown.
Okay.
It's less clunky.
What about that flash? Where are you gonna use it? Where do you think you're gonna use it?
I think the biggest distance to cover is just here in mid lane. So after I
Okay.
do this camp, I flash and Q for the next.
You got Nimbo's cloak to get some movement speed after.
Yeah, I do.
Hey, it's technology, man. The forbidden technology. Maybe that can save you at least 1 or 2 seconds, and maybe you can get the 326. Now, you start the challenge. Let's get it rolling. You're doing on the red buff, but tell me, how should we describe Scrooty as a jungler?
So far, we don't even know what our identity is as a team, so it's a bit hard to say.
Yeah, but I'm looking at you, man. Forget the team. I'm looking at Scrooty right now. What sort of jungler you are? Are you an aggressive jungler? Are you a facilitator? Are you a ganker? Are you one of those junglers that I hate on my solo queue? Who are you?
Probably the ones you hate, because I do play a lot of full clear.
Okay.
So, yeah, probably the ones you hate.
Okay. Hey, it's something. What is your favorite champion, though?
Probably have to go with Lilia. It's the one that I've done the most with. It's probably my most comfort jungler that I play.
I love the kit of Lilia. Let's be honest, I love it. But don't you feel a little bit annoyed of all the happiness and that she brings into the jungle, like the lines of Lilia, or do you enjoy that as well?
I have those muted.
Ah, man of knowledge. Okay. Oh, nice fight. Okay, that's the movement speed. That's the Nimble spells. There you go. That is a fast one. 244. I would have to say, like, this is going smooth. How are you feeling so far, Scrooty?
I think I cancelled the basic or two, so it is what it is.
It is what it is. Okay, okay. Another hit. Ooh. You're gonna go for both clears?
Hopefully.
Okay, let's see what happens. Call it in. Call the boy. Okay, saving the smite. Saving the smite. 311, Scrooty. This seems actually pretty good. You feeling nervous?
I hope I don't die.
Oh, maybe you should have used the Q on the Grump. But 320.
Yeah, too late.
Scrooty, this is actually really good. Go for it. Scrooty, 327.
327.
1 second if you used the Q on the Grump.
Yes.
Hey, how you
I
feeling?
thought I could have died. Feeling fine. So, I haven't played with Lee Sin in a while, so I'm just happy that I did it.
Hey, but I'm enjoying that Lee Sin. Scrooty, thank you for this one. We got to get to know you, and you seem like a really good Lee Sin. I'll be keeping my eye on you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Have a good one. For you and for you guys at home, thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you soon.
Hello, we are out here in the wild and oh, I think I just found some Bifrost fans. Hello, what do you think of Bifrost?
Turn up! Ice cold when it matters, shining bright when everyone else shatters. This is Bifrost on top of all letters.
Sheesh! Okay, have a great day.
Do you have some grill sauce?
Of course.
Thank you. The early bird catches the worm.
Nigga wanna see me fall. Stephen Curry, how I ball. Gosha garments and a white 3 on my body. I'm an icon.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, this time with the legend, the one and only Diamond Prox from Bifrost. Hello Diamond, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Man, I have a lot to talk with you because you brought in the competitive runes. You didn't even change anything. No Ghost, no Fleet Footwork, straight up Conqueror. What is the reasoning behind this?
I think I don't like to play unrealistic scenarios when it will never happen in the game. And here I'm basically showing how in competitive you would clear. I mean, in competitive you would probably not even start Q or E. You would start W if enemy jungler can buff to top. Yeah, buff like the same way that you buff, so you can contest the scuttle with more health. Because if you start the Q, it will be kinda low.
What are you gonna start with though? Because if you start W, it's going to be a lot slower, no?
Yeah, it is. Maybe I will start with EOK.
Okay. And this may be a difficult challenge for you because you are the one that invented counter jungle, so you don't like to make a full clear, especially with Lee Sin, right?
No, I love the full clear as Lee Sin. I think this champion really, shines when he can full clear later on. Like if you farm well, you actually don't scale as much.
Okay, so what timing are you going for? Do you want to be at the top of the ladder? Do you think you can do the 326? Or you think you're going to be a little bit slower?
I think it's going to be slower definitely because there is no ghost, no anything. But we will try to show the fair Lee Sin because usually you actually take you either take 3 camps and gank, or you take 5 camps and go for the scuttle. That's the more usual approach to this.
But you're the legend, man. Let's see. Show those guys. Style on those kids, as Goldberg usually says. Okay, conquer it in. So no fleet footwork, guys. No additional healing coming in for Diamond Procs. You have to kill all of them, by the way. Don't pull us off on me and leave one behind. Okay, don't stop it. Okay, Tempest is off cooldown. There you go. Easy. Where do you think you're gonna use the flash?
I'm not gonna use the flash, man.
You're not even gonna use it!
Have you ever seen a Lee Sin that uses the flash on the clear? Except for this challenge.
This is the Chad move, Diamond! This is the Chad move! Oh, you're getting a little bit lower? Oh no, Diamond. Not even close,
Yeah, of course not.
Oof. This guy. You're making me nervous, Diamond. You're making me nervous. You cannot die, man. You cannot die. Okay, get the Omnivamp. So far, 246. Not far behind. What would be the perfect timing for you?
I have no clue, honestly.
Man, the knowledge coming in, but you're getting so low. Damn it!
No, we're fine. We're chilling.
Oh man, I'm too old for this. I'm getting nervous.
Okay, now I would usually go for the scuttle, but I'm actually quite low, as you see.
No, Diamond. No, you got the Omnivamp. And you're rolling around the skills so well. They didn't even pull the Grumpy. This is a good timing. 323, 324, 325, 325, Diamond!
So,
you're first place! And you didn't even flash!
Hi everyone, I'm Mari. I'm a content creator for X7 Esports, and they've just played against Veneer and have won. So I'm here with Viking, who has just joined the team. And Viking, how do you think you did? Was it the first impression you wanted to give everyone?
No, but a win is what I wanted to give, and we won, so that's important. But I think you should play a bit better for sure. But I had a boring role this game. It's my job this game. Just keeping off my enemy team from my carries was boring, but it was fun to win at least.
Yeah, just trying to protect your carry. So you want to play a jungler that's more actually like killing their carries? Yeah.
I want another comp to like just stomp them. not wait and poke and just wait. But that's we had Jace, Astral, and Ari, and I play by. It doesn't really synergize, so I just have to play with the carries, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Was there at any point where you like worried, like you were gonna lose or anything, or because you were like kills behind, but it wasn't like you were like money.
I mean, I felt really confident in my team, and Temp was playing real good, and until I just felt like one team fight. We had Tom multi left or something like this, and it was like a really 3-1 fight, you know. And I don't know what happened exactly, but I looked at the situation and was like, okay, next fight we will just have Tom multi for someone, and we should just win the fight, you know. And I felt like team fights most of the time was really fine because we were just waiting. Enemy has to do something. We're just chilling and just want to poke. And I'm just looking, doing no damage, just looking and waiting. And I just tell my team, yeah, just poke, wait. They are pressured, we are not. It's fine.
Even if it was a bit of a boring game for you. Congratulations on the win, at least. It's nice after the last week they've had to finally get back on track. So
yeah, I mean, I'm happy that I can come into a team and do positive impact.
No, exactly. And congratulations on your win again. And thank you so much for talking to me. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Hello, I'm Creox. I'm jungler for 1 year, and it's rapid questions.
What is your favorite dragon soul?
Probably fire. I mean, wait, Infernal.
Play for top or bot?
Top is more easy to kill, so top.
Favorite jungle cap?
Raptors.
Your spirit animal?
Actually a hard question. I mean, tiger. I know, lion.
Least favorite champ and why?
I think just tanks in general, but I like play more carry champions.
Favorite champ and why?
Lee Sin, because I started playing him like from the start, from my beginning.
Favorite thing to do in the summertime?
Party with the friends, chilling with the friends.
Play an LEC but stuck in D1 or 1000 LP challenger but no team?
I will play in LEC because, yeah, I will just play LEC and stomp noobs, even if I would D1.
They're collapsing, okay? Watch.
Seven.
Hey, go. First target.
Good fight.
Hey, first target. Wukong.
Naris Maga. Look.
Yeah, play.
Silas.
Wukong 1 HP.
We win this. We win this.
Okay, play with you.
Oh.
Good job. I play with you, but don't get too cocky, okay?
Go. Good fight. I move.
I will
3-5. Go.
Wukong.
Yep.
Wukong.
Candy.
Wukong.
Yep.
Okay,
No.
Left side, okay? The right side.
Play together. Poke.
Baron.
Don't need start.
Poker. Okay. So first engage, you can
We
E out,
win.
yeah?
I'm fine.
Oh, Silas to place.
First target.
Okay.
나르.
Not no flash.
나르.
We win this.
차야 노 플래시.
Go.
차야 노 플래시.
Lobby 10.
Zaya dead.
노 플래시. 울티 온.
Oh, Gale first.
Make them come.
I think he's behind. Wukong.
I eat you.
First target.
You can play it out too. Play it out.
들어.
Okay,
I
ignore.
go you all over the wall. I go you over
Yeah,
the wall.
fine.
No.
차야 돼.
나 플래시 없구나.
We can fight.
Yeah, we win.
캠프 파이트.
Wow, Tempt, you so good. Shiba.
나이스. 팀 so good. 아이.
Yeah.
Go.
나이스.
Go. I'm taking. Take out.
We win.
I need my DPM.
Yeah.
DM.
I thank you, okay?
너. 차야. 핸드 나이스.
Good job.
나이스 팀.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Northern League of Legends Championship. Today marks day 14 of the summer split. And you know, playoffs are around the corner, so every single game matters for every single team in the standings. We're going to talk about that, but before we do so, you need to understand who's at the studio, not only for the analyst desk, but also for the cast. My name is Alexandre Archarovmaya. I'm your host. And well, I have to do it. I have to toss it to my analyst desk. It is the return of Duckling and Don Jake with some sort of school, I guess. Who are you guys?
Listen, we're two members of the Gulborg Zoolander School for play-by-play casters who can't cast too good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good school. It has definitely improved us a ton. I think that's fair to say. Last time we did something together, Jake, that was the Verdant After Show, and the less said about that, the better.
Yeah, I was very drunk and I bullied him for a few hours. I've actually got a joke for you, Duckling. What do you call a Danish Kassadin's E? It's a force pulsar. Thank you.
I don't know if I have it enough in me to keep on with the show. But on to the voices that are going to be casting on today. Well, it's the return of the duo of the brothers. One from the UK and another one, I don't know, wow. Initialized from UK and Nymera.
What? Is this a consent? Like, first off, we must address what this man has now done to us several days running on the NLC. You know, we let him have this space, own the analyst desk, and he comes out with such horrific puns.
True. I mean, the Force Pulsar was pretty inspired. I'm actually, maybe that's the real divide. It's not actually the nationality, it's whether, what side of the line we're on in terms of the pun game.
Well, I was trying to think of anything to follow up on that, but now maybe I'm a little bit dead on the water with my own.
Well, back to the classroom then.
We'll go back. Is now non-existent.
Yeah, we're going back to the classroom. Gulborg School of Play-by-Plays. Take it away.
Enjoy, children.
May chaos reign today, because that is the topic for this show, apparently, is what is the NLC? If you're new here, I'll tell you, it stands for Northern League of Legends Championship, with the top 10 teams of the Nordic, UK, and Ireland region are fighting for 2 spots, maybe 3, I don't know, for the European Masters, and also to climb the mountain and claim for themselves the throne of the North. Now, I'm talking about the teams where we need to meet those teams. With the recap from day 13, we're going to start with Eminem versus Riddle. This was a great opportunity for Eminem to run away from relegations, but Riddle had another saying.
I mean, what a game. Eminem, as you say, they really lose their chance of playoffs here. It feels like the relegation, this would have been a huge win for them to get out of it, and they played pretty well against Riddle. They made it a very close game. The late game team fights were certainly there, but in the end, I definitely want to point out Vladdy, who had a great game in those late game team fights, finding the Rockets on the most important targets.
Yeah, Eminem, you almost feel as if it's do or die time now. They're putting it all on the line, but unfortunately flatlining. For me, it's a point that Nymera and us discussed yesterday. A worse version of what Riddle really drafted here, and I really felt like it meant that when they had to take that final chance and play towards that Elder, Soul, it didn't go their way, and Riddle ended up being our definitive second best team here. We talk about the next game after this as we see the end of this. It was a 40-minute game. Singularity versus Ricky. For me, this was a real story of Banderas and Flipper being able to pull this game back from the depths.
Singularity were so close, guys. They could feel the victory. They could almost see the Nexus for the first time in this split. But in the late game teamfight, you highlighted Banderas and Flipper, but I want to point my eyes on Azita, this guy, on one of his most comfortable champions. We saw him played so many times in Spring, and when he got to that late game, he most certainly took over and gave that win to Nariki. I much needed one.
Yeah, I think it's important to highlight Azator. They're very much synonymous with the Aphelios at this point. But as we go into our next game, we see the end of this Bifrost versus Dusty, and I think it's fair to say one of the things we need to highlight here is I think these are two teams that are both kind of going through those growing pains, but team fighting's been a bit of an issue, hasn't it, Duckling?
Team fighting has been an issue for Bifrost, but Dusty, they are really starting to look clean. At the start of the split, they were a bit up, they were a bit down, but they have really found their footing. They've pretty much rebranded the roster, as we all know, but they are really starting to play together well, and I am very impressed with how this team is playing now, going up to 9-4, still challenging for that top 2
What about
place.
this one, Doug?
I think the less said about it, the better. Astralis, let's be honest, they got completely gapped by JDXL. It's not a good time watching that on the stream as a Dane.
Well, you know what I say about Astralis, don't you, Duckling? They should be called legs because they're bottom of the table. They've gotten that torso now, middle of the body. They don't have that head in terms of getting ahead. Weren't able to do that against JDXL. Close, but no cigar. They got smoked, Duckling. JDXL still on top.
Yeah, they just got clapped. I mean, it was a rough game to watch, but regardless, though, moving on very swiftly, X7 versus Vanilla, the game to watch for playoffs. Had X7 lost this, rather, it would have been a disaster, but Viking stopping in, doing what he was meant to do on this Vi, did a very good job, and X7, they managed to pull through, and they seem to be very close to locking that playoff spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this was a real testing litmus test for X7 in terms of just seeing how that chemical reaction of putting obviously Viking into the roster pays dividends for them here. I feel like they controlled the game from an onset, but it's fair to say pretty of a contested game up to about 25 minutes or so.
There's still a big question mark on top of X7. We're going to talk about that later on in the show, as you need to understand how they're standing so far, because we keep talking about playoffs, but you need to show you who's already locked in or locking themselves in. GDXL really in a good position to go on to those first places of the playoffs. But looking at the bottom 4, those are the teams that are away from playoffs for now. Vanir, Nuriki, Eminem Gaming, and Team Singularity. On your eyes, is there any team so far that can still rise up to the occasion?
It's difficult, right? I feel like Vanir now in a position whereby they're 2 games out. You know, if you drop another game, you're very much 3 games out. Nariki a further 4 games. Eminem, it's looking a bit over at this point in terms of can you get to that playoffs pinnacle. Every game now is so quintessentially important, and I think that's really something that needs to be touched upon, because that 5th to 6 mark they're getting away from the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Vanir, they can have a slight bit of hope. Maybe things line up and they sneak into the 6th place, but after losing to X7, that was the game that they needed to win. And when they failed to do that, I mean, their playoffs are almost done, but important, they need to stay clear of relegations, and they look very good at not going into that relegation, considering they are 2 games ahead of Eminem, who are at the moment sitting in 9th.
Every single game is going to matter moving on, as we're going to look into the schedule of today, so you understand what's going to happen. We're starting up with Bifrost versus Team Singularity, then, out of a sudden, Riddle versus X7, Vanir versus Dusty. Nuriki have to take this one versus JDXL of all teams, and wrapping up, Astralis versus Eminem. Jake, what do you think?
I mean, for me, just immediately what strikes out here, Riddle versus X7. If you want to talk about that game yesterday being a litmus test, this is a nuclear bomb-like reaction that we need to see from X7 in terms of seeing how they can adapt. Obviously, I feel like Viking coming in, it's a Band-Aid temporarily. How big does that Band-Aid go to kind of cover up the gash that's been left in the wake of what has been relatively a disappointing split so far?
So without looking at Astralis, Duckling, what is the game you want to pick?
Well, I mean, there's another Danish organization in the team. Team Singularity still without that win, but it's starting to feel inevitable. The substitutions have certainly worked out. It feels like as they're starting to play some better League of Legends and going up against a struggling Bifrost, I think it is fair to say, they could surprise them. Bifrost, they have a lot of pressure on them. You don't want to be that first team that drops a point to Singularity.
Jake, tell me.
I feel like you might be going through a bit of a Singularity. You might be approaching the kind of point of AI, artificial intelligence, because I think you being robotic in the sense of thinking, you think the Singularity can take a game away from Bifrost. I want whatever copium he's on, to be honest with you, because I think they're going to be hard-pressed to do that.
NL copium of all, by the way, as we're going to toss it to the news to understand what is happening in the community, what is happening at NLC. So it's going to be the duo, UK and Unknown, Nymeta and Initialize.
No. Dude, am I a man without a country now?
Look, I don't know who this Nymura or Initialize people are, but I am Initialize. This is Nymictor from a hit show called Arcane, and we're to go to the skies and get above the chaos storm of news here in the NLC. And
I hate the fact that you're doing this on purpose.
I did do it on purpose. Yeah, I did. And it's really important that it is on purpose, because our first bit of news is about Arcane, in fact.
It is. So, Arcane has been Emmy nominated. It's done it. Of course, was a really big splash within the league and just the wider series community. You know, I think a lot of it's due to my own acting. You know, I replaced so many of my body parts with
method acting gone wrong.
Yeah, you know, I just replaced so many of my body parts with actual just metal to fulfill the role of definitely not Victor. But, you know, now this series is starting to get some of those actual, like, tangible rewards, I suppose, in the larger creative community.
Yep.
And I think it's well-deserved.
See how it goes. Of course, up against some big heavyweights in the animation category. The likes of Marvel's What If, of course, is a big fish to go up against with a lot of fans, etc., etc. But we'll keep our eyes on award season and the Emmys to see how Arcane
What
does.
if I was actually from the UK? That'd be crazy.
Don't know about that. Anyway, moving on to the next segment. 12.13 is now live on the servers, not live on the NLC yet, of course, but worth keeping our eyes on nonetheless.
So this will start fading into tournament realm and professional play over the next couple of weeks. And 12.13 has a lot of big changes coming for it. This is going to be Sivir having that mid-scale rework. Obviously was such a defining pro play champion from Season 5 onwards, really. Actually, even before that, actually, let's be honest. But particularly Season 5 was when this champion was so effective. Definitely aids and lends their strength towards very large grouped death ball compositions, which are quite powerful within chances in meta right now, but we're yet to see how big of an impact that will have. Also, Neil is going to be in the mix to keep track of that.
A lot of things to keep an eye on him. Justice Sivir comp might be coming back indeed, but we'll move on to some more specific local news for the NLC, namely regarding JDXL. As it stands, due to some airplane difficulties, M&S will not be able to play today.
Yeah, so in the time-honored tradition of fight or flight, actually M&S has managed to sadly do neither in this case, because they're not going to be able to be playing today due to various flight problems across the whole of Europe, which if you are going on travels, hope that doesn't affect you. It does mean that Morozku is going to be slotting in, someone that we saw play on Team Eska in the European Masters last time around. And they took a win off of Team Kesso, one of the pre-tournament favorites. Now, of course, they had some issues across that tournament. They didn't really live up to that expectation, but still taking a win off of them. No small achievement. So Morozku expecting to play a lot of low-range, big burst champions. Think of him kind of like a leader kind of archetype of player. And I'm looking forward to seeing him on the road.
Awesome. And for our last bit of news here, the jungle exodus continues this week. Nariki have announced that their jungler Flipper will be leaving the organization as it stands, and there will be a new starting jungler next year. Critically, who that jungler is still completely unknown, so we don't have that information to give you.
This is less of an exodus, more. I mean, this is the end of the books. This is Revelations, because Flipper's now
I think
leaving.
there's a few books in between Exodus and Revelations.
And there might actually be a Genesis after this when someone new comes in. Now, I tend to have my ear to the ground when these changes start being made, but I actually haven't heard anything about who's going to be coming in for Nariki, so I'm completely in the dark too. Either way, this is the team which is trying to escape relegations. When we were talking over the recap as well, talking about how Eminem kind of slipped up in a game where maybe they could have taken that into their own hands, get a win above them. Now Nariki trying to make some changes like many teams are to secure their second half of the split.
Absolutely, but that's enough from myself and Alex. We'll head back over to Arshram and the boys to take it from here.
The boys, where's Homeland?
I'm here. Now, welcome back to the studio as we're about to jump into a big topic. We keep talking about teams that might make playoffs, but what about those teams that we expected to make playoffs and might at end not making them? They're called the Hope from Spring Split. Bifrost and X7 that went into EU Masters, got quarterfinals, and now trying to make themselves some history, but it's not working. As we can see, 5th place, 6th place, and they might fall down. How is your feeling like to start this off slowly? What is your feeling so far about these two teams?
Well, you know me. I'm a big George R.R. Martin fan, big Game of Thrones fan. NLC very much is the Game of Thrones in Scandinavia and the UK. Spring, I feel like it breeds dreams of summer, but winter is coming inevitably for us all. And it feels like Bifrost and X7 kind of a victim of that in some ways. You know, we're obviously not quite there yet, but they're not finding themselves in that similar form that we saw in the spring. They're not spring chickens anymore, unfortunately. And now kind of dealing with some of the growing pains that come with being on the top. If you reach reach the top of the mountain, you start to be obscured by the clouds somewhat.
So let's start digesting into this one. We need to look into the strength of schedule for both teams before we approach each of them individual. So this means that these teams still have to fight versus those logos, and you see some highlights. So those were the teams that they were capable of winning at the beginning of Summer Split, but now they still need to face him. On X7, they need to face versus Riddle, Astralis, which they lost before, Nuriki, Bifrost, and Singularity, which they won, and Bifrost have to take on Singularity, JDXL, Eminem, X7, and Vanir. By looking at this alone, what can we take?
One thing I want to highlight here is X7. They have a very hard start to this little schedule thing that they're going on here, going up against the Riddle and Astralis. Riddle obviously sitting at that second place at the moment, looking very strong. Both teams have actually looked pretty good in my opinion. It's only really up against JDXL where they have been struggling, and that brings me perfectly to that point because Bifrost going up against JDXL in the second game, I think that's going to be tough for him, and I want to highlight it again. Going up against Singularity, who are hungry for a win, who haven't had that win yet, there's a lot of pressure on you to not fail against the 0-13 team.
And we also need to bring up the subject that if you lose versus Singularity now, if you're trying to get to playoffs and you lose versus them, that mental might go down the drain. So let's start looking at X7 to begin with. What happened on the previous day? Because we got in Viking yet in the NLC on X7, and that was a big change, not only on the roster, but also in picks.
Well, for a lot of the split, we have seen Chasey play more facilitating roles, playing the Sejuani in particular, but he was very famous for his Jays back in Korea. And in general, Korean Jays, we all know them as some of the scariest things to face in solo queue. And Chasey bringing that out, really demolishing that game, as well as Attila being comfortable enough to say, I'm not the main carry this game, I'm playing more facilitating, which allows someone like Kasing and Viking to help out someone like Chasey on the carry champion, which we really just seen this week.
And I want to touch on Attila here and just highlight him because he's one of the best team fighters in all of ERL. Like, look at how he structures himself here. Initially, you might think that it's the case that Vanir are getting split off, trying to fight the battle on two fronts. Attila off to the side now, creating a phalanx between him and Kasing means that he gets the space required here. Operating with the ease over the wall now, he's able to operate outside of the range of Vanir, and that's what really makes the difference for him in this crucial late game team fight. It's the Ezreal with the Infernal Soul that decimates and sets fire to the house that Vanir has tried to build.
So this is a scary X7, where you get to see Attila and Tempt being comfortable, playing those champions. And I usually see Attila playing the Draven, the Tristana being aggressive. When he picks this one, he feels comfortable. He knows that he's not needed to be the carry, and he's looking for Temp. He's looking for Chasey. So this is an X7 where we might fear them now with Viking. And why is that? Because MC is an extremely good jungler. So if we can put side by side those two, looking at Spring Split, what happened before? This is from Spring Split, by the way. What can we get from this one?
Well, the thing is, it's a change of playstyle, where MC was one who liked to soak up the resources and have these great carry performances. That was not really what X7 needed. So when he came into the team, he had to change roles, and that's obviously very hard going from a more, I am the carry, I am the one getting the gold, I'm the one dishing damage, to being, I am now facilitating my lanes. And that's why we have Viking, who in the Spring Split, we see it in this stat here, he's willing to give up on some CS, play for his laners early on, and get them ahead, and that's really just what the team needed.
So for me, the most important thing to kind of highlight here is these are the spring stats. So we're very much looking at a style of play from MC. He's playing that Diana, he's playing that Rumble, he's playing that Nidalee when he can get it. The thing is here, he's having to play a different style, which is what Darkling touched on here. You're going away from that carry, you're playing that facilitating style. And I feel like MC not being the most, he's a different player in the sense of Viking is a player where X7 need a voice, they don't need a carry. I feel like he's a better fit, but that's not to take anything away from MC. MC was just in a position whereby he was having to compromise. And I think that's a really important thing here. Viking's not compromising. Viking is playing for the team in a way that he is more designed to, and MC, we wish him the best of luck, obviously, and we hope that, you know, it's his style of play that needs to be celebrated, and there's a difference between them.
It's really interesting that on the interview as well with Viking, he was saying, I like this team, and this is one of the first times I get to talk with Viking, and he was showing so much love to the lanes because he feels comfortable with them. He trusts those lanes to do the way he plays. So this X7 might make playoffs and even scare everyone else. I talked with a few other teams, and they were saying, with Viking, the way they're playing, I'm actually afraid of this one. So let's see how this is going to turn off until playoffs. But now talking about the other team, Bifrost really aggressive in the spring split. They really enjoyed fighting, and all of a sudden, what is going on?
Well, I think Bifrost as an organization is a very interesting case. It's an organization when, if you look back to 2020, they were sitting in the Norwegian National League, being a mid-table team. But ever since then, within a very short span of time, from the start of 2021 to now, summer 2022, they've won the Norwegian League, they've won the Telia Esports Masters, to those who don't know, is pretty much winning what is now NLC Division 2. They almost qualified to NLC, and then they did that after, obviously, with all of this rebranding. They're now in the NLC. They got first in the regular season, second in the playoffs, straight into EU Masters, top 8. It was an organization where they were shooting up, and all of a sudden, they find themselves in a situation where they have not been for 2 years a mid-table team.
This is not shooting up. This is a mountain, and they're making the mountain themselves, Don Jake.
100%, and it's the metaphor I brought up earlier, Archer. When you talk about a mountain, the problem is with a mountain, when you reach that peak of sort of your form, you start to get obscured a little bit by the clouds, and then that's when the dip happens. You can't really see those same heights. It's so hard when you're at the top. Where do you go? And I feel like they're now in a position whereby they're in a team. There's a few changes that have been made. And I feel like they're still going through those growing pains of this new roster. It feels like Bifrost are a team, I think it would be fair to say, Duckling, haven't quite found the identity. It's something that Diamond Prox has talked about on the team. He has a slightly different opinion to a lot of the other junglers in terms of his view of the facilitating role of Belveth. It feels like they're still working some things out. But I think it's fair to say, if they can work those things out before playoffs, we're looking at a team that will come into that form again.
Best way to showcase this is by looking at one of those fights. This is from Monday, by the way, where we expected Bifrost to excel at that fight, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, Bifrost in the spring split were a very one-dimensional team in the sense that the team fights were where they shined. They won the late game team fights. They came back from goal deficits. But as we see here, that team fights haven't been as clean this summer. They've been experimenting with different styles of play. We see, for example, Odie on here on the Seraphine, and they just didn't work out in the end. So that's one thing I find is very interesting. Their team fights have suffered with their experimentation of styles.
They got some changes, and let's be honest, they got Diamond Prox, the legend. So why is this not working out? Is this a different play style? Odie should be the carry of the team, as we saw in Spring Split, but I believe he's working with different champions nowadays. Look at the difference. He was looking in hyper carry, and now it's everything.
Yeah, I feel like very much it's not a James Bond, it's a James Bind that they're in. You know, diamonds are forever, but you've got to kind of play towards your main carry sometimes in the sense of Odie. You look at that spring, like you mentioned, Archeron, it's hyper carry after hyper carry. Summer, we're experimenting, we're doing different styles. I think one of the things that can occur here, this is a big thing for me in terms of the development because they're figuring out what their play style is. This can benefit you a lot in the best of 5, but the problem is you got to get to the best of 5, right? They're so at the bottom of the playoffs, they've got to make sure that they're figuring stuff out now because then you'll have that experimentation, which makes you a more well-rounded, dangerous team in playoffs.
And we need to highlight this yet again. The team is strong. They're just not clicking well enough until they get into those best of 3, best of 5s. But let's look into quotes for Odie. This is really rare, getting to see players talking about other players in a good way, of all of them. Attila as well. I mean, I love this guy, but he sometimes can be a little bit vocal.
I mean, I'm obviously very happy seeing Den Voxne with the quote as well, but in the end, these two great AD carries that we have in the league, both succeeding at the moment. I mean, Attila, obviously, with X7, we just talked about them. But look, they are respecting Odie. They know how good this guy is. And one thing that I really like from this Attila quote is mentioning the confidence that Odie has. He's confident enough to try and carry these team fights. And we saw how much success they had with that playstyle back in spring. And if they find that form again in summer, they're going to be a very scary team to play against.
For me, a really important thing, I think, in terms of hearing what players think is that obviously we as observers of the game, you don't get that feeling of what a player brings to a team. And I feel like that's a really thing, you can't keep eyes on it all the time. Getting that understanding of what they're doing at every second in the game, the kind of what emotions they inspire in you. To me, the picture that gets painted here of Odie is someone who is calm, collected, and confident. And that's really what Bifrost need as kind of a spearhead for the rest of their NLC campaign.
This journey starts today. They have to fight off versus Team Singularity, the team that still hasn't got any single victory on Summer Split, but today might be different. I don't know. They're looking for it. They're hungry for it as well. Bifrost are not allowed to make any single mistake. But before we jump into the first game of the day, let's hear it from Singularity versus Bifrost. Take a look.
The place that we chose for the new roster was a bit tricky to find, right? There was a lot of players already having teams, and there's not a lot of ERL players who want to join a roster that has very slim chance of playoffs as well. So the players that we chose was kind of all teammates of me and Soft, right? Who were eager to show themselves on a bigger stage and did not have a a team already, so that's kind of how the process went.
Sips brings in the stability and the weird kind of champ pool. Obviously Pearson and Scrudy bring a lot of bigger voice. I think we lacked a voice in the previous team. So Scrudy and Pearson have brought a lot of voice to the team, so that's really helpful. And Mirza, obviously, he's trying his best out there. He wasn't planning to play, so he's trying his best with what he has at the moment. So yeah, Mirza's a really cheerful guy. He's always positive, so that's always good to have in a team environment as well. They're very strong. They're very strong early game teams. So last time we played against them, I think we got stomped. So we just want to try and not get stomped in the early game, and maybe we can manage something in the mid game. I think we need to ban Diamond Proxys Wukong. It seems like he's very good on that champ, and he has a lot of comfort. Like I think it showed that he has a 33% win rate without it. So if we ban Wukong, there's a serious chance we could win the game.
I think the best bot laner in the league is, I mean, from personal experience, I think it's Odie. I think he's one of the few bot laners who actually plays for lane. I think most other AD carries in this league is chill back and farm and then hope that their team can carry them through the early game and just try to get 15 CS per minute and then carry team fights. I don't really think anyone else contests the lane. They kind of just chill back and farm, which is where we found a lot of our leads in early game is punishing these farming bot laners. But I think Odie he likes to play it for lane, he likes to trade, and he likes to look for all-in. So I think if I had to pick one, it would be him for sure, I think. My message would be, I think, for the casters, love them all. They're doing a really good job. I think for the entire last year, I didn't do any interviews or any media whatsoever. I was really struggling with that part of NLC. Didn't really want to participate because felt really scary to do. But I think, as I did my first interview, the casters was really helpful and kind of made it very easy to talk and answer questions. And after that, I started to really enjoy it. As for the NLC as a whole, I think this region is really strong. I should know that firsthand. Getting smashed by all these teams, I think we'll do really good in EM Masters. And as for our fans, the strong and the few, I think we'll try to get this first win. I think keep believing in this roster. We will show better results down the line, I think. I think we're not taking anything lightheartedly. We're working hard. We're trying to win. So I think stick with us and we'll show results in the end, I think.
This means a lot. This means a lot, Spiky. Thank you so much. It means a lot. We love you, by the way. We love you. I mean, those few fans, I'm part of those, so I'm hoping, okay? I'm hoping. But yeah, I mean, they need to ban Wukong, and they should be fine, apparently.
Yeah, I feel like if Jojo was a superhero, he'd be Captain Obvious, because the idea that, like, you know, he's kind of good at Wukong, like, maybe we should ban it. Yeah, like, no crap, Jojo. He's been really good at that champion. But you see a lot of teams that just don't necessarily have the priorities for it, and it's a big question in terms of those further nerfs. Does it eliminate? But I think a lot of the opinions we've heard is it's still good, it's just not the best champion in the game anymore.
I'll raise you this as well. I was casting Division 2, and we see a lot of Wukong top lane. So the clear in the jungle is a little bit slower now with the E, but on the top lane, you're still a menace. You can go for the Divine Sunder, and you can close your gap versus Nars and all that. It has been working. So you might see a shift from Wukong to top, from jungle to top. Now, how can Singularity actually win versus Bifrost?
Do you want me? Oh, I want to talk about the guy. It's Persson. It's one of the substitutes. I think he's a very interesting player in the sense that for this past year, he has very much been a fireman. It started back in Denmark in winter 2021. He subbed into Absolved in the Danish Winter League, and he helped them to playoffs. He helped them win a couple of series there. Then NLC Division 2 raid a struggling roster that was starting to pick up some form, but they really needed that big boost. Sub in Persson. They went to third place, I believe, in the regular season. Yes, they did bomb out of playoffs against Lundqvist Lightside, but they looked very strong heading into that. And now Singularity subbing him in as well. We've seen an instant improvement in the fact that they are getting closer to that first win. And with the help of the top side and mid lane substitution as well, it feels like that win is getting very close.
Another strength they have is Krudi. And now that we had him for a few games, you can finally look into him, look into the stats as well. I know Nightmare is getting nervous with stats, but we need to look into Scrudy and what can we expect. Look at this. This is popping.
Yeah, for me, Scrudy, very much a player that's at the precipice of the NLC for a long time now. Obviously played on that Atlanta Mania roster that almost made it in if things would have ended up going that way. And I think, although the stats are limited in the sense that there's obviously not a wide breadth of games, but it's fair to say that he's made his splash coming in. I feel like he's very much a jungler who is an example of someone that plays for himself. And although with champions like the Belveth coming through, that's a very good style to play for in contrast to a lot of other teams.
And I think it's a beautiful highlight, right? It might only be 2 games, but he has hit the ground running. We sometimes see players come in, they're a little bit nervous, they're playing on the big stage, how are they gonna perform? Like being able to outperform every single jungler in the league as soon as you come in, that is extremely impressive to me. And I think Scrudy will definitely be the key to unlocking their first victory.
What about Bifrost though? We talk a lot about Odie, we talked about his champion pool. If we don't see Odie in one of those carry champions, could this be Singularity first victory? What can we expect for Bifrost?
It shouldn't be. For me, Bifrost just have so much individual talent, and although it's difficult for them to click on some ways, it shouldn't be the case that they're falling here. I feel like it's really time to end the Belveth experiments for me. Stranger things have happened than seeing that win, but let's not go into the upside down too far. You know, really just need to get rid of this Belveth champion. It's not doing any favors.
Final words.
Keeping the talk on the junglers, I think with those Wukong nerfs, what are they going to go for if they're going to go for something in the early game as a jungler where you're able to free your lanes well? Do I have a deal for you? Volibear. Volibear is such a strong pick. I know Diamond Prox hasn't played it, but this is the last time you can abuse the bear before he gets nerfed in 12.5.13. Please, Bifrost, I beg you. But I think Diamond Prox would be a great fit on the champion if he's able to play it.
I think if he picks the champion, everything will go down. Diamond Prox is too powerful on the bear. That's why they didn't pick it so far. But talking about picks, let's jump into champion select. Bifrost versus Singularity. Hit it. Oh my, okay, that was the start and that was almost my desk running away. As we have 3 bans on both sides already. There you go. Twitch, GP, Seraphine, Wukong, Yuumi, and Senna.
And that's a big question that's been asked here, and now we talk about where does the B1 prior lie. It is the Callisto. It's not the Volibear, unfortunately, Duckling. You're the worst salesman on the NLC broadcast. I'm going to be selling you something different here. The Callisto's coming through. It's a champion we see a lot of in terms of, you know, a problem is that there are obviously a lot of counters. It's something you want to go towards. You maybe want to get the Renata paired up with it, a lot of these kill lanes, and then you can play towards that. But to me, this speaks to a Bifrost roster that is not going to be beating around the bush today. They know who they want to play for. They want to play for Odie, and that Kalista pick really signifies that. In response, though, wouldn't be surprised to see the Lilia come out. It's obviously a champion we've seen from Scrudy.
I'm incredibly happy to see that, right? The Lilia, he had such a strong performance of it going up against Niriki, so just running it back, I mean, you were so close to getting the victory then. What would deny you from getting that victory now?
This to me is the exact opposite of what I was expecting. We heard the interview where they were talking Bifrost love to go for those early fights. They want to fight off.
Oh,
it happened.
Please.
The first time bear for Diamond Prox. He got it. He got the bear. Okay, it's an obvious thing, but he never picked it before. So finally,
the champ is broken, guys. You can abuse it. I can abuse it when I get home because he's been nerfed. But your patch behind.
What's your hero?
I haven't been able to play since last time. I'm still Diamond 2.
Hey, it's something. Better than Jamada.
He's Diamond 2, and I've got news for you. This is the detective duo, Don and Duck here. We've figured out the case here. We've cracked it. Can Singularity crack the case of getting that win here? They've taken the Lucian and the Lilia here. That's a lane, if you think about the Lucian can go into the mid lane as well, that's a lane that automatically generates prior and means that Scrudy can facilitate that more aggressive style into Diamond Prox, who is going to be full clearing, looking for that gank around the 3-minute mark. This could be the unlocking here. We need to see what goes on the R3 here. Do they pivot towards the Nami to get that strong 2v2 against the Kalista Nautilus, or do they keep that flex in posit in transition?
I think, right, if you don't go for the Nami here, or pick another support as the Braum, that's also a very strong lane, you know, getting the resets on the Lucian auto attacks when you use an ability, you're able to get 2 procs, and that concussive blow stacks incredibly quickly, so the damage in this lane will be immense. I'm very excited to see how that goes down, but also very happy to see the fact that they're banning the Corgi away. We saw how it could cost some teams a victory. We saw it with the Riddle game last Monday as well. You know, late game Corgi can definitely win you some team fights, and glad to see it banned.
And for me, the key to the Bifrost composition, very much a 90s boy band Archerim. They've got to be in sync because it's baby dive, dive, dive. They've got to stay on toe in terms of the Nautilus and the Kalista. They want to go under the turret. The Volibear wants to disable that as well. What do they then build in the others? For me, you need stable solo lanes here on B4, B5.
Singularity are in danger for that bot lane to just derail in favor of Bifrost, so they need to protect themselves. And now we can look into the mid lane. Fury's Akali and Corki has been banned, but talking about the Ahri, talking about the Veigar, we know he has a bigger champion pool, so is this good?
He's got that champion pool, and it's one of the things when Jamada highlighted Fury as a player when he was back on Singularity, actually, when he highlighted him on the LEC, one of the things he was talking about is the Corki, the Kali, how he has that single carry potential. It's not necessarily something we've seen from him more recently, more so he's playing the Ahri, he's playing the more facilitator role, but he has that in his back pocket at any time. Although Odie is the primary carry of this roster, he's got a few cards in his wheelhouse that we might not yet see from Fury.
The Nara is still available, and we know Shikari usually goes for that one to make sure that the rest of the team is comfortable in terms of picks. Let's see what they're going to pick on Singularity side. Is this going to be the mid laner or the top laner? It's still a hover. We would like to see the mad scientist, but it's not going to happen. No, you're just making my mind go boom as you're hovering that Ashe. It's not going to happen.
That is locked in.
Yeah, it's locked in.
But it's not a support Ashe though, because they already have the
mid.
So it's an AD carry Ashe Lucian mid.
So the bad thing here for me is that they break the flex on 4 here and they want to play for the counter pick. That's where the kind of priority lies for them. But the problem here is that you can get very strong counter pick here and you see Fury's hovering that Azir. He knows he can take a lane here that he's comfortable with, but that obviously means they're going to get the top counter pick. But for me, Shikari can just play Gnar into anything here. I think you just lock Gnar and you don't really care about what Sips has to offer unless it's like something like, I don't know, like a Darius maybe on R5, but it doesn't really fit what you picked here. Pantheon Hover is going to come through. That's a bit of respect from people.
It was played today, okay? I'm letting you all know the Pantheon was picked at LCK.
Oh.
By T1.
A T1?
Yeah, they brought in Conqueror, so I'm sad, but still, it was picked.
We're waiting, then maybe it might actually happen. I mean, if T1 didn't...
you can't.
The timer's running low. They're really teasing you here.
I don't see it.
It's running low.
It's a good pick versus the Gnar, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Camille is way stronger than that, and they need a counter pick to make sure that Shikari falls on the lane. So we got the teams. We know the stakes for this game. Final words, and who do you think is going to take it?
I'm incredibly happy to see Diamond Prox on that Volibear. I mentioned it before, and with that Volibear coming through, I will give my vote to Bifrost.
It's Bifrost for me, just in terms of ease of execution. I feel like what Singularity has built here, I like them seeing and carrying on the style of which we know has worked for them previously. But it's an uphill battle, I think it's fair to say, just from the onset of the two different teams. But yeah, Bifrost for me in terms of ease of execution.
This could be the first victory for Singularity. By the way, the last time in Spring Split, when they won, they had 13 losses straight. So this could be it yet again in Summer Split. Without further ado, let's toss it to the casters as they're doing some shenanigans as usual. It's the brother duo, Nightmare and Initialize.
So, what are we gonna do today, Al?
Well, I'm just admiring the artwork behind us. Oh my gosh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Oh, sorry.
Welcome to Game 1 of the NLC, where we were totally not distracted by our beautiful gradient on the background.
It's like the Hypnotoad, but for like, I don't know, NLC and various sponsors, which is probably slightly alarming actually now I think about it, but there you go. Welcome, one and all, to the NLC Game 1, where we've got Bifrost off the back of a frustrating couple of games with some interesting drafts and lane priority issues, etc., which really didn't work out for them against Singularity, who were really close, honestly, to taking a win yesterday. 2 days ago.
How many times have we said that about Singularity now?
Quite a few.
But it is, again, worth saying, praise them for where that praise is really due. Scrooty has started to lead this team from the front. In the pre-show, for those of you that didn't catch it, Duckling actually called out this game as his one to watch. And you know what? I actually said similar just in the green room too, because while this is still very much Bifrost favored on paper, this is a very intriguing matchup in terms of jungle matchup, because you look at Diamond Prox as the player in the jungle who plays least for jungle advantage versus Scrooty, who's the player who does that the most. That could actually be a very interesting thing to track this game.
Absolutely, and the champions are pretty much exactly that as we head on to the Rift here. A Volibear for Diamond Prox, all about making those early plays and getting things rolling for likely the Kalista lane, and it's the Lilia once more for Scrooty, who very nearly hard carried the game on Monday.
Now, in some seasons past, Kalista was a straight 2v2 champion. I would actually say Kalista is in a unique spot now as a 3v3 champion. You don't necessarily win lane completely on your own, or at least you don't win the game completely on your own. What you want is a little bit of attention bot side, which means you want a jungler which can help you do that early on into the game. Normally we see a Kalista Renata, but this is Kalista Nautilus. Now what I can think of as a reason to pick that is because you want to have level 1 pressure. You can see both teams are stacking up, because on the other side you got a Braum, another incredibly strong level 1 champion. I wonder how much of this has come out from scouting. I remember the first European Masters I did, which was summer last year, I had a chat to Lorx, who was the analyst of Vodafone Giants for that split. And he gave me some really interesting rundowns of the way that he looked at level 1s and kind of said, look, if I take a snapshot at like 1 minute 30, each time these teams kind of start doing their regular level 1s, let's see what we can exploit from this. I wonder if something came out from scouting there. Of course, nothing happens here, but I wonder how much has come out of the research from these two teams for that particular weird level 1, which we might not have all information on.
I also want to say, big improvement for Bifrost on that from Monday, where they kind of were a little bit lazy with their level 1 jungle tracking and got really punished with lane priority early invades, and Diamond was put 10 or so CS behind on the Belveth very, very early on, off of some fantastic plays from Dusty and crew to really get in and start that early snowball against Bifrost, who honestly have looked significantly weaker when they haven't been able to get particularly OD rolling. Unusual start here on the Raptors, straight towards the blue buff.
That's exactly what I was going to call out. So I was doing some homework on the LPL the other day, and one thing which I think LPL junglers do very, very well, and this is something that was called out on their streams earlier in the week, is that LPL junglers vary their pathing to just throw a wrench into the pan very, very well. I think when you are doing something like, a Raptor start on Volleybed, not going for, red Raptors Gromp, quick level 3 in the fastest possible way, and then getting that red buff for the extra fight, just gives you that extra unpredictability. Actually looks like he's going for a reverse clear to make sure he can go back down onto the other side of the map. But information over to the side of Singularity. They get the priority from Lucian's Q early on in terms of wave control, which allowed them to see that Raptors have already been taken by Diamondprox. They just don't know whether it's taken first or second.
Worth pointing out as well that Fury's late walk into the jungle as well to put that ward on by the Raptors of Scroody also spotted that out. So it will be a equal amount of knowledge, but of course Diamond just walking over that wall there will mean he's on vision as well, as maybe he's in a spot of bother, but with the bot lane priority, this would mean a bit of an ugly start for Scroody potentially. Time for some vengeance from Monday, taking some lessons from Dusty apparently.
See whether this is going to evolve into anything more. Spiky and Pearson going to be down here, and Mers is here to the fight
first. The trench line, but it will be the smite, and Diamond gets that, but can they now get out of danger as Mers coming over? Flash from Diamondprox, now she's going to be dead highway. They had the priority, but they lose out with the early rotation over from the bot lane from Singularity.
And honestly, the big thing is the mid prio. The question is this going to continue? You're still fighting against that Braum level 1.
This is risky. I don't know about this. Person's going to do some damage, but here comes Spiky on the other side. The exhaust coming through. Diamond trying to get some more out. Odie flashing away. Still alive now, falls down, but I don't know if they've got quite enough damage. Spiky is here. Braum is destroying this. It's an absolute whitewash for Singularity in the early game, who tried to make something happen in the jungle, but the mid lane priority this time is the one that burns them.
And for both of these plays, Merzer coming in really, really clutched, and of course with Lucian being able to proc Braum's passives really well at all stages of the game, that becomes a huge factor. We talked about this already. Normally you see Kalista Renata, the Nautilus gives you some level 1 pressure. Yeah, but there's a Braum on the other side. Singularity pivoted to that. We know that Bifrost, in various interviews they've had, have said, look, we just run at them with stronger champions in the early game. And it feels like they tried to do that this time, but again, they hadn't quite calculated the levels of power. This, however, from Singularity, flipping onto them for a second, is a great calculation for them to say, we can take this, we have the play, and suddenly, this bot side 3v3, which we talked about being so important to Kalista, has been destroyed early on by Singularity, and now Bifrost have to play against the head of a gold lead.
Massively true. Singularity do that though, sacked 2.5 waves for it. They sacked 1.5 bot and 1 wave mid to make that happen. So yes, they didn't quite have all the priority they wanted. Sips get stunned up and will get chunked out, but not too much more outside of that. And so there is some cost to Singularity making that, but honestly, considering like you lose those waves to make 3 kills happen, you're pretty happy with that.
And now, I mean, the big things are, you have a huge jungle advantage currently for Scroody. Scroody coming back out onto the map. Tier 2 boots early, so important for a champion like Lilia, who's largely there for target access. Diamondprox is going to get caught out. No flash. This is so dangerous.
Slowed so much damage, but Fury's coming over. Will have the gravity field out. Surely will do it. It'll force both Singularity members to back away. So a little bit of a chunk, not too much more blown for it. So successful invade mostly.
Well, the thing is, like, it's very risky making this play, but you have to now as Diamondprox, because you are sat there thinking, well, kill and assist on the other side. I'm very much outscaled by a Lily, especially when they get onto their second and third clears. They just outpace what a Volleyball can do in terms of access to camps on the map. So making those kind of plays to make sure you're just making sure that you're not as far behind becomes very, very important. Okay, next thing to track is what's going to happen in the bot side. You were talking about how waves were kind of sacked for this. Still a kill and 2 assists onto Spiky, and of course Pearson getting his own gold as well through the assists on all of those kills. Doesn't mean right now that Singularity's bot lane are controlling the 2v2. It does mean at least Bifrost have some platforms to keep Volibear relevant, as we were saying, at this point in the game.
Culling popped there by Merz as he did hit the level 6 first and gets a bit of a chunk out onto Fury, but not too much more, as Diamond, I believe, spotted out there by the
bot again, both junglers here.
And everyone is here. They're going to try and go for the swell seed. It misses, as does that Winter's Bite, and now Singularity will back away a little bit sheepishly as they miss the 2 skill shots.
Again, as soon as you see a Kalista locked in, you know that it's going to be bot side brawl. It doesn't matter which region you're playing in. It just ends up that way. Sips actually making a rarely seen, a lesser seen top laner, rather, coming down into that mid lane.
Oh, spot laner roam.
Spot laner.
Yeah, is that a new role that you come up with, Alex?
Yeah,
What is a spot laner?
It's not quite a River Shen. That's the only thing we're checking.
So what it is it's helping Merza carry as a spotter in the gym. See?
That was such a reach. That was such a reach.
What do you want from me? You called it a spot lane.
I hold you to high standards, brother.
I thought that was okay. Okay, let's see how it is. Doku, if you're out there, stick a vote up on Twitter. I want to see how that one... Come on, make this happen. I'll fight for this one. Maybe this is probably going to go horribly wrong, but I've done it now. Anyway.
Okay, so, yes. Jungle advantage does mean that Volibear can't exactly run at the Lilia so easily anymore, which means that when Lilia decides to go to an area of the map, they're likely to get what they want. Next important thing on the map is probably going to be that Herald, of course, but with both of these 2v2s, you are likely looking at trying to get control of that bot lane first. And with that being said, Spike and Pearson looking to, well, they were channeling recalls, looking to see if they could get themselves a reset in time, but now they're choosing to stay. So it looks like it will be a top-side affair if Herald were to be started.
And of course, Herald is often a key point for something like a Kalista team who do love to try and utilize the level 6 spikes that tend to come around at that point, especially when you've got something like a Gnar or a Volibear as well, who are really powerful at that point. So see whether Bifrost are ready and willing to contest. And of course, Singularity right now with a little bit of that lane priority in their jungler up, they could look for it themselves.
I was actually wondering if Fury was going to try and go for a bit of a harder trade. Of course, he doesn't have himself the teleport, though. He's got himself the cleanse, so actually choosing not to do so. Probably should check that one before.
There's level 6. Diamond just walking through mid lane for a bit of stolen XP. I was like, I wonder.
Hey, that's important. We see that a lot with supports, but in this case, we were saying, yeah, you know, Volibear hasn't really gotten all the resources that they could have done early on. This comes back into a conversation we were talking about, obviously, into pre-show, into the start of this game too, about what actually happens with these two teams and their two junglers, because Diamondprox typically has been playing for his lanes. You can see again, you know, he was trying to play around his bot lane, whereas Scrooty has played more for individual jungle advantage and jungle power. In this game right now, though, seems like Diamondprox is still brawly enough on an individual level to start up this Herald. Take that one without contest, and Singularity will have to now try and see what they're doing against this Herald. Now, you expect that Herald is probably going to go in towards that Kalista lane.
One would imagine.
It just means that if Singularity try and go for a cross-maps versus Herald are just so annoying. So you're going to have to be trying to find ways to track where this Volibear is on the map to try and at least try and dissuade that Herald being used, because I feel like if you go across the map against the Herald, things just get very dangerous for you, particularly with the threat of a Kalista Volibear dive.
Completely agree, and on a very hard tangent.
Okay, where are we going with this?
A metaphysical question for you.
Right.
How are you both in the mid lane and casting at the same time?
Hang on, excuse me?
Victor's in the game.
Oh, come on. Not like that. It's actually what happens.
I love how confused you were there. You're the one that makes this reference more than anybody else.
True.
There is a graphic we have used at the NLC with your face.
It's like when you get nominated for an Emmy.
Oh, I see how it is.
There's a little achievement which pops up just in the bottom left-hand corner of vision saying, you know, simulacrum unlocked. You can now have a second figure out there in the world. It's really useful for multitasking.
Did you just confirm that everything in the world is just a simulation?
Well, I didn't not confirm it.
Okay. Big stun into the wall there as the Mega Gnar runs out, and we're going to move away from that horrifying consideration of the nihilistic solipsism of the world.
Okay, this is what we were saying about the threat of this Herald. Playing around Callista Volibear as a level 6. Walking up to this tower in its own right, very, very dangerous. Singularity a little bit late to the punch. We said that they wanted to try and predict what was happening with the Herald, but they're not quite there in time. Can they find anything after this? He doesn't land from Scrooty.
Okay, they do get the knock-up, but they don't actually force a Fate's Call. So that's a couple attempts there with the ultimates, both the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow and the Glacial Fissure. There we go, the word of that, coming out for that.
Yes.
And now...
Rudy making sure the engage can't come cleanly.
Oh, well buffered by Highway to make a flash out of Scrooty despite the Lilting Lullaby coming down. Is now a little bit more at risk, but of course with the Fate's Call, still a potent threat.
Yeah, he's not on... the highway to the danger zone this time. Remarkably calm for all things said and done. But yeah, let's just track what happened in that play, because Singularity, we were talking, actually they want to really try and nullify this Herald, get to the location of that play and stop it from getting maximum value. They don't really manage to do that, which means that Bifrost have a few more resources to play with. This Callista gets more gold than they really should have had after that early game and how that skirmish went so badly against them. But this is something which we have to point out about, you know, teams which have been struggling, maybe don't have those fundamentals in check compared to the mid-table teams. And Singularity, like many teams in their position in various leagues, just caught napping a little bit and not quite clean enough around their execution.
What do you know? Volibear at level 7 on a bot lane tower with very little health means there's a dive potential, and Diamond's just going to stand here despite the control run around the corner to try and force a little bit of a response from Singularity. Fourth plate goes down. Scrooty is about, but doesn't get too much more out of that.
But again, if you are a Bifrost fan, and I heard there were some on the street actually.
One or two.
I hear about that. Yeah. Doing various things.
The weird tomato ketchup squeezed into the mouth was a bit
that just feels like a, you know, a national identity thing which I just hadn't tapped into. But with fans of this team, you are looking at Bifrost playing around 3v3 bot side, getting resources to Odie. That typically has been a very good thing for Bifrost. That's what happens when they win. What isn't typical of them, though, is I do believe Bifrost have no wins on red side, and they've only found their wins on blue side.
Seriously?
Yeah, actually, that was something that Don Jake pulled out. He, in the green room was saying, actually, hang on, what's happening with these statistics here? And particularly with the ability to play around this Callista first pick and unlock that play style, it's looking pretty okay for the boys in blue on the blue side. Singularity, they've tried their best to shut down the bot side 3v3, which we keep mentioning. Well, I mean, it's very important, but I do keep mentioning it.
And it
they've done their best to shut it down, but it's not quite taken the wheels off it yet.
No, it's still a slight gold lead to Singularity right now, of course, mostly off those early kills, and that's great news for them. They've got 2 Drakes early on as well. I believe that will not be a Cloud Rift by the by. That is a Spectator bug. It is Hextech Soul, so that's something Singularity can continue to work towards. So they are in an okay spot themselves as well.
Always preferred Sephiroth Rift anyway.
Indeed.
Yeah. The one the better Merza. Getting to the point now where after your first backs and items start coming in, Lucian can feel a little bit sad in this matchup.
Double lift about it.
Yeah, very much can. Of course, that matchup has changed so much over time.
Yeah, it's not Lichbane Victor anymore, really.
No, I mean, that was a Season 5 thing for a while back when his ult was less about the damage over time, more about the immediate burst. The one-shot potential was huge.
Ow.
And just look at this. The thing which Victor does very well is against AD carries that... So, for instance, this is the thing which happened with Zeri when Zeri was very meta too. They dive into you, they try and burst you out, and you just pile damage on their face. Now, with Merza being of a lower amount of HP, potions ticking, Bifrost... have to worry less about that Lucian running in around the edge of the fight and finding a dangerous way to play around that fight, threaten their various characters on the map. So, Bifrost still very much playing towards this bot side. Top lane has really not entered the equation yet. Barely even mentioned them, but it hasn't led to Bifrost going towards deeper vision quite yet. They're just slowly moving up that vision line.
On that point, as actually maybe we'll just keep an eye on whether Diamond decides that an engage onto Merza is an option. Shikari, honestly, for someone we had a lot of praise for, the return of the King was one of our big narratives in spring, has been very, very quiet in summer. Like, Shikari has obviously had a lot more competition, I feel, in summer with some really, truly phenomenal top laners stepping up, the likes of Jax Blank as someone we've praised a lot, for example.
JC, Cry.
Exactly. And on honest, Shikari has been very quiet, honestly, for someone we had so much praise for thus far this summer.
It's really difficult to quantify Shikari as a player too. It was on Monday. We were talking a bit about what is Shikari's playstyle. It really feels dependent on the role he's playing for his team at that point. He's a very versatile player. Yeah. In this game, he's effectively here for teamfight impact and to be a stable solo laner. It's not like really he's going to be losing anything true top side. He's actually going to maybe be the cost of a cross map because Scrooty is on the top side, but actually no, it's going to be the Lilia doing what they do very, very well and just hoovering up camps and once again playing for jungle advantage. We mentioned that a lot this game too. It was very obvious on paper due to their playstyles. Talked about top lane playstyle. Of course, that jungle one's so important for this game. And Scrooty taking another couple of camps, getting a sizable lead over Diamond Procs, which will only continue to grow if Bifrost can't go check their camps and protect them. Because Lilia is so deadly in that regard.
Such a fast farmer as a Hextech ultimatum plus the flash puts Shikari in danger, but big Mega Gnaw means he can try and get out of this. Look who else is here. Scrooty's in danger. Flash out for Shikari. He's still alive. The king ain't gone quite yet. Finally falls, but it is a 1-for-1 and Bifrost punish on the top side.
Just see all of the fish in the water swimming towards that top side. It's Bifrost who managed to get the collateral after it. Jungler dies on one side, means you cannot contest for that. Herald, this was a very quick all-in. You know that the Lilia, talking about that individual advantage, actually very strong at this point in terms of the damage. See the amount of burst coming out. Pulls out that lilting lullaby, but the rest of the team from Bifrost are already on the roam. Fury might not have been there ready to respond for the very first few plays. It's Merza who got the leg over him in that bot side fight, but this time he is first to the play, and that comes out very, very importantly for Bifrost to get them again more back to even. They're actually even in gold now. Of course, after that early set of plays, they were falling a bit behind with another Herald in pocket. It seems like they have a chance to regain that driving seat that they've typically had in early games playing around these Kalista comps.
Absolutely, and honestly, I thought Shikari was out there after he managed to get the flash. I thought they would be doing just fine, but of course, the burn from Lily's passive, that Dream Dust, did a lot of work. And
the Landry's is already completed.
Yeah, exactly. So it should really have been, you know, following along from Arcane, right? We always know the powder is dangerous, and they go on from there. As we've got 20 seconds or so until that Hextech Drake will spawn.
So this would be soul point for Singularity. One important point that would be it would allow them to control the pace of the game. Give up a couple of dragons, waiting for the one opportunity to take that dragon if they can, but are they willing to let this one up? Because of course, the Herald gives Bifrost an advantage. They can take control of this mid lane, walk up, take the tower, walked in towards that Herald, that dragon.
They're going to keep going, actually. They get the depth charge in, get a big hook afterwards, and Spikey's just gone! Deleted! They get the second charge plus the kill, plus a culling. It's a decent lilting lullaby onto 2, but no real way to follow up. Shikari goes mega as a result of one final blooming blows, but Bifrost get a kill, get a tower, get a second charge. It can head over towards the dragon, and yes, Sips gets a tower in the top lane, but that's it.
And Spikey dying there when it felt like all of his team members were there ready to respond feels just very unfortunate. You have a Braum to stop people diving directly onto you, but it felt like maybe that Braum shield, the E, was used a little too early, not in place to defend the eventual all-in. And Singularity caught out a little bit. At least they get themselves some advantages on the side lane. If they don't get themselves that soul point, they don't get to take that advantage, which may have allowed them to really control this game in a way that could, of course, get them to that first win, matching that loss streak, sadly, from Spring. But it felt like this early game, like so many others for this new roster, was a shining light for them.
Speaking of, I think it probably is time to discuss again Scrooty with the Lilia graphic. Already only had a couple games, but that stats that were brought up in the pre-game, in the post-show, he's been really, really dominant for a jungler that's come in on a 0-13 team now and has put a lot of work in. Again, this game on the Lilia doing a lot of work, but sometimes it feels like Singularity in the mid-game, it's the macro plays that are hurting them.
Yeah, it feels like on an individual level, Scrooty's had some strong performances, played Kazakh's game, and had some big moments on that. He's played the Lilia, of course, once before too, and on individual power levels, from what we've seen from him, he has been taking a lot of resources, leading from the front, and that's been something that Singularity were kind of lacking. They didn't really have someone to stand up and say, all right, give me the resources, I'll be the person that we can play around. Of course, Spikey stepped into that role a little bit on stuff like the Twitch, but it wasn't quite the same. Speaking of him, blows the flash of Odie.
Does indeed, and of course this is an AD carry Ash build. There's no Imperial Mandate or anything here, so a slightly longer cooldown, but even so, not a vast one to be burning here, and the cleanse going to be on a significantly longer one. All the while, of course, Tower on the other side goes down to Sips, who's now managed to get 3 on the trot, actually. That Trinity Force doing a lot of work, of course. Big hook in the middle, just Scrooty, the man we've been praising. No stopwatch, no hope, and Highway sends him straight to hell.
This is the difficulty when you play a wider map versus a very reliable engaged champion champion like Nautilus. Of course, Kalista helps with that too. It's on the 20-minute spawn, means that this wide map becomes so much more constrained. It's all about that Baron. The flash is straight over. Stormbringer forced to flash out a person, but now Merz is in danger. He needs to get out, gets slowed by the chilling Smite. Culling comes through, will get out of the gravity field, but look, a highway on the other side. Won't quite be able to find the additional engage, but they'll force out even more summoners and can return potentially back to the Baron should they so please.
Highway finding so many important angles in the last minute. Takes down the enemy jungler, forces some flashes away, trades his own. This is the kind of play which Singularity have again started falling prey to. The individual plays have looked solid. Just outside of that, some of the team play lacking of up.
There's a flash over the wall to the thundering smash. He's just gone, surely. The death rate's not quite enough. They're teleporting in, actually try and save this one. Enchanted Crystalline Arrow goes wild. Sips is here, but they'll stay alive. Merz on sub 50 HP, if that.
Gosh, Singularity, again, feels like they're just not quite playing to the pace of the game. Not quite there for the big fights when they've been erupting around the map. And Bifrost now, not the easiest early game for them, but they have managed to right themselves in a very admirable way. Again, this Kalista Nautilus is not the Kalista Renata, which is of course stronger in the 2v2, but it gives them so much more reliable engage. Come to these points in the game, and they're using it effectively.
Absolutely, and honestly, you know, there was that pre-show graphic where we were talking about, look, Bifrost switched out the jungle support. Big tools when it comes to your playmaking and map moves and team fights. And honestly, we've had some questions about both Highway and Diamond Prox. And the early game misplay in the jungle where they kind of didn't expect the sacking of the waves really hurt them. But in this mid game, we've seen now some pretty consistent picks and plays that have really punished Singularity.
Yeah, so next thing I'm looking for now is Singularity. You've been content to get a lot of advantages onto Sips, Asher and Camille. Seems like that's what you've been doing. I think after, it's another hook. Is that too far though?
Keep going, maybe, I don't know. There's still the Fate's Call. Stormbringer come through that mid lane turret, does nothing right now. Does go into a big lilting lullaby. Diamond in danger, of course, with no flash. Sips coming over and he does get shut down. Can't quite secure it. Flash away from the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow. And I think it might have been too deep now. Sips with the Hextech Ultimatum. Maybe they can continue to push this one off. They get another, but it's traded back. Shikari about to go towards the Mega Gnar. Will get out of there. It's a 2-for-1 trade. All things said and done, but wait, maybe not yet. Sips misses the hookshot, but Fury off to the side, in danger, needs to continue running away. A slow from the W into a second part of the Precision Protocol means Singularity can head to Baron.
And that is the kind of play where you look at your ultimates available and go, yeah, I can have a crack at that. Volibear roll, Kalista roll, so many ways to play around. Heavy dives, even very far into the enemy side of the map, but they're not understanding that they're playing into a Braum, that they're playing into the Lilia, who has that second item early into the game. They have themselves that Zhonya's to disengage, and you have the Kalista roll at this point. You can just back off if you think this is too far, but they really, really commit for this, and it feels like they just don't understand the power level of what Singularity are playing against them.
And it looked nearly so good, but Scrooty has a stopwatch. The slows from Ash, from Braum. The lilting lullaby did so much work, and suddenly a charged up tower means there's a Baron on the table alongside now a Hextech Soul Point. And Singularity, honestly, he's got to start wondering again now after some of these misplays.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the track of this game. Early game, typically something up Bifrost when they've played around bot side have actually been comprehensive at. They know how to play around it and get what they want out of it. Didn't get it this game. Found some ways back in that mid game. Can they do it against the Baron now?
Massive play, but now the tower on the other side is probably problematic. As Shikari over the wall will melt him more, and Singularity not like this. It's a double already to Fury. And then Shikari gets a third, and the Baron, the play, the praise we were giving them, it falls apart just moments later.
Once again, our teams here at the NLC, they do make some aggressive plays which lead to mistakes, but every team in the NLC can capitalize on your mistakes when you show that inch of flash. Bifrost had to claw their way back a couple of times in this game, even against the winless Singularity, but even against the Baron, taking a crushing victory against it.
Very swiftly, it goes from a Baron and a Dragon and a great look for Singularity to a broken inhibitor and some broken pride to boot.
Breaking some ankles too is Shikari. You know, we've managed to stop off and chat about some of the trajectories of our players in general across this game. Chat a little bit about Shikari, about, what's his play style like? He plays a little bit for his team. He's a versatile player, but he's been quiet this summer. That was a pretty loud declaration of his intent in this game. Gets a pivotal ultimate under that tower. Singularity sets up to start something in this siege. It is just not enough. And again, return back to that point for them. It just
Felt like the right idea, felt like it was the obvious place to go, break down this last outer turret, but the execution wasn't quite there. And the second time
it again, another hook from Highway! This teleport's coming through, but Mercer surely just gonna die. Nothing to be done. It's a tower for a kill, but now your mid laner is Dennis Fury on the other side. They're taking a lot of damage. Golden goes Scrooty, he's staying alive, and maybe they can do this. And Sips is here this time. Diamondprox goes massive with the Stormbringer though, and Sips can't hook shot out of this. Hopping mad is that Callista. The Spear of Vengeance manages to punish people for the death of their mid laner. Spiky gets his sky split in twain, cannot avoid the boulder, and falls down as well.
Try it once to that mid lane outer turret. I guess shame on them. Twice though, shame on you, Singularity. Didn't have the setup to deal with the engage that Bifrost were bringing in. Highway once again finding a pivotal hook. It's a hitbox snipe. Your champion model is just a little bit thicker than those minions, and that Lucian's booty gets caught out by that dredge line. Hook back in, and suddenly without that amount of damage to turn the fight around, Bifrost get to play around the more long fights for the Callista, stacking up, continuing that DPS, and Bifrost, it's another one of their heart attack games where they keep it in question, but they're showing how they can play around these skirmishes when they have the tools to.
Well, booty indeed. Piracy on the high seas. Odie looking more like he's playing Misfortune right now, getting away with absolute murder, getting off a few of those kills at the end of that. And Sips went in, looked like he might be able to murder people in the back line and just couldn't extricate themselves.
Maybe we could edit Highway's Nautilus model so like the hook is actually just like, it's got another one at 90 degrees, so it's X marks the spot.
It's not Pike.
Yeah. But he's, that's true. It's true.
The amount of puns I've made with that over the years.
True. But now we sit ourselves in a game where Singularity still have Soul Point. They still have a pushing side lane in Sips too. Feels like Shikari's not really been tasked to answer that too much, but see what our analysts think in the back room, and actually what we're kind of viewing as well.
Yeah.
Momentum meter very much to the side of Bifrost. Would I say it's that much? I still think there are ways they can lose this game, very much so. I mean, I think one good angle by Sips, one good ult by Scrooty could change the tone of that game so much, but with the last couple of fights, the Singularity struggling to make their own offensive plays. Their defensive plays have looked okay, but their offensive ones been leaving them very, very open to exploitation by Bifrost. It's going to be very difficult now to find themselves an angle into this next Dragon fight where it feels like they have lost control of this map. They don't have flank vision, they don't have easy ways into it, and Bifrost are starting to get control of the area of the map that they want to play around.
This isn't the easiest game to be playing the Lucian or the Ashe, honestly, to be fair. And yes, you've got the lead onto Scrooty, but as we've said, look, your Volibear is quite happy where he is right now. And it's your solo laners, your AD carry that are struggling a little bit more, aside from, of course, Sips in the side lane, a dangerous threat. But how much time are you going to be given as he does start to shove in a top wave towards an inhibitor turret here at level 16. He is the highest level in the game, and Shikari's going to come over and try and stop. He's got a stopwatch. It shouldn't be the easiest to remove, but he's going to try and prevent an easy access to that inhibitor tower.
Yep. Shikari's got a few items of his own. It's not like he's got something like a Hull Breaker. Been a while since we've seen that on the Knight. Instead, he's gone for the Triforce Black Cleaver. Very strong at kiting, lots of move speed involved in that build. Maybe enough to get away from a Camille and just outspace them. Speaking of that, Camille committing to the fight. Shikari hits Mega, has Gnar.
But what is Singularity going to do? They're about to get pinned here. There is a Mega Gnar still here with 2/3 left remaining. That dredge line goes wide. Now Bifrost actually a little bit got out of sorts. Highway still got the Fates called Cleanse Burn from Odie. Shikari down to Mini. Now in a dangerous position. Bifrost need to extricate themselves, but can they escape it? The lilting lullaby
Shikari's not there.
The Volibear does ult now. Highway into a lot of damage though. He's about to go down. Diamond taken pretty low as well. Shikari goes golden. Sips actually also very low. Big stopwatch keeps him alive. Diamond dies. But what about the other side of the fight? Sips finally dead, but it's a 2-for-1 right now. Person about to get hooked up and goes down. Odie trying to stay alive, but Fury and Odie are the ones who are remaining. And it's a double for Scrooty. Flashful for the watch out here for the blooming blows. He can keep hopping as much as he wants. Odie burning out has got to try and heal back up off this Krug camp. And will do so, but that is still a 2-for-4 off a bit of an awkward choice in fight.
Look at that momentum shift. Everyone in the back room thinking what we're thinking. Oh, heck, that's a bad fight to lose. You're losing your chokehold over the map now. A fight like this, to this magnitude, loses you Baron, means you can't upkeep your vision. Your wards are going to start timing out, and that gives Singularity a chance to get uncontested control of this map. They'll get themselves the Baron, be able to reset in a time where Bifrost can't just run over to the other side of the map and get all the wards that they want to. Game on. It is going to be Singularity with a firm chance of getting getting themselves the first victory in this game. And Bifrost, we did have some questions, inconsistent performances, even in their wins. Even though they've shown such a high upper skill ceiling, it's moments like this where you just can't help but question our spring second place team. Such a great split in that point, but they are again struggling even against our 0 and 13 Singularity, not giving them an easy game at all.
And let's be real, it felt like some split calls. Are we going in, are we not? And then they kind of hover around and get in trouble, as this is where it all gets messy again.
Well, I mean, at the start of this fight, you see that Shikari has timed out a Mega. The timing window has passed, it's gone. And when you're in that 5v4 against the Camille, who doesn't have to be worried about getting immediately CC'd in place, it gets so difficult. Strudy just choosing to press the go button, sending someone to sleep and letting the team pounce.
Yeah. It has to go golden. I realized I'm probably not winning that 1v1 in the way I thought I might. Have, of course, got this Baron power play. The last one didn't work out as well after Highway found a phenomenal hook. But this time, no one has died. This time, the shove goes on in earnest.
And I think the big thing is what we were talking about just before that Baron was taken. Actually, because of the death timers and the amount of people that have died from Bifrost, the wards have started to time out now. You don't really have great flank angles. You got a couple, you can work with some stuff, but they don't have the vision chokehold that they had. They don't have waves pushing at this point either. Sips has control
going straight
of the
in onto
sidelines.
Screwdy, but they can't get too much more in. Trying to crystalline around the culling comes through, so big ultimates now down as Highway's gone in, but they do have the face call to pull him out if they need to. It is used. Shikari goes to sleep. A lot of ults burned, but no one is dead.
And that's the thing, right? So when you've got ults blowing on either side, it just means that the fight is less likely to happen. Who does that benefit? Singularity. They have themselves, as we said, control over the lanes that they want. Sips taking those other waves in those solo lanes to make sure he's got control.
Oh, no.
And Bifrost are going to struggle to find their engages to, again, try and punish Singularity in the way they did around that first Baron, where they were pushing in towards that mid-outer turret. And you know what? The more we talk about this game, the closer it gets. We are once again in a very close contest for Singularity, looking to get that first win. Mirror what they did in spring, 13 losses on the trot into that first win. And Singularity, you know what? They've had some rough patches, but they've had equal amounts of good ones in this game.
Yes, they have. Doing their best to make sure this could be a victory. Fourth item now in for Screwdy, who is continuing to be at the front of the charge for Singularity. For better or worse, some of them been a little off, but most of them honestly have been pretty exceptional towards the last few minutes.
So, I mean, the Lilia went for the Leandries into the Zhonyas, then the Force of Nature, give themselves that more sticking potential, facilitate a little more, use that gold to allow the double AD carries an easier time. You called it out. Actually, it's a pretty hard game for the Lucian the Ashe. But they've, of course, in some of these fights, managed to find some really good angles. Now with the Demonic Embrace, bit more damage on top of that. Again, these E's, again, you're going to see the amount of burn damage coming down. Even something like Highway not going to be immune to the continued Swirl Seeds being flung out of that jungler.
Eyes on Sipswell, who is not here, who is looking to get onto an inhibitor turret. They are sending Shikari off to try and defend that turret, but I think it's just going to be too late. I think he's not got there in time. That will be an inhibitor turret falling, surely.
Takes it so quickly. For those of you that were still around in 2018, that was the Camille split push meta. Tower's just disintegrated. Nothing has changed since then. Engage coming in.
Cleanse from Fury. That's down, but they've also they're going to lose this inhibitor as well, because of course Sips is going to continue shoving and Shikari can't do anything about this. Singularity in a phenomenal position.
Oh, why would Singularity flip over a dragon? Singularity say, okay, top lane, that's a done deal. Let's go towards this mid lane. Have they over pushed though? Bifrost potentially able to find themselves a collapse onto this team if they want it. They take the dragon. They actually just give up the inhib, not willing to commit to a huge fight. So what happened last time they tried to go towards a split pincer movement and they didn't get the timing quite right. Singularity tore them apart for it and took control of this game. But Singularity, we called them out for some of their macro problems, said that they're an individual team playing around individual advantages. Right now, they are taking control of this game with better map play.
Absolutely. Never mind tearing apart the individual players, we'll tear apart the base instead, get a hold of, in swift fashion, 2 inhibitor turrets, 2 inhibitors for the trade of 1 dragon. Yes, both now at soul point. But honestly, with Baron spawning a minute and a half and the pressure you get from having those 2 inhibitors down, Singularity in a pretty confident position here.
Well, they've still got to find a way to shut Odie out of this game. 7-1 and 4. That's still only the 1 kill onto that champion. Now, Odie hasn't been able to win all of the fights for his team. It's not been that easy, but still, Singularity not able to shut down that carry, nor have they been forcing onto him. Maybe just trying to avoid the Callista sat at that many items. Singularity going to have to deal with him at some point or later, though, or somehow nullify his impact on these fights. Maybe that's why they've been going more towards those side lanes, getting the guaranteed victory rather than flipping it against one of our strongest individual carries from the bot lane position in our league.
Of course, you've now got to work out how it goes from here. There's the Infinity Edge complete for Merza, who will start stinging that little bit more, let's be real. And a minute under 45 seconds, let's be frank, to go until this Baron. 2 in a row have gone towards Singularity. Very funny. I
get that total. I get told that a lot.
With that kind of tone of voice as well?
other people.
Okay.
So back to a little bit of a 1-4ing Singularity. Again, this is the bonus of having something like a Braum when it comes into this point in the game. If you're trying to just run into the enemy team, use a Volley Bear, use a Nautilus to go into the fray, Braum hits you with that passive, puts up that shield, you're not really getting the damage you need to, and you take so much damage in return when you're CC'd by one of the best champions of blocking enemy champions from your carries. And that's very important when you are on a defensive standing, when you're trying to take an area of the map and say, do not enter here. They're doing that around the Baron. Bifrost, how do you problem solve your way out of this one?
And all the while, they've sent actually Odie down towards this bot. So Sip's now in danger. They missed the Mega Nano, and that means Sip's gonna get out of there. They're gonna stop the Baron on the side because there's no way Odie can get there. That's gonna be at least a 4v3. It could be a 5v3 because Sips can TP and the Baron's just gone.
So that was the problem-solving attempt. Right, we don't want to go into this phalanx, the word we use so much, this fortress that Singularity just move across the map and say, 4-man unit, this is gonna be safe. They try and put their strongest member towards the bot side. Doesn't even manage to get Sips. Shikari trading flash just at the end, but Sips so happy for that. It's a 3rd Baron now for Singularity. It has been a belabored game, but it would mean all the more for them if they could finally walk away with this win. They are still in control of this game so far. They have been pushing into the enemy side of the map. Bifrost probably haven't seen across the river for such a long time now. We're probably going to see once again Singularity playing around their strong grouped unit, allowing Sips to take control of another lane somewhere. Just try and crush Bifrost. Bait in the engage, then respond to it. That's been what's been working for them so far. Bifrost need to find a way to break open this map pressure because they're struggling so
actually
much.
gonna take. He tried to find Diamond. Actually gonna get punished. His person's in danger as well. Need to try and work this one out. They're gonna have to burn the Lilting Lullaby to try and disengage onto the Blast Cone. Means Diamond Procs not in too much danger, but that's a flash and an ultimate burned, and that's not great news.
So Odie getting involved in the game is one way to solve this crisis. But there's only one drip in the bucket they need to fill to put out this fire.
Sips.
Singularity still in control.
Need to be a little bit afraid they're going to get knocked back and overcome Bifrost. There's 2 members, but the rest of Singularity are so far away. A depth charge will find his way onto that Camille. No GA, and that means a shutdown to Odie.
So, once again, Bifrost find a member of Singularity out of position, get something for free. Odie going again.
Not done. They get the inhibitor tower, but not too much more as Diamond over to the side with the Hex Gates. Could keep hunting for more. They're going to slow them down with the volley, but look at that Nexus tower falling. Of course, it was already taken pretty low, and that's it, but they get 2 kills. They'll break the siege, but it comes at something of a cost.
Right, so key problem there for Singularity. They tried to commit before successfully to a 1-4. They've been trying for a long time to try and play around those multiple lanes. They go a little too split this time. Bifrost picked them off, and that means they're in the advantage for the soul point fight.
2 members dead. There is a teleport on Sips, but it will still be 10 seconds or so until he's there, which means with Callista, there's surely no easy way for Singularity to come and contest. This will be sold to Bifrost, surely.
So, Bifrost, you've been in this place before. It's a bit of heart attack. It's a bit of drama in a late game fight. Maybe you shouldn't have ended up here, but you got to deal with it. Now you are. Singularity give over control of the map for the first time in such a long time, but it is in that crucial timing. Hex Soul to Bifrost now. They have themselves
4
that
Drakes to make it as well.
Courtesy of that Hex Tech Revolution, it's on the map, it's on their team, and so many items being built up by both sides now. It is going to be a heavyweight clash whenever anyone gets a chance to just open up and start DPSing.
And let's be real, honestly, with those basic dragons actually being pretty potent for Hex Drake as well. It's what, 6% attack speed and ability haste for both?
5 ability haste and 5 attack speed.
That's what it is.
I checked.
I can't quite remember what the numbers are. Otherwise, 4 of them's quite a lot.
But actually, yeah, in terms of individual value per dragon, Hex Tech Dragon is probably the best in the game unless you're stacking up against some poke comps with a whole load of tanks and Mountain Dragon. It is just such a valuable set of objectives to have. So, that's some extra weight to the side of Bifrost. And again, we are in actually a fairly even scenario. Seems that Singularity, hard to break them open if Bifrost try and go on the offensive. On the other side, Singularity have been able to cleanly open the map at this point, and now it does feel like for the first time in such a long time, Bifrost are actually managing to hold their own in some of these lanes. Singularity, all it takes would be one mistake.
Is this over the wall, and they've got a teleport coming through as well. Diamond did go in with that Stormbringer with Separate Scrooty, now looking for a lilting lullaby. Missed on the dredge line, now they're teleporting in turn. Shikari is stunned in place because of Mega Narc coming. Now they need to try and disengage, but what about Sips, who's in so very deep? Shikari will be traded out, surely. It's a 1-for-1. They're gonna die, but remember the GA, which means Shikari can come back, but he'll die now as well. On the way to Bifrost go, trying to get in onto Scrooty, but Bifrost slowed down, being chased down. Maybe he burns out. Watch out, eat. Scrooty goes golden. All the while, they're beginning to win this. Singularity beat them 13 times, but surely not 14. Odie alive. Fury is there as well, and this is now a 2v3, but with the inhibitors exposed, they need to find a way back in. Spiky about to get murdered by a Victor, but not quite yet. Merza gets him. Merza gets him, and Bifrost are about to be melted down to the quick by Singularity.
And no team wanted to be the first to fall to Singularity. This accursed team in the NLC. 0-13 in spring, 0-13 in summer, but so close to that Nexus.
They've got another inhibitor, but will they feel confident enough to shove for more? I just don't know. I just don't know.
With 5 seconds left in Shikari, the game's not ending here, but it is so close to that tipping point. It is on the razor's edge, and how quick would it cut either side with one more mistake? Bifrost, they're feeling pressured at this point. It comes through in their play. Singularity, for the longest time at this point, have managed to defend themselves very effectively. Diving into this 4-man unit you see on the right-hand side of the screen is very, very difficult. And even though Sips goes down, the 4-man unit still stays alive. There is basically no backline access after this point. You've still got slows, still got plenty of damage coming through, and the double 80 carries stay alive. It is basically just trying to get onto those targets. And even though Kalista and Victor, they have so much DPS if they're hitting targets, when you have an extra carry in the jungle too, it seems like it is enough in these tight skirmishes between the two teams.
It's a blustery day because Singularity are kiting up a storm. It feels like so hard to close a distance, and this will now be, I believe, the 4th Baron in a row.
I believe it is. It's getting up to a high number of these objectives. This is going to be a Baron going down. It is going to be desynchronized with the Elder. It means that Singularity can just, again, choose to rock up to one of these objectives. Bifrost in the same way. Singularity, actually serious credit to them for continuing to keep control of the map. A lot of that has come through this Camille side lane pressure. A lot of it has come from just rolling around as a death ball where they can. Bifrost once again feeling pressured into going towards the group's unit, but they can't land the hook this time. The mid game was determined by Highway missing or hitting those hooks. He can't quite do it in the late game.
Touch careful, of course, is the Lilia. Pretty quick. Sips in. He's going to miss the pierced as OD, and that means that Sips for now safe, no slow, no damage. Inhibitor number 3 falls. I mean, Singularity with Baron and all lanes shoving can start to siege on the final Nexus turret.
How much can they do with this? Because again, actually Singularity on their aggressive plays have struggled too. Let's remind everyone, it has been really the aggressive plays which have been failing mostly. So Singularity, even though they have these waves pushed in, they're not hitting that last turret. They don't feel confident enough to dive into that Kalista, into that Victor. These two carries are so high damage too. 4 items with a death cap involved on Bifrost.
Minutes until the Elder Dragon comes through as Merza throws out a culling. Doesn't get too much, actually gets slowed. Stormbringer afterwards, more slows, but they're going to get stunned out in place with the Enchanted Crystalline Armor and Diamond procs. Cannot quite close the distance.
Oh, is that going to have to force the cleanse? It is. Fury has to now blow that.
Onto the final Nexus turret, they're just going to keep shoving. Singularity in danger, but that's a stopwatch from Merza, who does still have a little bit more to go, but gets taken out! Odie gets the shot down! What about Sips? Has got a Guardian Angel, needs to get escaped there with the hook shot. Mid laner dies, Nexus turret stands.
And again, you can see it is so hard to deal against anti-dive threats on both sides. Feels like both these teams have recognized it. It's just a case of reaching that point of desperation, the point of, look, it's a bad option, but it is the only option left available. 10 seconds until the Elder Dragon. Baron's still available for Singularity. But at this point, Bifrost with so little remaining in their base. Super minions crashing down on them. It adds such an extra factor to the scales when they're trying to set up towards this Elder Dragon. Again, it's a bad option for them. It's so dangerous, it is so risky, but it is the option they have.
0 and 13, maybe not 0 and 14. They're on the edge of it. Elder Dragon spawns and Bifrost emerge from their base with their, well, what remains of it, frankly, the ruins that stand there to try and maybe contest. Diamond with ult might go in for a Hail Mary.
The ruins of their base. Ozymandias said something about hearing them, looking at their works and trembling. Bifrost trembling.
There's a
now.
time. Scroody's in very deep, but look at the stun. Diamond going down, stays alive. Now needs to try and escape one of the look at the bot lane. Indeed, you've got two members in there. It's a GA Pop as Bifrost rapidly trying to return to the base of the Elder Dragon, still going down. Highway is going to fall as well. They're losing the base. I think they've done it. Singularity, 0 and 13. The curse is broken.
Bifrost being felled by Singularity. No one wanted to be the first team to fall to this roster, which has struggled through both splits to find any semblance of success. It has taken multiple roster changes. It has taken a hell of a lot of goddamn work. Singularity, the 14th time of asking, find themselves on the board. Congratulations. Good to have you on the wins.
Unlucky for some. They found the win, eh? Straight to the desk from here. I think you've had enough words from us.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You have something to say, I think. Oh my God, man. What?
Nobody beats Singularity 14 times. It's not possible, you can't do it. And the thing about Singularity is... The Pulse, yeah, absolutely. You can't beat them 14 times, they're unbeatable. It's the buff, baby, the curse is broken, and they had to break their back doing it, but they did it eventually, Archeron.
And versus Bifrost of all teams. Yeah. It's the 14, it's the 14, it has to be. The Volibear was picked, the early game was there. So let's dive into this. We need to understand that Bifrost wanted to fight head on, but Singularity were aware of the plan, and they got penalized by it. We have a replay from the first one where they tried to get the invade, and all of a sudden, everything goes south.
This is not,
it's not it, but doesn't matter.
It's not the aforementioned invade, but we want to talk about the gameplay of here. This is a fight before Baron here, where I feel like Bifrost go in, and then they go into multiple CC targets. Scroody gets a really good Lilia ult, and it means that on the chase here, they can actually turn it around, and constantly this is the case. Bifrost had to play very forward, but the problem was there's so much disengaged from the composition of going into Singularity that if they don't get those key picks off, it's so hard to carry on and keep the consistency.
And this highlights what I was talking about, because it seemed like Bifrost wanted to slow down the game until they have enough lead to fight it. And this was the fight that they tried to get with that lead. They were like, okay, finally we can fight Singularity head on. Again, go south. Every single time Bifrost thought they had the lead versus Singularity, it went south. Duckling, why?
The thing to me, the Ashe pick had a ginormous impact in this game. One thing I really liked is the fact that they were so good at kiting back. As soon as Diamprox ran towards them, he got slowed up, he got CC'd. It was very hard to play the Volibear in that case because the Ashe pick just was so useful at denying the opportunity to engage. He would have had to go around and find a flank instead, but with the tanky Volibear build, that's not your main goal. Your main goal is to be the front line and engage, and he couldn't really be the engage, only the front line, and that means they couldn't get onto the carries like Spiky on that Ashe and like Mercer on the Lucian.
And I thought throughout the game that Bifrost were making a good macro reading, trying to outplay Singularity in different ways. Let's be honest, the way Singularity finished the game was the best macro we've seen of them so far, not right, Don Jake?
And that's something I want to highlight. It's a shame we didn't get to see that first replay because it really shows the cerebral kind of development of Singularity. We get to see this anyway, but yeah, this is a higher level of kind of just cerebral kind of understanding of how to play them out that we've never really seen from Singularity before. Singularity were the team that just get blown over constantly, not able to survive against the winds of fortune some of the teams were able to throw at them. Now they are weathering the storm, Archeron. They're able to kind of be the cardinal direction of just incredible stuff. And we saw at this game, I think that early kind of avoidance of the aggression that Bifrost were going to show was a really good read. We're starting to see them look forward.
Okay, I have two things to say about this because we did a really good topic in the beginning of the show to talk about Bifrost and the strength of schedule where they need to fight versus these teams to get access to playoffs. So if possible, I'd like to bring that one back so you understand how difficult of a road Bifrost have ahead of them after losing versus Singularity. For Singularity, it's nothing more than surviving relegations. But look into this. They had Singularity, and that was the game they were supposed to win. Now they have to fight versus JDXL, almost undefeated. Eminem, defeating of Kings. X7, the renewed team. And Vanir, the team that is looking to take away 6 spots to make into playoffs.
I can't really stress this enough. Losing this game is not okay for Bifrost. There's a lot of ramifications around this in terms of whether or not the stakes this game had for them. And now they're in a position whereby Vanir wins later today, and they're 1 game away from Bifrost. Now the race is truly on.
Now, the second thing that I want to bring in is we need a restraining order for Duckling versus the momentum meter, because if you guys were watching the game, he was the one, +5 to one, +5 to the other one. It was going mental inside of the room. I'm just going to say, it was really lovely to watch you get excited with that game.
I mean, it's national pride. Finally seeing Singularity pick up a win. Felt great. I feel so good for the substitutes as well. You could feel like they wanted the win. I was chatting with Passon when I came home last week as well, and he said, I'm just tired of losing. And I said, you know, maybe you get it against Nariki. That seemed like a reasonable choice, but then they lost that as well. It was heartbreaking. So to finally see that team get the win and against our EU Masters top 8 team in Bifrost. Yeah. Yes, they might not be doing that well anymore, but it's against a big organization here in the North. It must feel so great, and I'm so happy for the players.
An organization that made top quarterfinal in EU Masters and then got Diamond Prox, the Legend Highway as well, really good engagement, and all of a sudden it doesn't work. This was a bizarre adventure, and might as well talk with one that is from a bizarre adventure, which is Jojo, for the interview of today. Welcome to the show. I mean, okay, you're sweating, you're loving this. How are you feeling?
I'm sweating, and I wasn't even playing. I'm shaking here. Like, that game was so chaotic to watch. It's just crazy. Just glad lads could finish it off.
Jojo, okay, it seemed like Bifrost had your number at the beginning of the game. They were like, okay, we're just going to invade. It's Singularity. What could go wrong? Was the team aware that Bifrost had this plan? Because it certainly seemed like it.
I mean, we saw them coming on a ward, so I mean, we knew that they would have bot prior and he would probably look for invades, but we capitalized on their mistake there, so that was just good to see from the team, you know, the synergy paying off.
I need to ask you something. Were you inside of the call when Singularity won?
Yeah, I was there, and it's a lot of screaming.
By those last few comms of mute everything that is not allowed on broadcast and bring me what to you highlighted as soon as you guys got the victory.
You know, maybe we'll upload it for you, and then you can watch it there.
I mean, I want to see that one. I really want to see that one. So effectively, what does this mean to Singularity?
It's always good to get a win on the board, and that no one can beat Singularity 14 times in a row, you know?
It's the legend.
We're here to get some more wins coming, hopefully next few weeks, and, you know, be strong for relegations or, you know, catch up the other teams, I don't know.
And that's the thing, the team is aware that relegations is in order for you guys, and teams in second division are really hungry. They've been talking on interviews like, we're going to take Singularity. Natives, that is in first place in Division 2, told me yesterday, it's Singularity, baby. That spot is ours. What do you have to say to them?
Well, we're going to stomp them. That's all I have to say. If we're there.
Jojo.
So.
Oh boy.
Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Thank you so much for this interview. Congratulations on the first victory of the split, and I'll see you soon. Have a nice one.
Bye, thank you.
Go celebrate, man. Go celebrate. Get out. And there you go. Jojo is feeling well. The team is comfortable now, and this is a mental boom for Singularity. And they know they're going to relegations. They know Natives is looking for that spot. And I like to build this narrative because it's important. But there you go, first victory.
In particular, right? You're highlighting Natives as the main team in NLC Division 2. I think that's completely right. I know there are many teams, but I've been talking, you know, with them, the head coach of Natives, and they want that NLC spot. You mentioned it themselves. That has been the goal from the beginning. And, you know, in Spring Split, it seemed more reasonable that they would be able to do it. Same in the start of summer. But if this Singularity keeps improving, I can't guarantee that we'll see Natives in NLC Division 1 or any other NLC Division 2 team manage to take down Singularity. I think it is a massive win for them, and it definitely increased their chances of staying in NLC Division 1 tenfold.
So we talk about the good for Singularity. Let's talk about the bad for Bifrost. This is a big nail in the coffin of the playoffs run. They have to fight versus teams that are really, really scary nowadays. Don Jake, preach.
I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to be in this game for two. Baby, bye-bye Bifrost, because we might be seeing them descending out of playoffs. You know, they're tumbling out of control. And we spoke about the individuality, we talked about the identity that needs to be found. They seem like lost souls at the moment out there. Against a team like Singularity, I feel like that are coming into form. I feel like you can't slip up here because the strength of schedule, like you said, so is like this is really not the game to slip up on.
It's menacing because none of those teams are allowed to lose as well if they want to get good seeding into the playoffs. You need to get access to the third one. For those of you who are not aware, the third seed will allow you to pick between the fifth and the sixth one. So that is really good for you, like to make sure that you can decide on the opponent that you want to fight against. So obviously these teams are not allowed to lose as well. So the stakes couldn't be higher now in the NLC. I don't know if we have the next interview. Okay, we have from Bifrost, Diamond Prox. Okay, we have a switcheroo. Diamond, we have a lot to talk about today. I feel like this loss is impactful for your team. How are you feeling? And looking into your schedule, what can you tell me?
I think it's obviously a disaster to lose to the last place team, and they also play very bad, but I guess we can play worse. It's totally possible from just a recent experience. I guess from now we just need to go to the beginnings, because you don't lose to such bad teams when by random occasions, you know, just by sleeping once. It's something that you have to start working from the very basics, like fix the communication, the trust, and the ability to to try doing your best no matter what. And I think if we will do the right work on it, then they still have time to come back, but it's a lot of work.
Diamond, I hope you don't mind, but I'm going even deeper now. For those of the viewers that are part of the community long enough, they know you. You are supposed to be an unbreakable wall of tilt. You've been in the league community for a long time. I mean, I played competitively, and you stumped me on one of those tournaments that I played with, and supposedly you are untiltable. But let's be honest, how are you feeling after this one? Because you have to fight off versus Astralis, JDXL, X7. What do you believe your chances are right now? Be real with me.
I wouldn't say I'm untiltable, but
it's hard to tilt you.
Yeah, but this loss is not what it takes to tilt me. It takes more. I'm pretty sure it takes more. As for the chances against the teams that are competing for the playoff seats, I feel like if we fix our problems, as I said, I still see us being a good team and making the right decisions to compete for the playoffs at least, and maybe doing something in the playoffs as well. I don't think we can, anyone can count us out because we lost today. So it's just we have to work hard now.
Let's be honest, if there's anyone with experience and the knowledge to bring a team back from the mental boom, I think you're one of them. So best of luck now. This is going to be a rough patch, but I'd like to see what you guys can do. You're still the hope from spring. Let's see how you do in summer. Thank you so much, Diamond Prox. It's always a pleasure. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, guys.
I think he's the right man for the job to talk with the team. And I have a lot of experience, a few years. Probably more than your entire career, guys. But so let's talk about what we can do to move forward.
You didn't even know what I was doing before this.
Me?
Yeah, you don't even know.
I have no idea.
Neither do I.
That's the thing. Let's look into the standings to understand how Bifrost finished this day, at least the beginning of the day. 6th place, 7-7. 1 game behind X7 and Vanir. If they win today, it's 1 game away. And let's remind everyone that the last game of the split for these two teams is against each other, Vanir versus Bifrost.
One thing that we mentioned in the pre-show, right? For Vanir to have a chance really at playoffs, they needed things to go their way, and this is the definition of things going away. Bifrost dropping the game to Singularity gives so much hope to Vanir, the players, the fans, and everyone associated with the organization out there. So I think this is a very big mental win for them as well, that they know that, okay, Bifrost, they just lost to the last place team in the league. They might drop some more points up against JDXL and X7, so we might actually be able to close the gap if we perform well. So it feels like it's getting back into their own hand of winning this.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about dropping the ball, though, is in terms from Bifrost, you still got to pick it up, right? It's on the ground right now. It's for Fenir to be able to take it here. I feel like they can make a real dent in terms of their playoffs run, in terms of if they can take that win today, but we've yet to see that, obviously, and it's something we need to keep track on for later.
So if we're talking about one team that can fall away from the standings of playoffs, well, the other one is X7, who are going to fight next game versus Riddle. This is going to be an interesting one. We've been preaching about this game for a long time, and this is another game that X7 needs to win. So let's look into this one and understand what is the focus on this game. What lane should we be focusing in? Because on one side I have Stefan, and then we have Viking.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Stefan is probably, for me, the best pathing jungler in the league. I think that might be a controversial statement in some ways. You can put other people in that rank. For me, very clearly, like, just has such a cerebral understanding. That's a word I'm going to be using a lot today in terms of just knowing what he needs to fulfill for this team. In contrast, Viking is locked into somewhat binary options in terms of what he's going to be doing because he's almost more of a facilitator, more of a role player. But I feel like that's going to be a stylistic matchup that's a bit different. For me, something else that's interesting is very much the mid lane as well. I feel like Tempt versus Vladdy. It's almost like the complete product versus someone who's at the beginning of their career. Vladdy obviously also being 16 years old. He's that youth prospect, whereas Tempt is, you know, he's seasoned, he's a veteran. But they're both at kind of both two ends of the coin here, and I feel like this could be a very. This is like a. I love tennis so much. This is like your wild card entry into the tournament, coming up against Federer in like the first round of Wimbledon or something like that.
I agree.
One thing I want to highlight as well is the top laners. The thing is, if Chasey continues to play these carries, I think that Jaxpeng will get a run for his money. If they put Chasey back on the Sejuani duty, I think it will be a lot easier for Jaxpeng to, you know, be allowed to scale up in the early game and be that late game menace that we know he can be. But we saw it last time around when Jaxpeng played against a top team and a top laner in Christ. He got shut down, he got counterpicked with the Tryndamere. And if that happens against X7, I think X7 could have a good game again.
Now, a little wording is if Riddle loses today, Dusty might have a shot at second place. So that's an interesting one. As we jump into the champion select of the second game, Riddle versus X7. Let's see who's going to pick the blue side and red side. Oh, okay, that was a soft one. I was hopeful. If you want to hit on the wood, by the way, on the wood.
My hands are very long. For sure.
Riddle versus X7, 10-3 versus 7-6. Draven is going to be the first one taken out, but we know that they're now playing with the Ezreal. They're facilitating Tempt and Chasey, as Viking is joining in on this composition. What can we expect from bans from Riddle's side, though?
For me, Riddle, I think it's no surprise, like you just mentioned, getting rid of that Draven. It's a key tenet of what X7 kind of had to offer yesterday. I think in that way, you're forcing them onto the similar style they played yesterday, playing the Ezreal. You're going to build a similar composition to yesterday. I feel like some of the blue side bans you want to get rid of. Maybe you want to get rid of... It's difficult, right? Maybe you want to get rid of the Wukong as well. I think getting rid of the Yuumi is a good idea as well, because it's something that you want for yourself, but you don't necessarily want to give away in terms of the R1, R2.
I also want to bring up both of the fact that these junglers are very facilitating, so the Volibear for me would be something that should be prioritized highly, either banned or locked in this first pick rotation, because it is just the strongest early game facilitating jungler there is.
Let's see. So second ban comes in. It's going to be the Zeri for X7. I was looking into the Yuumi. As soon as you take out the Yuumi, you kind of take away the Zeri on this meta, even though you can pair it with something else more aggressive like the Nautilus. We've seen Nash and Kasing play the Nautilus really, really well, but usually we see Kasing as an enchanter. So we still have a few of them open up, as the Corki is going to be the last one coming in from Riddle to take that away from Temp. But Temp still has the Ahri. We did a pre-show to talk about his Ahri, about the Ezreal, about even the Jace on the top side. It seems like those most favorable champions for X7 are still available.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the thing about the Ahri from yesterday is, I mean, Nymira is probably watching right now. Yeah, a pretty abysmal Ahri build here. I was going to say one of the things with the Corki being banned is he opens you up for the Azir. Azir versus Corki, obviously a kind of a favored matchup nowadays. For me, very much, I don't see any Azirs being able to challenge Corki too much. And in terms of traditional answers to it, you more want to go for the Silas, Artillery Mage, stuff like this. So no surprise to see that kind of coming out. It obviously indicates a priority towards that mid lane matchup. You can see in response here, the Ahri is coming out. Stable laning phase, which for me is going to be one of the central concepts in this game, is Tempt versus Vladdy.
And with the mid lane is now locked, I would start to look at the junglers, right? We haven't really seen anyone banned, and I mentioned that the Volibear, the strongest early game facilitator there is. If Viking manages to snatch this away from Stefan, it's not just a huge denial, but it's a huge opportunity for yourself to really set the pace of the early game.
And now there's a big question to be asked in terms of do you take some of the other junglers, or because the problem is in terms of if you want to go towards that facilitator style, you run the risk of obviously in the second ban phase some of those bits getting pinched somewhat. You could go for the Gnar here, which is quite stable here. It means that you open up a potential counter pick. I feel like Stefan probably has something in his back pocket to pull out here, a pocket pick, for example, but he does run the risk, as previously mentioned, of that very facilitator style, your Jarvans, champions like this, your Trundles potentially getting taken away from him.
May I remind you all that the last time Attila saw someone play the Ezreal, he brought in the Tristana with some sort of slow.
That's locked.
That is a menacing.
It's a Yone.
So Yone comes in. It could go for Timp. It could go for Shacy on the top side.
It has to. It's Ari.
Yeah. It has to, or something else. You never count out Attila as a crazy individual.
Really?
You never count him out, but obviously I think it's going to be for Chasey, that split push. So this is a head-on versus Jax Plank.
One matchup that I actually really want to dive into here that we've actually never thought of, and it would be difficult to think of anyway. Don't Ban Nida versus Neas. Neas and Don't Ban Nida worked together at Riddle previously. Neas was obviously the coach, and Don't Ban Nida at that time was his underling, his kind of assistant coach. They're both friends. That's kind of, and this is the development. Don't Ban Nida into the head coach position. Neas goes off to the shining lights. Hollywood, X7, the big players, world champions. Now it's student meets master in here, and this is the draft chessboard unfolding right now between these two teams. And I think both teams have somewhat got what they wanted so far. There's a theme very clearly being, the only curveball for me is the Yone so far, in terms of we don't know necessarily where it's going, but I feel like Riddle...
90% top.
90% top, yeah. I think it's good to set expectations there. I'm probably not going 80 carry.
I mean, depending if you ban out enough AD carries, you could potentially throw that down there if you really want to, but I think X7 have a clear plan here. They want to ban out the support pool, so I'm interested to see what they will be picking up, while it is Riddle having the clear plan of saying, we have gotten our AD carry, we want to trim Attila's pool as much as possible.
He thought about it. He was like, I did play the Tristana the previous time, but Kai'Sa has been popping up a little bit more lately with someone that can be aggressive as well. We still don't know what sort of support Kasing is going to bring, and even though I think they're saving that for the last one, so it needs to be a spicy one. And there you go. He played it before, and someone was saying that, but Tristana as well can just move away with the Arcane Shift. Not real, because if you can get the rocket jump with the slow, you can Arcane Shift, but you're slowed. You're going to take a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, for me, Tristana, just not even to kind of derailing slightly from your point, but in the sense that I feel like Tristana, you think of that traditional champion being very much that Uzi style of playing.
Yeah.
You have a way in, you have a way out, and I feel like that's going to enable Attila to show off more of these team fighting abilities, which we're so known for. I feel like it's not something he's necessarily been able to show off because the laning 2v2 hasn't been a shining thing for X7, but I feel like with the ability here, you're into the Ezra Rakan, they're obviously going for the support counter pick. It's going to give them the ability to get through the lane, and I really want to see Attila be able to do what he did yesterday in terms of just getting set up in that kind of defensive phalanx. You talk about team setups and how they play around the team fight. I remember RNG, for example, there was that famous graphic that an analyst brought up of like how they always operate in a certain phalanx. I hope I've named the right team there, but you're starting to see that more develop for X7 in terms of an identity. It's so good to see these things actually develop on stage. And the Trundle comes through as well. It's the facilitator champion we spoke about.
Last pick. What do you think?
Last pick, what do I think? Obviously, they're going to need a support, right? That's the main question. And Enchanters seem to be the obvious answer for Kasing, and he will be going for the Lulu in the end. So obviously, having the chance to buff up Attila even more when he jumps in seems like a good choice to me.
Okay. Wrapping it up, who do you think is going to take it and why?
To me, a lot more volatile draft from X7 today, and it's a risky game. We had the litmus test yesterday. We talked about this being the major chemical reaction in terms of seeing how whether it gels together. I feel like a lot has to go right. You've got a top side to play for. You've got an Attila Kasing that need to get through laning phase and play for these team fights. For me, just off of proof of concept, I'm investing very heavily in the Riddle draft here. I believe my boy Don't Ban Nida, good friend of mine, I think he's going to take this one.
Okay, what about you?
I'm going to be honest, I just have a good feeling about Riddle. I think they're going to win this.
Oh, yet again. So the last time you guys were wrong, but let's see if you guys are right on this one. It's going to be Riddle versus X7. Without further ado, I'm going to toss to Dim. Start the game, casters.
Look, we've had this explanation before. There is no button to start the game.
No. Just because you asked, we're going to leave it for a little bit. So how was your day?
Actually pretty good so far. I got to cast a pretty crazy game where Singularity broke a curse, 0-13, lost streak.
And now we get to cast our reigning champions, X7, on some newfound form. Still building, not towards their peak form yet.
Why is he?
Versus Riddle.
Just behind you.
Oh my god.
That's actually just button pressed.
Take us into the game.
There you go. That was a lie. There is no button for the casters. We're surrounded.
I was just not aware.
Like, if you've watched the Ring movies, probably a little bit.
Yeah, I have.
But basically, the esports equivalent is Arsenal just turning up in a studio behind you. Like,
he's got a guitar and a microphone and elsewhere.
boy. I did have that happen to him during an extended LEC pause where we did go to watch some live League of Legends and some fans. And
I did want to, at least, in the case of an incredibly large pause here, just have at least a printed cutout of an amplifier, so we can have that.
Of course.
Do it, just one up the LEC just a little bit.
And that's it. We see we can make that happen.
Token effort to get an amplifier. So, a lot of things to talk about in this.
Yes. So, where do you want to start?
Where do I want to start? So, I want to start with solo lanes, actually, because typically, Riddle had played around dominant side lane matchup before the Gnar. That's not necessarily going to be the case with Chasey. It's all
Kevo needs to be in so much trouble. Wants to be out of so much trouble. That was a slightly interesting choice of phrasing, but either way, not flash blown early, E-start early.
E-start early and having to reset, so you're going to lose any ability to auto-attack this wave. You are now losing bot lane. This is very important because this is something which I keep revisiting when Ahri is in the game, not just because they're the best champion in the game, and no, I will not be taking other questions at this time, but Ahri doesn't tend to lose right now in pro individual laning matchups. You do lose against roaming supports. If you have a bot lane with one of these three champions, Nautilus, Pyke, Rakan, or any archetypes like that, Ahri can end up getting ganked when she's pushing in and losing her flash early, losing her ability to play aggressively, and that's really what loses you the game. Sometimes it can happen with jungle matchup too, but more typically, it is about those roaming supports. Now that Ezreal is now behind, you're going to lose wave pressure. The Ezreal Rakan, who is there to be safe, be stable, and allow the Rakan to just roam out, is going to have less ability to do that. So already, X7 with a simple level 1, getting a tangible lead over Riddle.
And with this comp as well, you've got so many champions that either go forward or facilitate going forwards. Towers are not really an objective safety for this game for Riddle. And of course, they've got some range and some ways to disengage in their comps between, like the extended, the shuffle from Azir, the extended ranges of Ezreal, etc. But they're going to have to use them well and make sure they are keeping their distance as well, because X7 sure as hell have the tools to get on top of them.
They do. And looking particularly at Yone and Volibear to be the setup champions this game. By the way, of course, another thing which I tend to chat about a lot, normally after games have happened, because you don't always have the time at the moment, is Ahri builds.
Indeed. What would you prefer this game?
Last game, Temp played a little bit too facilitating for me. Felt like he went towards anti-heal when he didn't need to. In this game, because you have a Yone who's typically going to be the first person into the fight, or a Volibear that's going onto various targets, and you're against champions like Ezreal, Rakan, Azir, that can get popped in one go. I think this probably should be cooldown boots, because that's just useful in general, because you do want more ults and flashes. They're all very, very useful to you. But then I think it should be Illudence. I think you can go to a big bursty combo this game.
Particularly AP pretty much as well.
Particularly when you Viking and Tempt were playing heavily around mid-jungle. In the last game they played the Vi and the Ahri this time with the Volibear. It's still a good setup. You're pitting someone in place for Ahri to knock down that target. I think that Tempt is in a really good spot to do a lot of damage. And of course, Tempt is a very good aggressive Ahri player. I think actually in terms of the mechanics which he has, his mindset when he is going forwards on the champion is very, very good. I just want to see him have a little bit more bang for his buck. Well, in this case, bang for his fox, I suppose. Not a buck. It's not that season yet. Actually, when is deer hunting season?
I don't know, because I've never been I'm into deer hunting.
Yeah, this one.
Nor have I ever really put too much thought into it, aside from like memes around like wabbit hunting. Wabbit season, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see whether it is fox hunting season or not. You know what? Actually, I don't really want to talk about that either, actually, because
Chasey's been playing this lane incredibly aggressively, and honestly, especially off that level 1 where he used the Mortal Will very aggressively, and of course he's running lethal tempo here for that early aggro power. Doing pretty well, honestly, to continue shoving pretty much every lane right now for X7.
Yes, and now this allows Viking good ability to be battle ward, push up, get vision, but Riddle have got topside vision right now, so it's not going to be like Viking is getting into lanes unannounced. However, you are absolutely right talking about Chasey. Chasey playing the Jace the last game onto the Yone now. This is something which in Europe we've typically seen in terms of the LEC from Broken Blade, from G2. Not many other people across the world tend to play it, but if you get resources early, a little bit of attention to help you crash in the first wave, take over things, you can be such an annoying champion to deal with, particularly against something like a Gnar. You go mini Gnar, and there is actual one-shot threat pressure into the 1-2 item mark, which is obviously something to be very aware of. And Jax playing typically has wanted to be on the other side of that, where he's had the dominant matchup and playing through that. This time, of course, he's holding his own okay. Down in CS, not really something which he wants to be. Will be really a case in the side lanes of how much he can do against this Yone, at least holding lanes in his tower.
Yeah, and obviously X7 taking the opportunity with the lane pressure to go for this early dragon, which definitely going to go their way. I don't think Stefan's going to want to fight his way into 3 members, so that's pretty swiftly taken.
We finally have the answer to Lenny Kravitz's song, Are You Gonna Go My Way? Yes.
Yes.
No, I have no further analysis on this point, but
I was
the most
expecting something more, but there we go. It's a great song, though.
It is. It's a very good one. And X7 now sitting to the tune of a 200 gold lead and a dragon to their favor. You can see Tempt taking a strong trade just before the cannon goes in. Oh, actually, okay, has picked up the Dark Seals first back as well. He, of course, did this the last time. Again, I'm a big fan of any time on the Ari you can do. Get that Dark Seal on the first back. You get one good fight, get a couple of stacks, and actually Magi is a very strong snowball item, particularly, again, when you are in the role of setting down that first kill and being an actual carry threat.
As we've seen, no real gank attempts as yet so far, and I feel for Riddle, they're kind of wanting to get to maybe an item, some levels before they really want to really go for huge plays, a bit more stability for their name, but I was going to ask where X7 wanted to go, but I think it's becoming fairly obvious.
Tempt has the ult, use those corrupting charges to get some mana.
Flash stun, there's still a Fate Sealed available, and Stefan's got nowhere to go. First blood goes to the Ari, Dark Seal stacks acquired.
That's 2 stacks right off the bat. Again, you find yourself a good fight after that point, and you know what? X7 have drafted dominant top sides before and failed to get those fights. They have got it in this game, and it's versus Riddle, a team notorious, incredibly strong around playing around topside. Riddle, a firmly second place team, falling down a little bit in the early game in an area which they're normally so strong in.
And I have to remind people that what happened to Riddle in their loss against XL was Dan and Cries made Jax Blank's life an absolute hell. He was dived and attacked under that tower so many times. And it feels like X7 may be trying to take a leaf out of that book and put some pressure early towards that top lane.
And they themselves didn't actually have to blow that much. Of course, Tempt still has Flash. The ults are now gone down, of course, but when you have control over mid lane, and of course the bot lane not really going to be an impact on things, you're normally pretty okay with that. Jax Blank taking some hard trades. Chasey using that E to get so much work done.
Another knockup with the Q. Feels like Jax Blank maybe not as comfortable into this matchup as he would like. Of course, it's not the most common top lane matchup, as you've said, and maybe that's hurting a little bit here. Of course, game about 1,000 or so gold in the favor of X7. We're using this pressure early on. We've got ourselves a Herald that's spawning very soon as well, so I expect X7 maybe looking to set up for that shortly as well.
And you know what? I do want to return to this one more time, because we can see that Stefan finally trying to impact mid lane. Maybe a flash.
Does manage to get it. Tempt does not have the ult available, and I think he's just going to die here. There's nowhere really for him to go. Just tries to clean up a last minion, knowing he's got nowhere out.
Tempt flubs the flash, goes straight into the Emperor's Divide. Actually, maybe you could have flashed to the right, just out of where Vladdy was going to it. Flashes, gets caught anyway, and of course, this is the danger when you are pushed up very, very far. Didn't quite track Stefan on that one, and an uncharacteristic individual mistake from Tempt leaves him in a bit of a bind.
No flash, no ult! That's going to be a very dead Trundle who has gone far too deep to try and secure that Herald.
There you go, Riddle find one slight opening, and it's a big one. Of course, finding that window of time when Tempt's ult was still down, but it's not like the Yone and the Volibear don't have their own devices to make a mess of things after Stefan goes a little too far. Don Jake was talking about Stefan being the best pathing jungler in the NLC. Of course, finding a way into that mid lane, very importantly so, but falls down just as soon as he gets that advantage.
Jax Blank about to hit Mega, but gets chunked out by Chasey, who is honestly performing very well on this Yone, looking very, very comfortable on the pick, especially considering he'd been relegated towards some more weak side options, really, over the last few weeks, aside from, of course, the Jace we saw more recently. Maybe actually, with Jax Blank missing that ult, he could be in danger here. Needs to be very afraid with the Soul and Bound coming through. So much damage going to start coming through.
Flash
for it. Got to get it. Get straight back out. Solo kill. The LCK Challenger top laner comes in and shows Jax Blank exactly how it's done.
Oh, and it is just an early lane domination, building up those small advantages and finding ways onto the board. Jax Blank not going to be in the ascendancy, not going to find himself in a dominant matchup, playing from behind, only the first death with that CS advantage, continuing to go up, and X7 just brawling through the lanes, coming in with so much momentum. That level 1 stopping Nash from bailing out either of those solo lanes, and they are bleeding out across the map.
And they've still got a Herald to work with, and they've already got themselves about a 2,000 gold lead, and that is a very scary prospect. Yes, Riddle do scale well. They've got some champions that will be wonderful at 2-3 items, but they've got to get there in something resembling One Piece, and their wheels are already looking like they're about to come off in this early game.
Well, would that be the manga or the anime version of One Piece? Or how many episodes we're into this? As
maybe it's the abridged version.
I am not quoting that.
Something about pancreas is coming out of tear ducts. And a YouTube search for the rest of people.
This is a rabbit hole. It's going to be a very dangerous situation, that one. But X7 really looking to become the real product, not just a parody. This is going to be the
so well buffered through the wallop. Jaxplank now in danger because he's got the Mega Gnar about to run out, trying to win this one. He's got so little to work with. Spun into the wall. It's going to be the solo kill in turn. That was inches away, but Jaxplank flexes his own muscles this time around.
Thinks he's got it with the lethal tempo, but Jaxplank down in the lane, down in CS in kills, still not out of this one. Temp now committing to the fight around
This
Dragon.
comes through, but it's a wild growth that means he's going to take a lot of damage back. The Dragon is secured, though, by Riddle and X7 with one final charge of the Spirit Rush on Tempt. Maybe looking to see whether some more to go through. Look for the flash, look for the charm. What can this happen? Stormbringer's going to force Kevo to flash, and he's got nowhere to go. I apologize, just the arcane shift. Had no chance for the flash. Rocket jump resets. Vladdy flash. Emperor's Device trying to escape from dodge in mid lane. Big chunk of damage comes through from the Sky Splitter, and he is forced out as well.
So, X7 finding themselves a loss on that top side through some sterling individual play from Jaxplank, but on the bottom side of the map, the cross map not nearly losing as healthy for Riddle. Lose themselves that fight around the Dragon, losing themselves a lot of plates on mid. Gold spread across 4 members. It's not going to be spiky in terms of who's got that gold. It's spread across evenly. X7 still getting those advantages, though.
Well, problem with Sterling is it's silver, and silver is second best when it comes to the straight in the end, because it's still going to be X7 trying to force in at the end of this Dragon to try and get some more stuff.
Do you know what? We talk a lot about Attila nowadays, and of course, Artrum are having a lot of personal rapport with the player, and of course, a player with so much history across the ERL scene and the LEC scene too. On this Tristana, he does look like a different kind of beast. Gone for the Kraken Slayer, lots of early damage available to him. Attila is a very good aggressive AD carry player. We know him for the Draven, for that Tristana, and the Tristana games we're seeing out of this player have been aggressive in a way which very few players manage in the NLC scene.
Chasey, a little bit humbled after that very close 1v1 on the top side. Still not giving up his aggressive ways, with the Mega Gnar about to run out. Maybe needs to be a touch more afraid, just Jaxplank, but with the steel caps in inventory, is dealing with those auto attacks a little better than he once was.
Of course, Chasey built up that Vamp Scepter to get some sustain in the laning phase. Obviously very important for him. Allows him to take those incremental trades, heal up in the minion wave, come back with a little more HP than your opponent would really like you to have. So we are looking at significant advantage for X7, playing once again around this mid lane, playing around the Volibear. Viking being the tip of the spear. Of course, new player into that roster. We were wondering what impact they would have, and so far it has been, at least in this game, an important impact. See how much more he can do to keep X7 ahead of the curve.
30 seconds or so until plates fall, and that mid lane turret is about half a plate away from falling. Want to see X7 pretty happy with their crockery collection at the end of it all right now. 2 in top, 1 in bot, and a lot of damage going through into this red side jungle. Trying to turn it around now with Nash. Viking taking a lot of damage now, needs to be a little afraid himself. Has not got a Stormbringer, trying to run away best he can, but I think he's just going to die. Does so. And X7 over-index, trying to get this play in the bot. It's a 4v3, but Attila gets one back. But can he get any more with the soldiers set up? I just don't think they've got the damage to walk through here. Kasing, so very low, and Vladi helping forwards. Buster shot away, will disengage.
So Kevo's not done. Tends to leave it there. Has a flash. Just how aggressive does he want to go? Leaves it at that. X7 overestimating their damage a little bit. Viking and Tempt, they're good at shutting down the first target, but it doesn't always transmit into that second one. Attila securing that crump to the benefit of a lot of HP too, and Attila has slowly, actually not even slowly, very quickly becoming the main focal point of X7 at this point. A lot of the time when you have early game priority champions like Volibear and the Ahri, things start through them, but a lot of the time they hand over in a relay, a baton pass to another big carry, and Attila building up damage. See how much more he can do. Kevo, though.
How many times have we seen this happen, though? Attila not respecting people still being in the bush. Gonna try and go for the Q! And Kevo gets it with the Mystic shot. Attila's Achilles heel is always found in the bot side bush.
Oh, Kevo finding a way forward. Has the Muramana upgraded early. Started with the tier in the laning phase. It's been a while since we've seen the Manamune first. It was something that used to happen a lot when Bang used to play the champion back in his heyday on SK Telecom. It's top lane where the next play is happening.
Stun's come through. There's still a Fate Seal to come through. And will the flash be needed? Does now use it. And he does get out of dodge because the Fate Seal doesn't use Kasing's in the bot side. But he's in a 1v2. Uses the Wild Growth to try and stay alive. And he's dead as well. And X7, a little bit sloppy in recent moments. The teleport coming through. He gets interrupted. Chasey gets knocked out from under the tower. I don't know what the hell was going on there. Fate Sealed away. Maybe trying to punish on the bot side. And he gets out of dodge. But that will defend or prevent the defense of the bot side tower.
So many odd, frenetic cross-map plays happening. Riddle
was a death? Kevo died.
Yeah, Kevo ended up taking an extra turret shot and ended up falling on the bot side of the map. It only went over to Kasing. It's still a wave lost to turret. It's still a winning play for Riddle, but with Kevo not able to capitalize on anything more on that bot side, things got a little bit awkward. So both members of the X7 bot lane caught out by Kevo and crew, and this is exactly what happened. Polymorph, meaning that
Oops.
Can't get further out. Tries to at least get an extra parting shot on the tower with his dying breath. 3 and 2 though, up to 2 and 2 items and a little bit of spare change on top of that. This Ezreal is online. Talking about Attila being a threat. Have to watch how much work Kevo can do as well. We've seen a lot of players pulling out some big performances. Attila, first and foremost amongst them. Mishiku, of course, on Eminem, showing us how to deal out that late game damage. And with Riddle still being behind, significant amount of gold, Kevo will need to show what he can do against our reigning champions of X7, even though they have done some revamping, fallen some harder times. Will, of course, get themselves a Herald to help them in that regard.
Well, Riddle have managed to fight their way back in terms of some of these more recent neutral objectives and, of course, a couple kills. Still are down those 2 turrets, which have kind of come in recompense for them making the aggressive plays of their own. Down that one in bot side, down that one in mid lane. The top lane turret a little bit worse for wear as well, as Vladdy's the one who's been sent up to try and defend that. Of course, not running the teleport, running the cleanse into a fair amount of single target CC is pretty understandable. But that is his job right now, to try and hold on to that turret for as long as he can, with Stefan, with the second Herald in inventory, maybe looking for find Riddle's first turret as well.
Okay, what are we expecting in the next couple of minutes? Riddle still don't have control over their lanes, which means that they are often playing with incomplete information. They've only got wards just on that river, but it is enough right now to secure this mid lane push. So Viking going to be spotted out. He's not able to make an aggressive play when Volleybet isn't making plays. It's against his champion identity. He's currently caught out, isolated here. Might have to force that ult out.
Maybe. A lot of damage coming through. Stefan's popped the subjugate, but they're not going to get too much more. Vladdy around the corner.
He's not been spotted either, as much as Riddle don't have vision. Neither do X7. Who's winning out on this one?
Viking went in, couldn't quite find it, but does now finally get the charm afterwards. Look at Chasey on the side, secures the kill onto Nash. And ult out they go. Jax is about to hit Mega Gnar, but gets polymorphed. Viking will still just about survive because Kasing gets knocked into the wall with a charm afterwards. Plus the flash as Chasey into the backside, doing what on earth they can. Temp gets one more, and Kevo and Vladdy must run away. Nowhere for the Ezreal to go. Attila picks that one. Stefan must run to boot, charmed and taken out. Succubus powers activating. There ain't no way out of this one. Vladdy will shifting sands away, and he is the one remaining member to survive as Nash respawns at base.
And both teams without full information, but it's X7 that have the tools to keep going forward. Resets happen in a quick enough clip to make sure that X7 can get onto that next target. The double combo of Chasey into Attila, layering their ults. I thought it would have been a little bit awkward, actually, with that Buster Shot, piloting a lot of people to safety, but just that extra amount of damage, Chasey managing to stay on top of them, was enough for X7. Another windfall of gold puts them 6,000 gold, almost 7,000. Actually, no, just we'll call it 6. Into the lead either way. Don't do maths on broadcast, by the way, folks. It's
says the physicist.
I'm saying it. I'm qualified to say so. Maths on broadcast can be a little bit difficult, but either way.
Is it maths or arithmetic?
At the end of the day, well, it's both. One is a subset of the other. Either way, the players in-game will start to feel this advantage now. Those items are going to become harder and harder to play these skill check fights where you are, again, pretty much on an even playing field. Both teams playing with similar amount of players, similar amount of materials, able to kind of impact these fights. We come back into lives.
Here we go. It's a 3v2, and Stefan with a subjugate running. Ain't subjugating anybody right now. It feels like Tempt with the ult gets that one. And now Jax gets over the wall, but is being explosively charged down. The stun will do some work, but he's got a rocket jump to try and get something more done. But Jax still gets out alive. A 1 for none in favor of X7.
None, and once again, X7 starting to skirmish well, starting to be on the same page. Go back a couple of weeks, and that's the kind of time where maybe they aren't in position at the right time. Maybe they don't have those teleports in the right place. Got to be tracking these fundamentals of League of Legends, which they are doing so well at currently. And what a glow up it has been for them. We know we can call it maybe a bit of a honeymoon phase, new player coming in, brush of fresh air to communications and a lot of other things, but it is still a much needed good look for X7 to try and climb their way back into relevance.
Made it until what would be sole point for X7, and Temp's hit 2 items, as has Chasey, alongside Attila, still a ways from that, unfortunately, are Jax, Blank, and Vladdy. It feels like Horizon Focus was the build choice for Temp this time around.
It is just a lot of cooldown reduction. See that Temp's really valuing just the ability to have the utility. Again, I'm the kind of player that likes damage, and I feel like in this game could have potentially been a bit more of assassination threat. He's been going for that anyway. Temp finding the right skill shots, but he's caught out now.
Walks straight into all the damage. It is shut down, but what about the rest of the fight? So much damage going straight through onto Nash, who will get knocked up and knocked down by Chasey, who punishes the death of his mid laner. On the other side, Attila murders some more. Stefan's dead as well, and Jax Black now must run away and try and get to the hill to release his tower. Flashes outside of the Fate Seal, but is still sealed all the same. Marked on his grave, killed by Chasey.
Chasey 5-1-7, not giving up the hunt. Gets a triple kill out of that fight. It is after that 20-minute mark. Baron's on the table. They lose a member for the attempt, but with all of this going down, X7 find back-to-back skirmishes in situations where Riddle normally would outplay, normally would find a way back into the fight. They have found their mechanical match in this game. It's been a long time coming for X7. If they do take this win, and you know what, it's becoming increasingly more likely with that amount of gold, with an Infernal Soul point to their favor too, they will have beaten our top 2 teams, XL and Riddle. Now remember, Riddle, the only other loss that they had outside of their awkward kind of roster shenanigans at the start of the split was to XL again. That would be such a big victory for X7 to show that they can be a top table team.
Now we've got to start asking those questions again about how far can this shift to Viking take them, and how good is X7 right now? And we're going to see this play one more time.
I'll give you a bit of a sneak peek. Doesn't matter what Ari builds in that situation, you're dying either way.
Yep.
Maybe with a quick and a finger on a stopwatch would have been something, but going into that brush, Nash managing to really punish someone. And again, you can see that Riddle, they have the presence of mind to pick off some people around the edges, but these are still not the kind of fights you can play around. I think Riddle, they're so used to being able to just outplay in a 5v5 or around the edge of a 5v5 that they kind of gotten used to it. This is the kind of game where you can't really afford to do that. The vision trap, trying to play around some vision, that's a good idea, but they didn't have enough vision to capitalize and get away with either just the one kill or commit and capitalize on it into a full fight win.
All eyes, I feel, on Chasey as well at this point. Highest level in the game, and has honestly had an utterly phenomenal game on this Yone. Considering he's into Jax Blank, this man who we've praised largely as the best performing top laner in the whole damn league. He comes in, picks the Yone, and has been frankly styling on the kids. Unbound, one might say. And Viking goes in with the Stormbringer. Charmed up and might go down. He might have gone too deep. We've seen Volley Bears go too deep, but this time, until he gets the kill, you can't stop the dive. Fate sealed over the Emperor's Divide. There isn't far enough you can run as Attila picks up a second. The Hun breaches the Great Wall of Shurima, and they'll get into the base as well.
X7 finding fight after fight, and once again, Riddle not really in a position to fight away from that. The Sky Splitter takes another for them. X7, welcome to the big leagues once again. You have been sorely missed. X7 looking to close out the game.
They've been taking it easy for a few weeks, it seems, but something has awoken the beast. X7 right now looking to end, but Attila dies, and maybe Riddle aren't quite done with this game yet. Down to the Nexus, so they must find a way to hold, must find a way to try and stop it, but I just don't think they've got enough. Not with the Baron, not with Chasey continuing to dive and try and find even more damage. X7 take down Riddle, and they prove themselves a worthy contender for the throne once more.
Oh, and you know what? There was always that sneaking suspicion that something could happen to this roster. Those heady heights of Spring gave us lofty aspirations. We held them to high standards, which they frankly hadn't met this split. Now, one change is not always a miracle cure, and there's every chance that they run into a bottleneck later on in their development. But for now, at the turning point, the turn of the tide, this is exactly what X7 needed to solidify themselves into playoffs and start getting towards that postseason with a strong amount of momentum.
Well, it might be a honeymoon phase with Viking coming in, but what a honeymoon phase it has been. The vacation seems to be doing this team just fine, I think. We'll throw it to the desk and they'll take it from here.
Thank you so much. And that was a straight-up victory from X7 versus Riddle, the top 2 team. Are you guys okay? I'm okay. Let's introduce the squad. What is happening? I don't know. But
You know, there's some internal machinations going on here. We're quite Machiavellian in our approach. Obviously, we're here to represent the Coolborg Talent Agency, and we've got our own kind of agendas.
well, the agenda for Viking was to just set up a good top lane versus Jaxplank, and I think he did it.
100%. I mean, yesterday we talked about the snow patrol, chasing cars. Today he was Adele, chasing pavements. He was able to grind the enemy into the pavements, and this was the chasey show. And you want to talk about some of the side characters in that show. Obviously, Attila, Kasing, the boys, the lads having that facilitating for him, but him having those engages, that's a Yone to remember.
That's the early game that we were expecting from X7 with this sort of comfortability, I would say. Riddle still got some windows in. It was not like Riddle just fell on the ground and rolled over. They still answered to X7.
To me in particular, it was the early game. It was these laning 1v1 fights where they really showed their mechanical skill. We had one in the top lane for Jackson where he had a nice solo kill on Chasey. Then in the bot lane, Kebo simply outplayed Attila. And there was these moments that gave us hope that, yeah, you know, this Riddle playing well in the laning phase. They're getting towards the mid game. Then they'll win the team fights as well, right? But that's why Chasey had other ideas and he just absolutely demolished them with a beautiful Fate Shield.
I don't know if we have those replays because I would like to see that play yet again, the Nar versus the Yoni. That was a beautiful one. But regardless of that, let's look into team fights and understand how they could pilot this one.
Yeah, so, I mean, these team fights, right? The first one, it was really Chasey able to find a 3-man ult, but at this point, they were so far ahead that they could really just jump forward. We see Attila here jumping forward with the W on the Tristana, and when you're comfortable enough to do that on the Tristana, that means you're far enough ahead. And now we see it again, Jax playing forced to flash away. And the thing is, in these fights, where they at first get 1, maybe 2 kills, they just continue moving forward, and they end up getting everyone on the map instead of maybe just getting the 2 kills that they originally probably should have only gotten.
So it seems like they're comfortable with this sort of play style for X7. What is the ceiling for this team right now?
I mean, we spoke about today being that litmus test, that week, this kind of, it was a real test. And they've come up absolutely blue in terms of the chemical reaction. They come up green, they come up with a victory. And this has to be an X7 team that needs to be kind of feared going into playoffs, I feel like. You take out Riddle, you take out that definitive top 2 team that kind of seems as if there's a gulf now. There's obviously some real ramifications, obviously with Dusty later, we spoke about that now, can kind of pick up into that second spot. Mm-hmm. But X7, you beat second, you are second, kind of. You know, we follow that logic. And this was, for me, a foretelling kind of, a foretelling of what could potentially be a playoffs matchup.
Now, going into the interviews, we did have a few rough patches and rough conversations, but now on a more spirit-lifting conversation with Kasing. Welcome back to the show. Ah, that is a nice smile. That is a nice smile. Welcome back to the W's, my man. It seems like, wait. Before we talk, okay, Kasing? I don't know if you know, but I have your neighbor with me on my left, so might as well toss it to him.
Yes, Kasing. Wagwan, my brethren. What are you telling me, my guy?
I can't believe we're even having this conversation on an NLC
North London
podcast,
represent.
you know?
The Massive has arrived in Berlin. What are you telling me, my geezer?
Oh, my days. Bro, this game, dude. My God. We actually won.
Obviously. Listen, I feel like you, man, you were the Sultans of Swing recently, obviously in dire straits. Nowadays, you're obviously better in fortune. The team's had a bit of a change. You're coming through. I'm seeing a different style from you. This unrelenting. You're in the op block jungle, trying to equalize no rumble. And I really feel like that's what I love to see from you, Mr. Raymond.
I appreciate it, man. You know, these last few weeks have been kind of rough, innit? Like,
love that from you.
Proper peak, I would say, in some cases. But, you know, with Viking, it just feels like we have like a flow in terms of like what we're doing, you know, everyone being on the same page. I feel like he does a great job at facilitating the Koreans, which is kind of what we were lacking before. Mm-hmm. And yeah, now it just feels like we just gotta get more together and play more.
And this is really important now to take over. The idea that Bifrost lost versus Singularity, which makes their schedule really complicated, and you winning versus Riddle puts you almost in playoffs. Are you feeling a little bit better now? Is it like a heavy lift has been weighted above your heads? How are you feeling, Kasing?
I mean, of course it feels nice to win, but it's just the way that we were winning before. It didn't feel like we were particularly proactive about winning, right? It was just us playing better individually. But the games that we lost, obviously, when we had no real plan, no real like idea of what we're actually doing together with this comp, that's kind of the ones that really not triggered me, but made me annoyed that or frustrated rather. But now it just feels like it should have been like this all along. But yeah, now we finally found our footing. Hopefully, we start winning again, and we can win NLC.
With this new footing, obviously, how is the mentality of the team? Because obviously it was really heavy, and we know you have a lot of carries, and it wasn't working out for the team. But with this new approach to the meta, how is the mentality for the team?
I mean, to be honest, I love it personally because, you know, I love my range supports. Don't get me wrong, I do like Leona and Nautilus and blah, 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 right? But playing Lulu, playing Yumi, letting my my carries, letting them do what they want, that's my favorite, you know, that's my favorite part of the game. But yeah, it's pretty good now. Before, obviously, as you know, when we were losing, it was more like we were kind of not sure how we would perform because our scrims obviously weren't that great.
Okay, so
the way we were playing.
Is it easier now to deal with Attila?
I mean, you saw his 2 solo deaths, the one that he had to jump in on the Azir. He just had to like go in. It's like, you know what, Attila, you're having your fun, I'm happy. You know, if he's happy, I'm happy.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. So obviously, now the sky is the limit. You guys are looking to win NLC. And you did got a victory versus JDXL of all teams. So do you believe we're going to see that matchup yet again at the finals of the split?
Potentially. It would be nice to, I guess, play against them in a best of 5. It's best of 5, right? I think, not best of 3. Yeah, it would be nice to play best of 5 because personally, that's like the best part of League. I feel like it's like a gamble, right, on the day, whichever team plays better. For me, it's just like, you know what, fuck it, let's just win or lose. I don't give a fuck as long as we play well. Oh wait, maybe I can't say that. I'm sorry.
I mean, you said 2 times. Don't worry, man. What about your last question?
I just wanted to say...
It's happiness, Kasing. It's happiness.
Sorry, I'm so happy that I won today.
Kasing, I've got a personal bet with you. If you can win NLC now, I owe you 6 wings and chips from Morley's.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah, no, I'm willing to.
Not the £1 free wings.
NLC stacks came in, baby. I'm
All
willing
right,
to supply
all right.
that
You know
for
what? You know what? That's a deal.
What if it's the opposite? Does he pays you?
Oh, he has to buy me 12 wings and chips.
You agree, Kasing?
12 wings. Oh my days. Okay, you know what? I can do it. Let's do it.
Let's go. We got another one on the.
That's a massive deal.
That's great.
Thank you so much for this interview, Kasing. It's lovely to see you like that. I mean, we had a conversation, so I'm really glad you're like that. And best of luck. Have a nice one.
My God.
Okay, guys.
Link up pending.
Hey,
sure, bro.
Let's see what happens. Let's see if you get those wings.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm interested. Are they that good?
Listen, you want to talk about Morley's in East London? That's a household name, like how Faker is a household name for the mid lane. There is the House of Morley's, and that is the place where illustrious chicken will be consumed. And we saw a chicken get consumed that game because Azir obviously wasn't able to come to fruition. That's the link back
now. I'm hungry. Okay, what is your take? Because this was a long interview. Join us, Duckling.
I've completely been thrown out of the loop. Like all of my constructive thoughts just got removed from my head with this chicken, right? Yeah, I don't really know what to say. I'm at a loss for words, really, with what I'm witnessing with the guy behind me.
It's important to also point out the idea that Riddle losing this one, the race for the second place is open for Dusty and for other teams. So the next game is going to be Dusty versus Vanir. How Riddle can look into this one?
I think Riddle, they have had some tough losses against some great teams now. They lost to JDXL pretty handily. This game closed out in, 25 minutes against X7. So these are now, X7 looking very good at the moment. 2 good teams that have taken down Riddle. So I guess that kind of puts them back into the place where we more so predicted them. And I think this informed Dusty that are looking very good at the moment, especially in those team fights. I think they can definitely get that second place, or at least tie it up here and then look to, in the later weeks, get that second place.
What about you?
Yeah, I feel like the NLC is like Ellie Goulding right now because anything can happen. Listen, we might even see XL drop a game to someone random. Who knows? Right now, you know, it's all up in the air. Singularity won. Riddle got stomped.
You just want chaos, don't you?
I'm an arbiter and a harbinger in many ways of chaos, yeah. I attract it like a moth to a flame.
It's so interesting to have Don Jake, I would say, by the way. I would like to hear your thoughts as well from you guys at home. So head on to Twitter with the hashtag NLC at home and spam us. What do you think is going to happen with this new
spirit lifting of X7, Riddle losing versus Dim as well, and JDXL if they're going to lose one until the end of the split or not. But looking into this matchup, I do believe we have one interview from Riddle, and this is going to be an interesting one because it's going to be with Tom Kick yet again after this defeat versus X7. This is a tough one to begin with, by the way, Tom Kick. Let's talk about what did you feel when you were looking into this game is the big difference for X7 from the previous one?
I think the big difference from X7 before and now is probably how they facilitate their solo laners. Today we had kind of an off day. We were not really playing the fights how we should be doing, but they also were playing a really well-played game today, so credits to them.
Okay, and the idea that you know those lanes are going to be facilitated a little bit easier with Viking on the jungle, how can you approach this into your team? How can you set them up for this game?
Yeah, so one of our plans, like as we saw, we had a Trundle, something that can respond pretty early. Like we know after level 6 at least, this is a lot stronger, can stop the Volibear engages pretty easily with the Trundler. But sadly, we fell a little bit behind too quickly. And some of the fights were too eager to fight, even though we were happy with getting some objectives. And then it kind of snowballed after that.
So let's talk about one of the lanes that you usually prioritize in terms of champions, which is Jax playing. He was playing the Gnar. Were you expecting the Yone to go top instantly? And you were like, okay, let's bring the Gnar. We're fine with that. What was that?
Yeah, we were expecting the Yone, so we thought we would be comfortable in the matchup. We knew he had been practicing a lot recently, so it wasn't really a surprise. But he played it really well, but also Jax playing, he got the solo ball once. So
yeah,
we're pretty happy about that one. But sadly, it wasn't enough in the big picture.
So in the big picture, what was wrong for you? What do you believe happened that tipped the scales in favor of X7?
I think like there's two things. One thing is like we had a really good Drake, we had good control, but after we even got the Drake, we kept on chasing with the composition that we want to poke, we want to keep the range. So we kind of like, we got the finger, but we wanted the whole hand and it got a little bit too much. And some other fights, like we wanted the fight and the guys weren't really on the same page. So they were just like, okay, do we want to take this fight? Do we want to not take it? So it wasn't really straightforward. We do this or we do that.
So the big question now for Riddle is second place is open for grabs from Dusty as well. Are you nervous that you may lose out on the second place, which is so good for the playoffs, but also you can get the third one and allow you to decide what team you want to play. So which do you favor?
Of course, we favor meeting XL. We have a pretty good track record there, right? But we're not really scared of losing the spot. We're meeting Astralis and Dusty, of course, in the next 2 weeks, and I think we're still a lot better. Like we had not the best day today, but of course it's really nice to lose because then it's more to improve on. So on X7's part, it's not the worst to lose to them. So with this preparation, hopefully it'll be easier against Dusty, you know.
I really like talking with you. There's always a positive, regardless of what I bring you. You're always bringing the positive. It's really nice to talk with you, Tom Kick. So best of luck, and well, let's see the second place. Who's going to take it? Have a nice one.
Thank you, man. See ya.
See ya. He's really smart. He doesn't get the bait. He doesn't get the bait, obviously. But this is complicated now. It's interesting to look into the schedule for every single team. On one side, it is Riddle facing Dusty for that second spot. Then you have X7 versus Vanir moving on. You have Bifrost as well versus Vanir. Every single match now counts for the standings, and this is so interesting to look into. Final takes for this game. Do you guys have?
Of this game that's just come or the game that are coming?
No, this one.
I feel like statement piece. It has to be, you have to call it a statement piece from X7. They're here to play, they're here to make their way up the top of the standings, they're here to make these last game count. It's not just about that, it's about their form going into playoffs. You talked about this being a precursor to that playoff format. I feel like they're in a position now where if they ramp up, a lot of teams are going to be scared of them.
Yeah, it's no longer the question of will X7 make playoff, it is how they will finish in playoff. Will they go for the 5th? Will they end up in 6th? Will they get some good wins against some of the stronger teams and maybe even climb up to the 3rd? Potentially 2nd if Riddle end up losing to some of these bigger teams. As they said, they do still have Astralis and Dusty waiting, so if Astralis and Dusty beat Riddle, all of a sudden the door is open for maybe even X7. If they go 4-0 in the next couple of weeks, they could definitely improve up the standings.
Leaving the standings as they are, by the way. Don't move. The next game is going to be Vanir versus Dusty. So Dusty could take this opportunity to skyrocket themselves into the second position to tie it up. Vanir could take this opportunity to close the gap between themselves and playoffs run. This to me is so interesting. You want to talk about this matchup? You want to?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you because we're going to meet the fan on the streets for Vanir at this point before we talk about it. And I'll let you talk a little bit further down the line. Take a look.
Hello, I'm Mama Eriksson. This is Papa Eriksson. And this is Grandma Eriksson. 10 years ago, Papa Eriksson helped build Eriksson's first computer. And since then, we have followed his career and supported his true dedication to League. Gaming can be tough, but when Eriksson wins, nothing is sweeter. Love and support is key to success. That's why Vanir will win and beat Dusty tonight.
Oh my
That
God.
has got to be one of the best content pieces I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, that's the sweetest thing ever.
That broke my heart. Like having that support and
Oh. That is so nice.
I can't. I can't. Oh boy, that
My shallow, insufferable, insolent, dark black abyss of a heart is suddenly beating vibrantly after that. That was just. That's so nice. I feel like it's a thing that happens in gaming, right? In terms of having that support from your parents, it's such a nice thing to hear of a set of parents that just understand how that support. It's you know, not to trauma dump, but that's a wholesome video.
It's really wholesome.
That's really wholesome.
I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this.
I know his mom is on Twitter as well. I think she follows me, and I see quite a few tweets from her, you know, supporting Eriksson, and I find it so beautiful. And I think for Eriksson as well, there's a big redemption split for him. We all remember NLC Division 2 and Verden didn't work out. They ended up getting relegated. So for him, if they end up winning these games and making it to that playoffs, it will be a huge redemption for him, because we've seen him have success before here in the NLC and Nordevent in 2021 and 2020. So, you know, he want to bring back to those days, and with the support from his family, I don't think anything can stop him.
And with that video, I'm behind him. Let's do it. Come on, Eriksson. I'm with the Eriksson family.
You know when you see Gwen is immune, Ash is not immune to this. Ash got hit heavily about this. I'll just
that was a consoling moment, not a fist.
Let's talk about Vanir versus Dusty right now, because this could be a great opportunity for Vanir to skyrocket on the standings, to try and meet up with the Bifrost at this moment after the defeat versus Singularity. What can they do effectively to beat Dusty? Because Dusty is not an easy team.
Yeah, I think Dusty looking much more like a cohesive unit nowadays, really reaching the kind of that skill ceiling that we talked about. Now it's time, can Vanir peer past the facade? Can they kind of get past the illusion that's in front of them? They're very much, it's confusing, right? You're so close, you're so far, you've got to take every game as it comes, obviously. You can't get ahead of yourself. Now you're up against a Dusty team that have at times looked inconsistent, have at times not looked like they have the cohesive unit that we keep talking about. Now more of an individual identity, and Vanir have to make sure they are biting the bullet and taking their chances on every single rotation.
For me, I think it's very important to highlight how much this game matters for both teams. You've mentioned Dusty, they can maybe tie up the second place here, but for Vanir, they've been given a second hand. They had it going up against X7, they then lost that. Then they had to count on other teams. Singularity have helped Vanir out big time here, beating Bifrost. So this is a game where both teams want to give 110%. And I'm very excited to see how it goes.
Enough with teams. What about lines? What to you is the line they need to work around specifically to make this work for both teams?
For me, God, I feel like it would be remiss. I feel like you have to look at Eriksson now after that, right? Like,
and you do.
Yeah, you do.
I'll attack you. No, I'm kidding.
For me, Backlund versus Eriksson going to be a really interesting matchup for me as well. Merbs versus Denvox.
Yes, that is what I wanted.
I feel like Div 2 superstar coming to the league, kind of had a very consistent performer. To me, actually, stylistically, in some ways, somewhat similar to Denvox, and I think it would be maybe fair to say. I'd like to get your take on that as well.
I agree to a certain extent. I think they can both play to that same late game hyper carry. Let's play around me and I'll be the strongest. But
continue.
At the same time, Denvox is a bit more of a creative mastermind. We talked about it last time when I was here as well. He has the different picks and he whips those out. We talked about the Yasuo potentially being seen. He's played Lee Sin before in the bot lane. He's willing to play the mages. where Merbs in that sense is a bit more one-dimensional and has, specialized in the late game hyper carry, then Voxner has said, yes, I can do late game hyper carry, but I'm also willing to experiment, play a lot of different champions.
We're about to jump into the Champion Select. What can we expect from surprises from both teams, Vanir and Dusty? Backline has been popping off on multiple champions and different champions as well. And can we expect something interesting? Nah. Look into me. Look into me like I'm talking. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Thank you so much. So Backline has been popping as well. One of the members of this team that actually survived the changes of the roster. They were supposed to make those changes, by the way, for those of you who are not aware. Backlund just got back in as one of the last members. It was not building the roster about him. It was just him coming back to finish up the roster.
There's a new MC in town.
Oh no, we gave him more power. Hey, without you going further down the rabbit hole, let's jump into the Champion Select for Dusty versus Vanir. A lot of stakes for both teams. Let's see if Vanir can rise up to the occasion or if Dusty can look for the second seed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just on the onset of the draft, Vanir being on blue obviously means they're going to be going for those heavy priorities and get more of a chance to see what they do so heavily prioritize in terms of their play towards that playoff spot. And in response, obviously, you can see R1, R2 from Dusty. I feel like it gives them the chance to...
As an MC, you have to get closer, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm getting a bit closer.
Like that.
Yeah. I'm on the mic. I feel like
Nautilus and Yumi being taken away on this first part of the Champion Select. So a lot of attention towards the bot side, Zaremba and Stand. But there you go. Backlands Yasuo being removed. Really key, important part of this. He's a playmaker. They have to be afraid of him.
More importantly, the thing we talked about last week is the fact that Dusty can flex the Yasuo that makes it so powerful, right? We know Backlund has an insane Yasuo, but then again, he can play it, but the Voxer could also play it, and then it could be thrown around, and it's hard to play again. And if Kerberos as well, suddenly have 3-man flex, and that was one of the things then Voxer found so much success on back on Trick, where they had 3-4-man flexes, and it was pretty much unable to draft against them. The Fiora getting banned, obviously going up against Kerberos. I like the fact that the Wukong is banned. Yes, his early game clear speed has been hurt, but he is still a very strong jungler when you go into the late game. For me, the interesting thing here is the lack of any AD carry ban. So, I mean, the Sari is open. Yes, she got nerfed in terms of her movement speed stacking, but she still deals as much damage as she did before.
I feel like Vanir have to make a choice here. You've got Corki on the table. If you don't give it over, you give the potential to give Corki in another very strong jungler as well. They're going to go for the volley B1. To me, this says immediately, Dusty, you lock in Corki, you lock in another power pick here. You could also go for the Zeri, but I feel like we said earlier in the broadcast, out of the Yumi, it's a little bit weaker. You obviously can't pivot into the mid lane anymore either. So, yeah.
That's a good analysis. Yeah. Maybe they're going to look into this one, then Voxen looking for the late game. As soon as he gets to those late games with an Enchanter as well, they might as well pick up the support now. If you want to go for the jungler, you can tie up, just handshake with something else. Or maybe you can get the support and make sure, okay, we have the Enchanter, we have the AD carry, then we look into the jungler on the
It sort of depends what you want to go for, right? In terms of, do you want to shore up your defenses? Do you want to kind of not give too much away about your theme? I feel like drafting is a really, it's a real battle of themes, right? It's a battle of chess in the sense of you don't want to alert the other team as to your theme. Obviously, on red side, you are kind of alerting the other side to your theme a little bit earlier. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they lock in here. If it is that jungler, I feel like you handshake the jungle pit with the enemy. They're going to go for that 2v2 lane that we spoke about. And I feel like the Zeri, Renata, it's not something we necessarily see get that much play. I think with Renata, you see a lot more Kallistas, stuff like this, Kaisers, stuff like this. It's a slightly different thing in response, what they're going to be taking here from Vanir.
I like this because you bring in the Renata too soon, you show up your hand and you're like, okay, so now we can look into casters instead of straight up AD carries or something like the Jinx that is going to deal damage once she gets hit by the Renata ult.
And the matchups in the bot lane have now been decided as we see the solution. Nami, so very powerful early 2v2 lane has been locked in. I'm excited to see how Den Voxner will be able to deal with this pressure that is coming through and how good Merbs is at utilizing this. Because for Merbs, I would very much categorize him as the late game hyper carry. But now he's playing someone who has a lot more to do in the early game than just sit for 60 minutes and farm up and become a menace. So it's a bit of a different style from Merbs that I'm very excited to see how he will perform on.
For me, I'm not a massive fan. I feel like the Xin Zhao pick is very much precipitated in terms of response to the Volibear. I feel like they've almost immediately now realized that they have to pivot towards bot lane. The B1 Volibear to me is a facilitator champion, but obviously when you lock in the Lucian Nami, now a lot of attention is being shown directly towards that bot side. You feel like Volley is almost binary locked into pathing towards that, and I feel like the Xin Zhao is very much being pulled out here. You don't want that jungle pool to get pinched in the second ban phase. You want to have something that can actually counter or match up with that.
Going to be the top pool now being picked by both teams in the bans. Camille alongside with that Gnar is going to be removed from the table. I mean, we're talking about Dreampool and Kerberos. Kerberos is a carry by nature. Dreampool is still coming into this team, trying to find his place. What else do you think is going to be taken? I know you want to talk.
Yeah, it's the Corki that's open at the moment. That's what I'm really looking at. Now they banned the Silas away, but both Corki and Asir still open. And for me, the Corki is really the strongest of those.
Veneer have to ban Corki here. They banned the Silas, which means they don't have the counter traditionally that we've been seeing in the LFO. We see Diplex pick that a lot. There's a few times it's been picked in the in NLC as well. This Silas ban to me very much signals we want Corki on 4. And I feel like if Veneer don't ban it, then they're just giving it over. I feel like Dusty, you have to pick Corki on 4 here, no? Surely.
Yeah. But now, is this a 500 IQ where you don't ban the Corki and you're like, take the Corki, we have an answer? They could deviate this from Ferrari. I mean, if you build the Ludens, if you build the book, someone is happy. But maybe that could be the play.
It's so horrible to me to just continuously see Nymera apologists in the NLC player base, just constantly giving in to the demands of the tyrant that is Nymera.
The tyrant?
He's a tyrant. He really is. He's got a tyrannical presence about him.
Maybe, I guess. I'm really bad at reading people then.
Anyway, we see some of the blinds here. I feel like the Ornn, very staple pick here. In terms of some of the picks that are available into it, you obviously have quite a few laner matchups for the R5 here. There's a lot you can pick into it, but in terms of you want to add some of the scaling elements because you have the Lucian Nami that need to be accelerated, need to be played for. I feel like you want to have more stable lanes. And Lissandra, we've seen that as a typical counter pick. It was something that was really prevalent around the MSI patch, for example. 100% win rate into the pick. I don't necessarily think it's that prevalent. I think there are ways to play around it and get good outcomes from lane. It's a kind of similar setup in the sense of it's a direct pick into champions like into something like Ahri, but
there it is.
Corki's available and they take it. I feel like it's a good thing to take. You're almost throwing down the gamble here of it's obviously being available so late into the draft. Now they have like real scaling options. Yeah, we spoke about the Darius and stuff like this into obviously the Gnar, and they lock that in directly. It's obviously a champion. Like for me, if you're excited about Banderas as Darius, no disrespect to Banderas, I think he had a really good performance on this. This is a Kerberos champion to me. This is your get in the side lane, play there, and just absolutely demolish and decimate. And I feel like, yeah, you want to put Kerberos on something like this. This is where he really flourishes.
I was looking into the champion select for Vanir and was like, this is a really good composition. And then I see the Darius versus Dior, and I'm like, who is it though? So, final takes, Duckling.
I really like the Corki here. I think, you know, I'm going with Mama Eriksson on this one. I'm voting Veneer.
Okay, you're voting Veneer now. What about you?
I think because we keep picking Ahri because of Nymera, nobody wins. I win. He wins.
By the way, so far on the prediction game, both analysts have been wrong 100% of the times. Let's see if this one is going to be different. Well, only one voted, by the way, as we toss it to...
I vote for who he didn't vote for, just to keep it.
So Dusty, okay.
Yeah,
so
Dusty.
Finally, we get a different vote. Let's toss it to the casters to jump into the Summoner's Rift. Without further ado, it is Initialize, and it's Nymera. How are you guys doing?
Doing fine. Just putting my younger brother into his place for his complete degenerate obsession with Ahri being picked.
I even wore the t-shirt.
He did actually wear the t-shirt as well. There's no saving him anymore.
Was there to begin with? What gave you that opinion? What gave you that idea?
But false familial loyalty?
Yeah, so actually in this specific game, on that R4, when you see actually maybe you can lock in that Corki, you've already locked in the Xin Zhao at that point. Xin Zhao, like, he is a very risky champion in a lot of ways nowadays. He is not nearly as consistent as he was in Spring, where you could just play hyper early game and then roll into incredibly strong team fights with 5 seconds of invulnerability from anything longer range than you or outside of your Crescent Guard. It's not really the case anymore. So it feels like you have to play towards a stronger 2v2. I know actually, so this is something that I Will Dominate says about Corki. You pay the Corki tax in early game. You give up like first 2 dragons and a herald most of the time, right? That is contrasting to what Xin Zhao really wants to do. If you don't get stuff done as Xin Zhao early, you struggle. The only caveat to that is when you have a Yuumi. That's not on the table either. It is about early game. Ahri is the best proactive mid laner at kind of consistently securing prio. You could have actually picked Lissandra there instead. We sort of hovered on the other side, but I can understand the mentality of saying, look, we just got to get something going through mid 2v2, or at least on top side.
I'm hovering something too.
Yeah?
The game start button. Beep.
Thank you, casters. Start the game. Production, that means please go.
I was actually given a heads up that we were ready to start the game.
Because it's deer hunting season.
It's deer. It is actually deer hunting season. Oh boy. A lot of fabulous skins on the Rift today and some very epic music to set us up for our third game of the day.
I wonder what's happened to our friendly duck overlord of void-like nature.
Where is Sothotch these days? How is he doing? Is he safe? Is he all right?
Don't you start quoting
He seems in our over-memeing we may have killed him.
So
there he is. He's okay. He's
Yeah.
just quieter than usual.
Just
maybe he's no
staring
longer
down.
possessed. Maybe that's
I
what's
don't know.
happened.
He just went into that brush.
I don't know.
I actually
That's
think
it.
he was trying to join the Dusty level 1 there.
That would be very unfair.
Dangerous figure to be facing at level 1, I hear.
It's like, do you remember when Mordekaiser his current rework was able to sort of like kill dragon, take the soul of whatever the dragon or whatever he killed as a pet, and then walk around with it? So he just sort of like, yep, well, I've killed dragon, and now I have it as my attack dog.
How that broke the game.
Multiple ways. There was somebody on Reddit who kept a list of Mordekaiser bugs, and I believe it was like several hundred long.
Yeah, no, I think it got to 21 pages.
Wow!
Ridiculous how many interactions that had. I believe that only got topped by Viego.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh my god, that champion. Both of us have some game design background, and I've done my fair bit of coding in the past too. And I just look at that, it's one of that points where you look at the console and there are just too many errors that you look at something, you take out a bug, it goes from like 37 to 50, and you're like, let's close the console down for today.
Indeed. Well, when you can take over every single champion, suddenly there's a lot of interactions to work with. But speaking of interactions to work with, we've got to figure out where the interactions are going to be in this early game.
We were talking about the Viego, blah, blah, blah. Very big champion in spring and had shown some presence towards summer. Very similar, kind of in the position to Xin Zhao and how we now see on the Rift. Really interested in seeing what the pathing of Linkus is going to be. Looks like he's heading towards that level 3. Wondering what exactly his idea is. It seems like a pretty topside focus from Dusty. As much as Volleyball Lucian Nami kind of demands some kind of saving presence on the bot side, otherwise they can potentially cause you some real problems in the bot side. When you have Darius and you've got a Xin Zhao Ahri, top side is the 3v3, it looks pretty strong. Do you think, though, get towards that Herald and Ornn gets a little bit problematic? Just depends whether Veneer find themselves in a good enough position to play around something like that. Of course, Corki's not going to be at a similar point of power, sadly, for them to capitalize on to give you that same presence around the top side of the map.
And then honestly for Veneer, on the other side, they've got Merbs and Zaremba on this Lucian Nami option into the Zeri and the Renata, who will scale to be very deadly as the game goes on, but certainly the early pressure should be going the way of Veneer, but obviously with that focus towards the bot side, you've got an early game topside play from Dusty.
Could have known.
Dreampool about to get pulled by an Apprehend. One feels he tries to flash the charm and does so. Going to try and place one up best he can, but I just don't think he's got too far to go. Does get a decent knock up at Kerberos with the Apprehend. They can't quite secure the kill. Backlund about to die to the tower, and that'll make it a 1-for-1.
Oh, that's
superb stuff.
Oh, I mean, he's still losing the wave under tower, but I mean,
he's got TP. He'll be
Dusty
okay.
Don't end up CC chaining. Of course, you fire that charm out first, gets flashed away from. Normally, you think Dreampool is going to sit by the tower and look for a multi-man searing charge. That tends to be the outplay that Ornn goes for. Get the big knock up under tower, but I mean, he remembers to pop his pots, and Dreampool, while he goes down, makes Dusty pay a lot more for that trade than they realistically should have done.
It's 1-for-1, plus flash on the enemy jungler, flash TP on Backlund's Ahri, and the Ghost on Kerberos. That is huge, and for Backlund as well, who has been, honestly, one of our star mid laners this league.
Very much
this
so.
split in particular, rather, as I rephrase that to be a little bit more grammatically correct. That is not what you want to see, First Blood notwithstanding.
And what that also means now is that you don't have Flash on your Ahri to make a play onto the Corki at some point. Now with that, Corki, who is kind of just snoozing for a little bit up until something else comes in, means that Corki gets a bit of a free ride into more relevance to that first package, to where he wants to be in this game. It's going to be top lane 2v2 again.
3v2.
Really using that Xin Zhao.
Oh, he's got in! It's going to be the 3v2. Kerberos getting a lot of damage down, but in goes Linkus with the audacious charge. But the turnaround damage makes it at least a 1-for-1 against Dreampool. Chugging those potions and stays alive again. Kerb can't go and fight. He's waiting for a decimating strike and does manage to get one. Flash for the stun though, and Backlund goes down. Quails gets another, and Veneer are on the board. Is it another upset?
Oh, and what an important win this would be for Veneer, of course. It's too early to start counting eggs before they've hatched, but Veneer, they were up against a draft that wanted to get stuff done early through topside, and 2 plays in a row, they have answered with absolute fire. Creox in the right place at the right time for this one. Dreampole had to do all of his stunts the last time, but you're looking at this play onto the Ornn, who gets so much regen out of just popping his pots early, turns around a load of these plays, and the solo laners have put so much, invested so much into this top side and really not gotten that much to show for it. Vanair, so happy with how this is going.
I mean, Kraok should be renaming to Orpheus at this point because a three-man gank with a man named Kerberos on the top side still escape from hell and managed to come up with a kill to the good. That's impressive stuff for Vanair, who make this early game a very tricky one for Dusty.
Normally we would be going on to like more Norse mythology. Guess we're going to more Hellenic roots for this one. Maybe get Medic on the cast next one, bring in the Hades references.
Great game.
In case he's not told you yet, world champion on some speedrunning records back in the day for that one. Back in the day, it was only like a year or two old.
Within the world of speedrunning, that is quite a large amount of time, though, as those records do change pretty regularly as people figure out new and impressive ways to break the old records.
Just like Dusty, we're speed running it down top lane.
Absolutely, it feels like. And now Vanair with an early game lead with this comp that, particularly with the Corki and the Ornn, is supposed to scale a little bit later. Yes, you've got this Lucian army, but the pressure hasn't been there early on. And they're going to take the additional opportunity now with that pressure towards the bot side to claim first. Drake at the game, and Linkas is back for a third attempt.
Yeah, Dusty have to play around topside. Dreampole has the ult, but Kerberos, this is looking dangerous, Dreampole.
I don't know about this. Looking for the knock-up. Misses it, though. But look at Kerberos taking very damn low. But a Noxian Guillotine executes the Forge God.
And I think Vanair, you know, they did a great job of doing what they could for the top side early on into the game, but there is always going to be a point where that Ornn is left out to dry. Dreampole not quite with the wave in the right place. What this does mean, though, again, is because of the amount of resources put topside, the rest of the map starts to flourish for Vanair. You have suddenly Creox, who's managing to set up bot lane for success. Now, bot lane hasn't managed to do that much in terms of a 2v2 just yet. I'm actually more interested in seeing whether Vanair, because of the amount of pressure they managed to soak, the amount of resources they managed to buy from that top side, whether they can actually get themselves a Herald. You know, we were saying about Corki not always being the best champion taking first Herald because it's before that first package timing, it's before you become an unmitigatable, undeniable.
There we go. I was like,
what's the word I could use for this? I've gone too far into the dictionary for this one, but it's very hard to stop Corki like
yes, that's quite a long way in. Either way,
it's halfway through. It's a lot of language, a lot of letters in the English.
There's a lot of there's a lot of words as you get halfway through. How many pages? How many pages in the dictionary? That's a dangerous question to ask either way.
Which version?
Quite a lot of them, I think, is probably a fairly good answer, and we'll leave it at that. Linkas at level 6 with the stolen blue buff around him. Be about to face check Creox, and I'm not sure how much he wants as Ericsson starting to wander on over. Gets a knock-up, but I just don't think Linkas is particularly happy about that. Good sidestep means he avoids a big one to the face. Herald started up by Vanair, as you suggested they might be, but Dusty are here to contest.
Dreampole doesn't have ult. That's a huge tool for Dusty, not available. I do think Vanair might actually be overcommitting to this one. Feels like Linkas has a lot of options to front line.
Stormbringer, though, of course, is dashed up by a charm, and Demvoxy gets that one. What can they get done as Backlund throws down the Spirit Rush? One dead already. The Ultra Shock laser goes wide, but Backlund's still hunting for another charm, potentially. Herald has to be seen to Dusty, and yes, Vanair go a little too deep.
Again, maybe just a bit emboldened by what had happened around top lane before, but when you have that Volibear going in to be the sole front line, because Ornn's not really in position, doesn't have the ult, not in the thick of things, you are going to lose that front line battle. Charm lands, Dusty cut down the first target. Ericsson and crew on the top side had done such a good job of, again, playing around the top side early, but it does feel like the champions they have on the Rift just not cut out for that Herald, and they kind of missed the memo on that one.
Well, we've got a Corki on the Rift. Look at that booty. It's fluffy and glorious, as are, in fact, our NLC pets at home. Look at that. What a wonderful bow tie.
You know, I look forward to seeing Parmesano's tweets.
They are wonderful.
We maybe
don't have as much time to relish in the cat as we would like. As there's a gank happening in the top side, Kerberos taken pretty low, but doesn't fall down. Now he can start healing back up. Massive chunk, the turnaround, and the fear begins to rise as Kerb executes one, and he's looking like he's got a few more on the chopping block. But they'll get out of this one, and suddenly those plays that Vanair were turning around early are all going Kerb's way now.
Now, the worry I have about what's happening with Vanair is that they are continuing to play around this top side, and they don't have the waves in the right place. Feels like Dreampole, last couple of times we've gone up towards top lane, Dreampole's had to try and have some help crashing in a wave, has to try and disengage. It's just not happened. I'd actually much rather Vanair kind of leave Dreampole out to dry a little bit and just try and play around bot lane maybe just for once. And it feels like this Lucian Nami hasn't actually managed to be the cross-map, huge pressure point on bot side that we could play around.
And honestly, speaking of that, we wanted to kind of highlight these two players because they've been pretty pivotal to both teams' success, and the fact they're not being played around, particularly considering the draft here for Vanir, is a little problematic.
Yeah, and I do kind of feel like it's a little bit of mind control from the Darius pick, where you see the Darius and you go, I need to do something about that. And I agree that is very much something you needed to do, and they did it early on. I feel like after a point, though, you have to be very aware that it is going to be a losing scenario on top side until you have a certain amount of items onto someone like Corki that can help you out, because Volibear, Ornn don't have enough damage, particularly once you get up to like level 9 max rank in that queue from Darius to get loads of healing, lower cooldown, blah, blah, blah. And at that point, you're not one-shotting the Darius. He gets to turn it around. You are losing those topside fights. You win a couple of the early level ones, and they did very well at doing that. But that next step of recognition that you're not getting anything more out of topside hasn't really been hit. I feel like it should have gone towards bot lane with those 2-star carries.
Yeah, and honestly, considering, you know, historically, Merbs has been near enough 35% of the team's kill shares, which is a big number, even if you are the AD carry, and you're playing with an Ornn and a Lucian here. It feels a little bit counter to how Vanir have won their games and their draft as well.
You know we say kill share. Imagine if that was kill shares, and it's like actually you get enough kills to actually just own the team.
It's the Summer's Rift stock market.
Yeah, sorry, Merbs actually owns Vanir now. Sorry guys,
he's got the controlling stake. But maybe a controlling stake could be found in topside as well. Investing in gold, or at least plates, is Kerberos right now with this wave being shoved in. Dragon secured by Vanir in the bot side. That is their second, and edging towards a win condition there, but a handshake pulls Kraox into an Ultra Shock Glaze, and I don't think he was particularly happy about that business deal either. And Linkcast is where else but top?
It was going to be here. I don't know if a cross map can happen from Vanir, though. Den Voxnay sends so strong. Dreampult looking like
Big knock up, teleport as well. They're going to try. Massive Core of the Forge God knocks up too. The Bulldogs are there, and it's a package to boot. Dead Kerberos. He's gone. They execute the Executioner, and the Noxian Rampage to the top side ends swiftly.
On Dreampult once again in the dive, gets a little more for his money than what Dusty were really prepared for. Dusty couldn't get a timely dive. They couldn't get a CC chain. Teleport comes through, and we're saying, you know what, top lane kind of gets difficult until Corki becomes relevant. First package used to stave off that attempt, and it's in fine timing for them, because Vanir did feel like their cross-map potential wasn't really going to be enough to equalize it on the other side of the map, but they managed to find it through topside anyway.
Do indeed, and it is a nice turnaround. It prevents what would have been a very ugly dive. Either way, still Dusty with a gold lead early on. Of course, a pretty scary Darius despite the death there as well. 2-1-1 with that Trinity Force completed. Kerberos, the last time he picked the champion earlier on in the split, ended with a 12-0 KDA. Had a very phenomenal, a very strong game on that. Very phenomenal feels a little odd to say. I think you just say phenomenal normally, but there you go. The English teacher and me coming out to play briefly. And he's in a position to carry.
The axe very good.
Yes, yes, that's exactly how I should have said it.
Curb Q go woo. I'm
Curb
trying to
Q go stomp to get curb stomp in there. That would have been a little bit nicer.
The thing is though, like, I feel like so many people have said that over the years at this point that you need to be very careful with that one. It is very good, and he has been swinging that axe with a hell of a lot of force behind it so far. It's not been off to the best start in terms of what have you got?
Ludenzari.
He's done it! Yes! I was so focused on other lanes. This is what happens when I'm not paying attention.
We've got to pay attention to this fight at the top side, though. There's a flash for a stun, puts Den Voxnay into a bailout, and he will not be able to survive. Tries his best, but now Kraox going for a stun onto Stend, but will not be able to secure the kill quite yet. There is still a Stormbringer, though, so this tower can be shut off pretty swiftly. They're just going to go and try and take it down regardless.
Okay, so Backlund with that damage up on the top side. 3v3, tower in tow.
Flash audacious charges. Remember, has gone in, goes Backlund, though. Trying to bail himself out, survives! That is a business deal you'll take.
Oh gosh, and now Vanir overstay in the top side. It has been all top side this game. We called it out from the beginning, said, yeah, you got to do something early with this Shinzao. Play around this top side, and one good fight later, after we say everything about Backlund getting involved in the game, and they take that topside turret. They get a couple of stacks on a Dark Seal. Snowball starting to engage. It was our Australian lanes very briefly as those Druid lanes went towards topside, and what a confrontation this was. Zaremba just trying to catch out Den Voxnay, and does just about manage it after a couple of traded flashes, but it is really when everyone else comes to party after this point. It's an overstay into an overstay. Dusty come out better for it.
Linkas with a flash and a wind becomes lightning has a very long engage range, it turns out, and there wasn't enough tankiness, and suddenly that Ari goes from 1-2-1, failed dive kind of towards the top side early on, and is very much in this game now with those stacks beginning to come through on the Dark Seal and the gold. You can see where it's kind of differentiated here between the two teams.
Now, the thing is, particularly against a champion like Corki, Ari using an Everfrost doesn't actually get the best value out of it, particularly when Corki gets packaged. You're likely just doing a chunk of burst and then Corki's flying away. So
have you mind controlled Backland? Like, he's just bought the book second
So,
as well.
you know, we were talking about, like, when you get nominated for an Emmy, you get the chance to, like, multitask and, like, put a copy of yourself out there. I'm actually playing on this keeper. No, absolutely not. But Backland looking to snowball, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Your job now as Backland, what this build signifies is I want to burst the Corki. I want to burst someone on the bot side of the map and stop them from having a really cushy time in the team fight. I actually think, ironically, how Tempt plays is kind of what you want to see from Backland with this build. Is what this build wants to do. You don't necessarily want to be playing around hitting the Volley Bear and the Ornn. They're a little bit too tanky. You're looking for those backline targets. Let's see how Backland can reach those primary targets.
Absolutely. Looking towards a bit more wave clear right now for Ericsson as well, who's doing his very best with that Ravenous Hydra second. Oh, sorry, the Tiamat second, not quite completing all the way up to the Ravenous quite yet.
I am unironically quite happy by this.
You're actually looking very smug right now. I'm just saying, I've never seen you and Backland in the same room, so who knows? Maybe this really is you on a keyboard just in front of here.
Oh, gosh. Well, either way, again, it just speaks to the playstyle, right? Particularly because you are the sole AP on your team. The magic penetration you get from Ludens, building up those extra legendary items does go a long way. Speaking of that, see what's going to happen in the next big power play. 3 members in the mid lane from Dusty looking to force the issue. 1 pick can mean so much damage coming onto that prime target.
Chunk onto the Ahri, but they secure the tower. They get that Drake for themselves while preventing a soul point for Veneer. Yes, it's traded in the top side for a turret, but Dusty take that as a pretty well-orchestrated series of plays that went their way.
So all this takes now is 1 good fight from Dusty and the game gets very, very difficult. Already the side lane's getting more difficult for that Ornn, but if you get Snowball Gold into your Darius, Magi stacks onto your Ahri, all it takes is 1 good fight. The map starts to fall apart. On the other side, though, Vanir, you are looking to just try and stall out the game. Deny that 1 fight. Get the 3 items in your Corki and start dealing with the range advantage you have. You have an Ornn, you have frontline, you can disengage with multiple waves of Call of the Forge God and that Nami Tidal Wave. So that's what we're really looking at now. As we slow down, let's just try and say, how is this game going to go? You want to just stall out the game from Vanir, get to your items, whereas Dusty, you're looking to find that 1 fight to blow open the game.
As it stands, still a little while before this game is well and truly over, but Dusty, it does feel like in a very good position right now with the way the map is set up. They prevented the soul point stack as well. You can try to wait a little bit for this core to hit a second item, and that's a little delayed with that Tiamat pickup.
And it does mean that, again, you're not playing around your item spikes right now. Ahri just picked up the Sork shoes. It is really just hit that first target. If you are going to have 1 moment to hit that Corki who hasn't built a Hex Drinker, you want to make sure your damage is really, really efficient. Of course, the same applies to Lucian if you get on top of them too. You're looking to dive in, get that 1 combo. Is that going to be relevant in this fight? Veneer managed to set up some defensive lines, and at least they managed to defend this this tower. Dusty not feeling a fight just now.
I suspect as we kind of slowly soar over the red side jungle of Dusty here, you can see the wards down. They've set themselves up a pretty strong CCTV network. They know exactly what's going on in Veneer's camp.
Just said soar. I'm like, do you want to play a game? Feeling a little bit more like one of those movies coming out of there. And again, it does feel like, again, Dusty are looking, they're angling. They're not over-forcing it. I think that's good. I think if they do end up forcing too hard, it gets very dangerous for them. When someone like Xin Zhao falls behind the curve, we know exactly what happens to that. It was a very dangerous prospect, actually, in this game. After those top lane plays didn't go the way that they potentially wanted them to. Now, Vanir, in response to this, they are, again, making sure they can't get picked off across the map. Dragon's not up yet, but they're looking for the fight.
They're going to try and make this one happen. In they go, flash out, but Kerberos with a double! Apprehend! Deletes the Lucian! There ain't no second chance for you! He's straight dead! And that'll be another murder on the block for Kerberos.
And that is just as the Baron is spawning. They're making a beeline. They don't have as many cooldowns now, but without the Lucian Nami, what realistically can Vanir do?
Straight over to the Baron they go, and Ericsson, yes, you've got a second item, but I don't know whether the damage is really in. Veneer need to make this one hurt. There's the charm onto Dreampool, who might be an Ornn, but still gets chunked very heavily.
Oh, that's an ult.
They do get the hostile takeover, gets onto Corki, but doesn't really shoot too many other people. Dreampool backing away is ignited, but will survive. They pull away from the Baron, but Dusty don't feel confident enough to continue assaulting the big purple
I think
worm.
if they carry on a little too far beyond that, Merbs and Zaremba come back to play, and that gets very dangerous after that point. The cleanup potential evolution gets very difficult. So this is actually just the singular TP coming from Ari on the side. Knows that they're in a bit of an awkward situation, and sadly, actually, for the side of Dusty, they kill off Delusion a little too early to get any kill participation on Ari, and they don't get the other kill onto it, so you're still sadly quite a few Magi stacks. When you get to 10, that's when it becomes gold efficient, and you get move speed bonus too. You get the ability to close down the gap very, very quickly. And of course, with a Luden's proc on top, they actually become very quick even without your ultimate being involved, but still, it's a good fight for the team as a whole. And Dusty starting to take control of the bot side jungle after this point too, returning to that scene of the crime.
Of course, for Vanir, if they can get Ericsson, the man who's been offered so much support from his family. What a wonderful video that was in the pre-show.
Taking some time to speak about that. That is actually something really, really cool. Not always the easiest path into a career, going into gaming, going into esports. Seeing that familial support, it really does mean an awful lot. Shout out to Ericsson, the family. That is actually a very special moment. We just want to take that extra time to put that on the table.
Absolutely. And, and in this game as well, he's on the Corki, he's on the Scaler, he's got an Ornn, he'll be ornamenting his Mythic when he can build that, which is probably looking like a third option, or third item build. There we go, there's probably a better way of phrasing that, but still.
Well, let's see whether he can transform from being a Scaler into a Vector. See, that's actually a Scaler with direction. Yeah, do your science homework for that one, I suppose. But he has the package. It's 20 seconds until that Dragon and Vanir are actually the ones with the angle on this. There is vision behind them, though. Let's see what can happen. Kerberos, no flash, no ghost, lacking that target access. Dusty need to find their target.
Oh, all right, Ericsson. The moment we start shouting him out, lands a big one that chunks down Voxney to half alongside Stend.
Backlund is trying to find someone out of position, but again, Vanir just very happy to hold this. Dusty felt like they had the vision control, should have had the angle, but they don't hold their territory well enough.
Charm misses. Soul point now secure, but Dusty take the opportunity to shove in waves in mid and bot. Linkas runs into Dreampool, is forced to burn the Crescent Gobber, gets onto Ericsson, who burns the package to escape. Now what can Backlund and the rest do? Big charm down, but not quite enough damage, and now he's in danger. The stacks are in danger. He's about to fall, you feel. Just about escapes, though. They'll take Stend, but not the Ari. But what can Denvoxney and Kerberos now in a 1 versus 4 do to try and extricate themselves from the situation?
Feels like a real big fumble from Dusty. They had the vision on bot side, they knew they were playing around package, but they tried to half commit to a fight without really finding the right targets. Dusty letting that soul point fall away to Vanir, and Vanir held their discipline, didn't go walking into too much fog of war, managed to get themselves that extra dragon, and now finding themselves again into a point where they were aiming for, trying to elongate the game a little bit. Actually, if it comes up to that next dragon, they shouldn't feel pressured to go for a big fight. They can just wait for another item or two, and this is kind of what we're talking about, right? Like, they have the vision control, but they let Vanir get towards that dragon, and they didn't find themselves a particularly great place to engage. Backlund kind of aimlessly ulting into that fight, trying to find someone, bit of a hope and a dream, and is very, very lucky that knockup didn't land. That would have been death, and would have been stacks going with it. The snowball, the anti-snowball at that point, losing gold value for that death beyond just the gold you give over.
Yeah, would have been a little bit risky. That's what you get for Spirit rushing across the tail end of a package. Little bit more damage, I suspect, than Backlund was expecting. Either way,
the ult half cancelled by the pop-up of the Ornn Q as well.
Also that. Yeah, you do not want that one.
Timing.
Is it Volcanic Pillar? I believe it's called.
Volcanic Rupture.
Volcanic Rupture. That's what it is.
See, I'd know that because I'm very good at ability names, apparently.
Indeed.
To various other pieces of content.
I could never quite remember because, of course, I'm so used to thinking Rupture as in Cho'Gath Key.
Yes. Yeah, that was a bit of a rough one, but either way, becoming more and more relevant in that fight, and Ornn going to become slowly more and more relevant. It's well behind in CS, still able to impact these fights. That Call of the Forge God in that last one was very pivotal for Vanir. Question is, what can Dusty do to accelerate the game so that kind of doesn't happen again? It feels like they're giving Vanir kind of easy entries into these fights, not really leveraging side lane pressure too much, nor are they finding clean picks or engages onto the targets they really want.
That said, Kerberos is a bit of a menace right now. I don't think there's anybody who really wants to be in the 1v1 versus him. And honestly, a 1v2 would be a little bit risky as well, considering it is a Darius who does finally secure that bot lane tier 2. That now goes down. We'll see a reset coming out of the Darius. Ari at 3 items. There's the Force of Nature in for Curb, and they still do have the gold lead, do Dusty. It's a fairly significant one at that as well.
So I actually think that, so what happens when you stack up so much flat magic penetration? Of course, Shadow Flame gives you that, so you end up getting a little bit less efficient with it. If you had enough gold for a death cap, you would have loved it over that point, but I feel like this is just the instant bump, looking for a big fight, looking for the snowball again.
There's going to be a lot of damage. They throw out the Crescent Guard, but Denvoxy on the other side taking a lot of damage. The exhaust on Demurge puts him so low! Get him! They get the stacks and 10 are in. The Medjai Soul Stealer will get another few, up to 14, and Backland will beginning to reset. The double is in. You see what they get to one with? Reset after reset, and Nymera feels so damn vindicated.
Everfrost could never! I waited so long for a person to pick up the snowball build, look at those squishy carries and say, come at me, try and deal with this. Dusty find the snowball fight. It's a handful of kills into a Baron, and this is the fight they were looking for to accelerate the game.
I will show you fear in a handful of Dusty players. We'll quote the Wasteland one more time, and we'll go towards a Baron power play for Dusty. This time, the picks come true.
And it couldn't have come at a better time because Vanny are still sat on that Mountain Soul point, a minute to it. And it is really off the back of Linkus and Backland finding their way back in. Just look at what happens when you get onto these targets. Backland hasn't procced Electrocute yet. That is ultimate W and an auto. Procs that Electrocute afterwards, a Luden's proc on top of it. And just look how much damage you get from this no counterplay build. When you get ahead of the game, those targets really can't run away from you. And of course, someone like a Ghost running Darius, similarly having strong target access when the fight gets broken up. Dusty now back into that driver's seat. Is it enough? They need to, of course, see this game out. And they can't let slip a dragon through a flip. See what they can do. Now the gold and the snowball is well and truly rolling.
And that is always the risk, of course. Veneer have played some of these fights and turnarounds valiantly indeed. And they are running an Ari, not Ari, a Corki.
Yeah, we can talk about that again.
They're running into an Ari. And we mentioned that enough at this point. You've got a Wormfall and Sacrifice in on this Lucian. If they can get to 3 items, if they can get the soul, things get a little bit harder for Dusty to play this one out.
You need to really be looking for an initial pick, separating someone off from Dusty now, hopefully just hoping they over-engage, and they find themselves going into a Call of the Forge God, into a Tidal Wave, something like that. Because the problem when you have Wormfall and Sacrifice, when you don't have a Hex Drinker on your Corki, is that if you end up kind of turning around for your own turnaround damage, you get completely burst out. We've seen the amount of damage that Backland has. That, of course, that applies to Den Voxner and Linkus and Kerberos too. Lots of big turnaround damage in short order. You need to be very careful about how you're positioning as these squishy carries in a gold deficit.
Yes, indeed. Still no Ludens in for Ericsson, who's got to be close to it at this point. You have to feel... You've made your point at this point. He's smug enough. He's got it right this time around. It's a very strong Ari at the 4-2-4. Shoving in on this top side. Kerberos towards the bottom of 1-3-1. Very much enabled, or now moving towards a 3-1-1 as members of Dusty begin to rotate towards this remaining outer turret.
So... 40 seconds left on that Baron power play. No objective up for Dusty to reset for or to have torn away from them if they didn't quite manage that. They're using the last couple of waves to find something. No flash on Backland to force a play, but just any one piece of CC landing, and that's someone dying from Vanir at the end of it.
1/2 for Q. Chunks Krayox out at significantly more than he was hoping for. That Orb of Deception is deceptively strong at this point. Cullen comes through to clean out the wave, and worth pointing out, Dusty did secure the most recent Drake as well, so Veneer can't even try to play for that right now. Inhibitor turret in mid lane broken. Inhibitor lane in top side about to fall as well. Gonna see whether they can hold on now that the Baron buff has dropped.
Now, there's enough wave clear for now that Vanir are feeling okay about this last wave. They've had the base broken into but not shattered, so they're not gonna have super minions crushing in across their waves right now. But it's still a lot of gold to Dusty. They get to back, see what they can complete with their items after this point. Even Stend picking up a second item now, that redemption.
Yeah.
To continue the fight, because they are looking to, again, find these broken fights where Zeri, Ari, Darius can really start running you through. The damage is seriously there now for Dusty to force Vanir to scatter lest they get caught up in huge burst combos.
Honestly, that was an economy Baron that broke the bank of Vanir. They've gone from about 5,000 gold ahead to solidly about 10,000 now, just shy
Backline has
of.
gold to death cap. Now this is huge as well. Those one-shots are getting to the point where it is almost 100-0. You have to flash away. There it is to double away. It's there. At this point, you know, the corrupting pot is basically there for extra movement speed at this point because you pop it and you have Magi's, you have Luden's procs, you're running at them, and it gets
Fox 5 speed, yeah.
What that means is so when you play with an Everfrost, you use the Everfrost to force a defensive ability, right? When this one, you use your raw damage to say, you must flash, you must dodge, otherwise you can't fight anymore. And that's the difference between the mentality of them. Of course, it requires that Ludens to be ahead. It requires that burst combo to be heavy, heavy burst. Just as Mers was potentially looking to burst out Den Voxnay, but it's not going to happen. But Dusty, they have the damage, they have the tools to make it happen. Vanir,
Gonna go for a go. Ericsson's just got himself an upgraded Ludens as well to try and make something happen, but the engage just isn't quite there. They saw a potential opening. They tried to make it happen the moment Ericsson was in with the upgrade. But even an Eye of Luden won't quite be able to draw a bead this time around.
So Kerberos wasn't there at the play. I think that was why Vanir pressed that go button. We're potentially looking to see if he hadn't been on that recall. And now Kerberos sat there on so many items too. Of course, Darius doesn't really need a lot of help from damage in his items. It's about target access. It's about being able to stick in that fight because the amount of continual damage he gets, particularly onto those tanks, through that bleed, through everything else, is so ridiculous. And we've spoken a lot from Dusty's side in terms of what they're looking for. Actually, you know, they're not able to close this game that cleanly because Vanir have disengage options. They have a lot of damage too as well. You know, they have those items on Corki as you're calling out, and they have a stopwatch too now. Ericsson may be able to outplay the first bit of burst damage, but again, it depends on what cost that comes at. Are you stuck in a bad position if you have to use that stopwatch? Honestly, I think you're not really able to survive a lot of these combos unless you have the unstoppable nature of that package. It feels like that would have to be the saving grace for this, but you currently don't have it for this spawning Baron. 8 seconds, 7 ticking down, and now Vanir have to walk into the fog, walk into a potential engage. You have to play it oh so carefully.
Do Vanir care, though? It's 30 seconds to what will be sold for them, and they decide this is the risk.
This is someone dead if Backland lands a charm. Look how scared Vanir have to be. They don't have the vision. See them tentatively look towards it.
Dragon time. They're gonna flip at the soul. They decide soul is their chance. They're teleporting in for this as well.
Better territory for them. They get the access to it, and now they have the package. Vanir, this is your last chance saloon. What can you do?
Ericsson lands a big one. That's Backland down to about 2/3, and they're gonna retreat straight back over to this mountain soul. And I don't think Dusty, I was going to call them Den Voxnay, they're a bit more than just the one player, are going to try and shove in, and this actually might be a risk. How quickly can they retreat, having taken the soul?
They have a Sorcerer's Elixir, they have several items onto Den Voxnay as well. That's a quick inhibit to take, but they don't have positioning on their waves to finish anything off. Look what Dusty can do with wards over walls. Look for those individual picks. They've not found solid engages, but all it takes is one slip up. Vanir didn't fall into it around that Baron, but it still could happen after this point. So that's a Mount Soul onto Vanir. I still don't think that actually saves them from the burst damage that comes in from Dusty. It is all about just not getting hit at this point. And it's much easier for Vanir to not get hit than Dusty because of that range advantage. But one side is a one-shot, one is just poke for now. Game's still on.
They're getting towards the point where the wave clear can start to manage even against a Baron. It feels like Corki with the 3 items, maybe, just maybe, can be what they need. Ericsson, a player that every time I see him, I'm reminded was on Verdant last split in Div 2, who, you know, descended towards Division 3, now up at Div 1. It's becoming an increasingly impressive mid laner, but maybe this is the moment they're going to try and get in onto Den Voxnay. But he's thrown down the Lightning Crash, surviving. The Berserk will start turning this one around, a hostile takeover. Do it again! Oh my god!
There we go, the electrocute, pop the Q2 on.
That's not an electrocution, that's a full thunderstorm, just comes crashing down, deletes Lucian from the rift.
And oh my gosh, Backland, welcome to the Nightmare approved Aria players. I am so happy to see this player pop off in this regard. It takes them such a long time to find that pick. They crush down so many inhibitors at this point though, and Dusty looking to stamp out resistance in this game.
Blink and you miss it. He had a stopwatch. You didn't think he had it. We're going to need to use it. I think that was probably 0.5 seconds from 80% to dead.
It was pretty much on that. And again, it is just the 0 counterplay combo. One one which might end up sealing this game. Dusty looking to move to 10 and 4, keeping pace with that top of the table, looking to see how far they can go in summer. They're going to have Merbs respawn. It's still early enough that he's not down for that long. He's behind in a lot of levels as well, and that always, of course, extends the death timers the higher level you are. But they've only got one inhibitor turret remaining, and they've still got 25 seconds on this Baron to work with. You have flashes available from everyone besides Zeri on Dusty. What can they find to land at this point? Because that's now going to be, of course, okay, so what they're doing
Lands the
here.
apprehend, but can they prevent the call of the Forge God? Out comes the hostile takeover onto 4! And it's going to be an absolute disaster for Veneer, who are going to be deleted. The stopwatch double from Ericsson and Merbs. Buy them a little bit of time, but just not enough. Another double to Backlund, who proves Nymera right once more.
Library's open, come on in, get stacking, folks. Dusty, it's a whole team performance, top side of the map. Didn't go the way they wanted to in the early levels, but they got it rolling surely but slowly. That it. Sadly not able to capitalize on their own advantages in this game, falling to 5 and 9, keeping themselves in a very dangerous position when it comes to those playoffs. It feels like they are that close. Other teams slipping up around them, but Dusty too strong today.
Absolutely. It looked for a moment in those early game moments where you saw the top lane dives go a little awry. You began to wonder. It just didn't happen though. And Dusty, once they got rolling, didn't really look back.
You know, and they didn't have to do anything special, didn't have to do anything particularly inspired. They just had to do it by the book.
Any complaints about you, Jake? Like, seriously, it's ravaging to talk with Nymera. I mean, you warned me about him, but no, I guess... this is complicated to say, but I'm going to say it. Nymera was right.
Nymera is inevitable, and Nymera is the unstoppable force that pervades our subconscious, our consciousness that exists. Well played to him. It's not easy being right all the time. Sometimes it can go left.
He just lifted his pinky while drinking water.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're British.
It's not even tea.
No.
He looks like the Dr. Evil of NLC right now. 1 million Dark Seal stacks. I mean, for me, I want to get into this game.
Yeah, let's jump in. Dusty with the big victory, allowing them to get closer to that top 2, while Vanir missed their shot to get closer to playoffs. I'm going to start with you, Duckling. He had the Italian way, I'm going to call it this way. They started with a really good way, preventing the top lane from dying from Dreampool, but it wasn't enough.
For me, Dreampool had a great game in the early game, and I really felt like it was coming together for Veneer. But one thing I realized as we were watching the later stages of the game was nothing happened bot lane. You've picked a Nami Lucian that is supposed to get ahead early, and they didn't do any of that. And the main thing is, yes, it's easy to catch out a immobile AD carry in the late game with the Nami Lucian as well, because you have the slows and the abilities. But the Sari, she just stands next to a wall, jumps away, and she's out to safety. So you didn't have that, pick potential that the bot lane normally brings. And with that, moving on to the late game, it just felt like the Sari was taking over.
Yeah, for me, it's a really sad loss, obviously, for Veneer. So close. You obviously saw that video previously. We're getting into a replay here. This is where it all really started to go wrong for me. Dusty, go for the 3-man dive here. You just constantly see this being the theme throughout the game. He obviously, I think at a certain point, we see the re-dive here from Backlund. Backlund does end up falling for the 1-for-1. But this just continued to be a pressure point for Dusty. And for me, it's a sad loss for them, obviously, because of the video we saw previously. There was a fleeting moment where you thought we would see the return of the Mac. But unfortunately, the nature of Dream's Archrom is thunder only comes when it's raining. And the Volley Bear, the Prince of Thunder, was not able to thunder down vengeance upon their enemies. And it's a sad day for Veneer, unfortunately.
You got to step up your game, by the way. Bringing in the poems, you got to step up somehow.
I don't have the poems. I'm not British. Do you want me to recite
what do you mean?
Hans Christian Andersen poems? Like, what do you want?
Well, I want you to talk me through the mid to late game, where we finally got to see this working. And it's really interesting. I never thought I would see the day where Corki's supposed to be the burst mage. It's not poke, let's be honest. That's not poke. It's burst when he gets to those 2 to 3 items. But in reality, it was Adi, the one being the burst mage.
Wow, what a performance, I will have to say, man. Backlund, he just one-shot in those team fights. I do also want to give some credit to Stent here, because in those last team fights, as they were approaching the base, the hostile takeovers were massive. 2 ultimates in a row from Kriex were denied by the hostile takeover, so he just ended up dunking down on his own team. And I just want to give fair play with the hostile takeovers.
We're going to do a hostile takeover to you as we jump into the interview with Stan as well. The support coming in from Dusty. I mean, you got to be proud of this one. Your ultimate at the last moment of the game. Chef's kiss. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling really, really happy. We did 2-0 week again. And yes, I think we kind of messed up the early game. It was not like a clean win, just a little bit.
Just a little.
But a win is a win, so yeah, I'm really happy with the team.
And with that win, by the way, Stan, you get closer to the 2nd seed of the NLC for playoffs. Is that your dream, going to 2nd and then slap and style on those kids of JDXL?
Actually, we are 2nd, I think.
Yeah, but you're still not secure, you know? We still have a few more days.
Oh, yeah. But like we are even with
Riddle, yeah.
Riddle, yes. So, and we will play them next week. So the objective is to beat them, for sure. And then we will play the playoff, and I hope we will go to the final.
Big question for you. If you had to pick someone to fight in playoffs to get the 1st place, do you prefer to fight off versus JDXL or Riddle, the 1st versus 2nd?
JDXL for sure.
Oh, why?
I want to be remembered as the best team in this league, so I want to finish 1st.
Thank you for this one, Stan. High words coming from you. Let's see what happens on the next day, because there you go. It's going to be the 2nd versus 2nd. Maybe you can solidify it. So best of luck, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I mean, I love the courage, I would say, the mushrooms of saying, I want to fight versus JDXL.
It's the winning mentality.
For me, he's the Tammy Wynette of the league, because he's always going to stand by his man, and he just.
How many reference can you do?
I'm a walking book, you know. I came here to impress today, and I'm just. I've got a Rolodex, you know.
Okay. What about Vanir though? They still are open for the race. They can still get into playoffs, especially because Bifrost lost versus Singularity.
Can we go again?
Do it.
The thing about a veneer, right, it's a fake set of teeth, and if you don't get your teeth sunk into it sometimes, you get that, you know, when you eat ice cream, for example, you get that brain freeze, and they do feel like their brains are freezing up somewhat, and we need to get that kind of moving in a way whereby they can, you know, get that cognitive function going actively. Archeron.
Can I get you as my mods on stream? I need you as a mod. So when you ban those kids, you style on them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been banned quite a few times in NLC. So.
Vanir, what can we expect from them in the future?
Well, for me, the important thing for Vanir now is to secure not going into relegations. And they look good to that. That's what we've been talking about. But this was really their last call for players, right? They were lended a hand last time around when X7 lost, and then they had to play against X7. Now, Bifrost lost. They could close the gap yet again, but they failed to take these opportunities. Now they've had 2. I doubt they will be getting more.
Hey, they still have to fight versus Bifrost for that opportunity. True. So let's talk with Zenemba on the side of Vanir. Welcome back to the interview. Obviously, stakes are at the highest possible. You would handle the handout, as the Duckling was saying, the fact that Bifrost lost versus Singularity, this could have been your shot. How do you feel about this one? This has to be rough, but there's still a window.
Hello, guys. First of all, yeah, this game was nice looking one until the Herald, and then like missteps. Yeah, like Singularity gave us a chance for the playoffs. Right now it's super hard. Even harder. This week was the most important one of every week possible, and we just did 0-2, so we have to pray that someone will troll again and we're gonna win everything right now, but it's gonna be tough, you know?
You still have to fight off versus Bifrost, which is your enemy right now in the standings for playoffs. How do you think that game will go?
The Bifrost games?
Yeah, you're going. I think you still have to play versus Bifrost. I still have one of those games. So how do you think that game will go?
I mean, I don't even know. I think it's gonna be like a 50-50 because Bifrost have like their moments when, like, for example, they play like today. It wasn't the greatest, but for sure they are looking better than us, at least right now. Maybe in the next scrims we're gonna improve, like, I don't know, 20 times than normal, and we're gonna do a very nice run. But it's looking tough right now.
Zenemba, I want to ask you, what do you believe is missing away from Vanir to take the next step? You guys are getting good earlies. You guys can get good rotations. The macro is clean some games. It seems like when you play, one part of the team is really clean, and then you miss on some fundamentals on the other side. In the next game, you can get those fundamentals, but miss on the thing that you already did in the game before. What do you believe is missing for Vanir to be a top 6 team at NLC?
I mean, it's all about like the discipline, or like stop chasing the dopamine. Like it's always like Flash saying.
Yeah.
We're like engaging without like a main reason, just to like engage and start the fight. Also we are like lacking like the prep before the objective. Sometimes we are doing this perfectly, super nice. Then like there we just rank around like a monkeys between the lanes, not doing anything, and just like looking how enemy team just pushes our sideways and midwave at the same time, making vision, and we can't really do anything. I don't know even like how to describe this. I'm just like a support sitting on the mid lane. I can say, yo guys, like mid lane. But I guess I'm just too bad to micromanage people. Or like, I guess I'm not that good enough to like solo carry the game by the comms. So I guess I have to improve on this, and like maybe if I focus on this, we can make it,
If I may step in on that one, you are the one climbing your mountain. It's up to you, and you cannot judge yourself like, okay, I'm missing on this, and the team is not getting that. It's a 5-man squad. It's a 5-man squad. So share the burden with your teammates because the team is good. You're the hero of your own story if you allow yourself to be. So keep climbing that mountain, man. Don't give up on hope. There's still an opportunity. Okay?
Of course, like mathematically, we can still make it. It's only if you're gonna take the chance,
Yeah, take it. See what the dice rolls. Thanks so much for this interview, Zanema, and I hope to see you soon on the Better Way. Have a nice one.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
He's good.
Yeah.
He is. But when you're climbing that mountain, what?
You're good. That was good.
When you're climbing that mountain, sometimes you feel the cold. You feel like you're alone, but this is a 5-on-5. So you have to share the burden. Do you guys think that at some point the teams, when they're looking into playoffs, you're like, I'm lonely? You don't see the rest of the squad.
Well, sometimes you're sitting alone in the base at the point, and you've got to make it to the summit. And the sum of your words has to be the sum of the team. Like you're saying, it's a 5-man squad. You've got to make it together. It's got to be that journey. It's no time to sort of think of it as a one-man mission. It's an expedition. It's a journey up that mountain, like you're saying. And you've got to abseil in reverse, because if you abseil in front motion, you end up being at the bottom of the mountain.
I know it's a big meme, but the thing I love the most about Pantheon is the video where he gets knocked off the mountain.
Yeah.
And he just climbs it back up. You can get defeated, but you just need to climb it again.
Keep fighting, yeah.
Yeah, keep finding the mountain.
I think, the reference we're talking about in terms of, the players playing it as individuals kind of brings me back to the reigning champions X7, not really having that great of a start to split with 5 incredible individual players, failing really to make that work on the same page, having to make substitutions to get Viking in, and that has already seemed to be working. You said it. You have to remember, this is a team game. We are a team, not a single unit. Regardless of how good you are as individuals, you could be reigning champions, having made very good changes on your roster. It looks like on paper, but if you're playing as 5 individuals, you are not going to make it far.
When the next step is the hardest, just recall that you already took a few one. Look back and see how far you've climbed on that mountain. Let's see the mountain itself on the standings to see where Vanir are currently now. 5-9 versus 7-7. It's going to be a tough one, but they're putting themselves away from relegations. So even if playoffs is not a possibility, relegation seems to be away from them. Then Dusty and Riddle.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the big one. That is the big one.
That's a big one, but there is a certain kind of sordid, not the right word, serendipity.
You missed the words?
Yeah,
the book?
It's just the thesaurus has not worked out here, but there's a serendipity in sort of being so close, but so far. 2 wins out now, running out of time, and you feel as if there's a pressure there. There was definitely a pressure there, and you can tell from that interview that he feels it, but I feel like you have to band together, you have to take every game as it comes, and they're close, but they've got to get nearer.
We still have a few days before we get to playoffs, so everything is possible at the Northern League of Legends Championship. Now it's time to move on and look into the top team, JDXL versus Nuriki. And now I can let you talk about... Do you want to?
Yes.
But I'm not going to let you because you're about to jump to jungle. Clear challenge with Lee Sin with Dan from JDXL.
I hate you, Ashram, man.
Oh, that was bad.
We did it. We got there in the end.
Yeah, we're going to the
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, this time with JDXL, and it's not Torok, it's Dan. Thankfully, but welcome Dan, how are you doing?
I'm good. Luckily if you had Torok, you'd probably miss a queue somewhere, so you know.
Or maybe playoffs, I don't know, but
True. But that's me twice in a row, so you can't really flame Torok if you're flaming, you're flaming me too, you know.
Okay, let's look into your runes, because you brought in the Fleet Footwork, you brought in the Ghost, you brought in Celerity in Nimbus Cloak, so... Okay, explain.
I mean, there's not much you can really get damage from in runes. I think the only rune you can get damage from is Legend Alacrity and Absolute Focus. And obviously Fleet. So I'm going to try to use... I might not use Ghost to like travel between camps. I might do it like for Raptors and then for Wolves, maybe. Something like this, and I get damage from Celerity on that.
Okay, by the way, I'm just letting you know that the record was broken by Diamond Prox.
It was?
He did 325, and I'm letting you know he brought in Conqueror, he brought in Flash, didn't even use it because he said, I don't want to play something that's not like an official game. So we have the Ghost, you have the Fleet Footwork. If you're below 325, I don't know, man.
He's just too good.
He's just too good, the legendary. Okay, what do you think you're going to be at the end of the day? Okay.
I want to be first at the end of the day.
So you have to beat 325. You cannot miss a single auto on this entire clear, or else you know Torok will annoy you, by the way.
I will miss an auto, I always miss autos.
How is it to work with Torok? He's such a big personality and everybody talks about him, but how is it?
I mean, he's actually a really nice guy, a really good coach. He has like quite a lot of interesting, innovative picks to give. So that's why we had like last split, if you remember, we had Varus very early on into the split. I think I made a mistake here actually.
I don't know.
I'm fine.
And the question is, he was a jungler. Does he give any sort of input for you as a jungler as well?
He gives input here and there, but honestly, he just lets me do my thing. I think I'm trusted to play the game and be competent at my role. I mean, I played for a long time, right? So if
it's confusing talking and playing at the same time now.
That is definitely a problem, but I'm used to it. That's my job in the team, right?
Are you using the
Ghost? The leader. True. Thank you. I don't normally use my summoners in jungle, you know, like.
I'm just letting you know.
I appreciate the carry on that one.
You don't play Lee Sin that often. I mean, you're a Volibear guy. You only play Volibear. Do you like Lee Sin at least?
Yeah, Lee Sin is my most played in solo queue. I just think he's a bad champ for comp.
3 at this point. Are you going to pull the Grump?
No.
No? You're going to do 1 by 1?
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to get the timing though. This is going to be weird. I don't know. 3, 16, 17. Okay, Dan. You have 5 seconds. 4 seconds. No rush or anything. 3:25. 26.
Oh, no, it's so slow. It's so
27.
slow.
Oh no, Dan!
So slow.
Okay, we jumped into this call and you were letting me know that the best timer on Lee Sin was what?
3:18.
How do you feel?
I feel very bad.
Hello. Hey, you're still first place in the standings, I think. I don't know. But how are you feeling about JDXL's expectations for this split?
Honestly, I feel quite good. I feel that, okay, we lost the game to X7, but we were in control of that game for like 15 minutes.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I'm happy. I think we just clean up one thing around third Drake. I don't even care about saying that and you using it in the video because it's pretty obvious that we're throwing games around third Drake every game. If teams can't scout that, I'm sorry, but we do it to ourselves, so
I think about this. Play Volibear, don't pick Lee Sin. Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you.
he told me the best timer for Lee Sin was 3:18, and he gets the 3:30. If that was Volibear, things might be different. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. As Volibear, you would be done like, what, 3:16? If you take it from top side, butt side.
I'm going to let you know something, okay? Before we started the challenge, Dan told me that his tactic was bring in TP. Do Raptors, Reds, Crocs, TP to T2 on the top, go Grump, Blue, and the Wolves.
Why didn't you do that?
After that challenge, I went specifically to the practice tool to try myself, and it's myself. I'm not a jungler. I'm not even good. I did 3:27. Yeah. So a jungler might do faster than that.
No, but I think you should just go top first, place a ward, then recall, do your bots, then TP to that ward.
You can't TP to a ward before 14 seconds.
You are so... What is wrong with you?
I mean,
I
don't
get a grip,
know.
man. Get a grip, man. Jesus.
I'm sleeping, man. I don't know.
Next match will be JDXL versus Nuriki. But I think we have something before. Is that correct? Oh, yeah. We're going to jump into pregame where I'm going to finally allow you to talk, Don Jack. It's going to be Nuriki versus JDXL. What can we expect from this one?
Nuriki versus JDXL. You can expect fireworks. JDXL, my boys over there. They're going to be taking some explosive sort of exchanges into Nuriki. Nuriki going to have that final moment where they're going to go, no, Ricky! It's that moment, you know? From the famous movie.
Sometimes it hurts, you know?
Yeah, chest, indigestion.
Yeah, I don't know what is happening. What about you? Do you have anything to say about
Not over. I feel like Kevin De Bruyne, man. Let me talk. Let me talk.
I'm letting you know.
Okay, sure, actually. But then now I lost what I wanted to say. I lost the whole point.
Then,
talk is cheap, and you know, expensive tastes cover a lot of ground. And we want to talk about ground in this game. The foreground is very much set to be something that you're going to talk about now, Archer.
I'm going to put up a topic just for you, okay, Declan, to give you something
I want to talk about Morasco.
JDXL on the top of the standings. What's at stake? Getting the first place. Nuriki jumping to relegations. And we have a different mid laner today for JDXL.
Yes.
I got you.
Obviously,
talk to me.
JDXL are so close at locking in that first place even, and top 2 more importantly.
Yes.
But they've subbed in Morasco today, someone I am very excited to watch. We last saw him at the Amazon European Masters for Team Eska. I love the attention you're giving me right now. Thank you.
All you, man. All you.
But he is a very assassin-oriented player. To every Dane out there watching, he's like our Wason. We had a Danish player play there for Nuriki actually in the Finnish league. He plays only assassin. He's the Polish leader, you could say, Morasco, and we have the Danish leader in Waste. And these are players who only really play those assassins, and it means sometimes they're not that hard to draft around in terms of the fact that they really just play these assassins, but it is always an entertaining thing to watch because they've perfected these champions, and I am so excited to see Morasco pick something crazy and just clap Nuriki with it.
Pepe, as we're trying to link to the explanation. And this is really important because MNS didn't got the fly in to get to Berlin and to play with the team, if I'm not mistaken, which means this mid laner is going to play for JDXL. And those of you who are not aware, on the news segment, we were talking about this, and this player specifically is a big assassin. And he plays for the team most of the time. So I don't even know what sort of power JDXL will bring today, but regardless of who is in mid lane, with this guy, I don't know if they're even more powerful or the same power. I feel like JDXL will be a menace today with this new player.
So one of the things I think is interesting to bring up, you want to talk about subs and how they get used in NLC. For me, a lot of the time, when you have a substitute, one of the bigger things that can happen in the ERL structure is you want to have the infrastructure available whereby they can prosper and develop. Torik's your man for that. I feel like this guy is really quite diligent in terms of like developing players, in terms of being very much about the whole corner development. I mean, you talk about him bringing FGG over, obviously who's been on a rise and continues to develop with the Venzo. That was a previous bot lane that was put together on Dusty. For me, Morozku is like a real prospect ERL player. You want to talk about on Eska? This was a young roster that finished second in Ultra League, which is a really competitive ERL. And they were a team that was very, very young, mostly made up of 16, 17, 18-year-olds. And they would play like this Pike, the Yasuo, stuff like this, which is like, it's so like, it's such a different way of playing, and I feel like it's going to be really exciting to see him play today.
Is that a fly? No, that's the champion select as we're about to jump in. JDXL versus Nuriki. On one side, Nuriki trying to survive the relegations. On the other side, top 1 or top 2 for JDXL on the line. Tell me, what do I want to talk about?
What I'm very excited for is what will Mrozku be playing. I am looking forward to that assassin. What will he be whipping out? And obviously, it is worth mentioning, Dan is the jungler of JDXL. Dan likes his Volibear. Will that be banned or will it be locked in?
Yeah, I feel like if you're on blue side, you want to take that away because for me, Flipper, to be fair, you can see the B1 Volibear for Flipper as well. I feel like it's a champion he's opted in towards. We've seen a lot of teams B1 it as well, but obviously that getting taken off the table speaks to me. They want to go for a slightly different priority, perhaps go for some of these other picks that are available like the Yuumi, stuff like this, you know, some of the other OP picks on the patch, maybe a Corki we might be seeing for Aero. Uda getting taken off the table. That's an interesting ban. I feel like that's kind of it's a champion we're seeing coming more into fruition in terms of the meta. But to me, more so a Flipper-centric ban. I feel like it's a champion that he can pivot towards and feel like more farming style as well. Kalista B1, we saw this earlier in the day as well. It's also a champion now that, I mean, it was an interview we did, I think it was Diamond Prox, we said Wukong is not the most broken champion in the game. He actually thinks Kalista is now. And I don't know how much stock we put into that, but it's definitely a champion we're starting to see more and more of. The response here, I'm expecting to see, obviously, Facilitator jungle for Dan, Torek. No surprise he locks in that very early, takes his kind of preeminent pick here that he'll be seeing. We're going to see, obviously, the Katarina hover.
If Katarina is picked today, of all days...
That would be wonderful.
Oy.
Truly.
I don't know what I would play to the player, but I would play an expensive dinner just to have that one. Just today.
Yeah.
Just for today.
Just for today, because Trouble is not on the studio. I would love to see that one. It's going to be, yet again, Rel for FGG as they're saving the AD carry for Venzer. A stat for you guys, by the way. Venzer dies a lot of times at level 3. That's the big meme, obviously. But so far, whenever Venzer dies at level 3, he has a 100% win ratio.
100% win rate by inting level 3. That's actually a very interesting statistic. But what Nariki have done here, they've secured themselves a very strong bot lane in the 2v2, getting that Nautilus. That's exactly what I was looking for. And I want to talk about the monkey in the jungle for Flipper, but the Samira has been locked in, and I'll instantly swap my focus on that.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think with the Rel as well, it's a really strong 2v2. You obviously draft that into the Kalista Nautilus. You almost feel as if Nyriki haven't necessarily accounted for this pick here. I feel like it's a bit of a curveball. It's not necessarily like you're saying. It's a pick we see Michigan on a lot, but I think this is a champion that's heavily underutilized into a lot of compositions. You've got the Trundle as well to kind of create a little bit of space for it as well with the Rel as well, FGG. This will be a bot lane that I feel like JDXL will have played a lot in scrims, just not had the chance to really show on stage yet.
So what do we feel about so far these teams? We had the Kalista, the powerhouse on the bot side, Flipper with the Wukong can visit that early on, but then you have to face off not only a Rel, a Samira, and that combo is nasty because there's way too much EC, and that passive will be procking, and then Trundle will probably go into the bot side because it's then. So far from what we get, who do you favor?
I really like what JDXL have done here. I think this is something that they have planned for a long time. But then again, Nariki have gotten quite a few power picks. I think the Wukong pick is fine here. Yes, your early game clear will be hurt, but you're still the same strong monkey as you move into the late game. The question for me is, will Flipper really be able to do anything in this early game with that nerf coming into the Wukong? That's what I'm looking at. That's my doubt there.
I think the real crux and juxtaposition for me here has to come in terms of, we talk about the benefits of red side in terms of not entirely elucidating an enemy team as to your theme at that current moment. And right now they have the benefit of going for that B4 mid. You play for that R5 on Mrozku. They're putting so much faith in him in terms of finding that R5 pick. To me, this means that Nariki now have to cement their draft here. They're in a position whereby there's still a little bit of mystery surrounding the composition of JDXL. There's a central hairpiece that can kind of finally put the pin through the needle here and kind of really alert what's being built here. But Nariki have to go for kind of stable solo lanes because they've got the Kalista Nautilus, and you'd imagine that that's where the attention is going towards. But in turn, JDXL can just throw a complete curveball here on R5.
Seems like JDXL will handshake that, and they're going to play for the weak side top lane as well, because the attention will also focus to the bot side with the Samira. Comes in the Emperor into the mid lane. What else can we expect?
See, this was my main question here, right? Because you talked about they mainly want to play around the bot lane with this composition, but Banderas is more of a carry top laner. He's hovering the Tryndamere at the moment, so that's my main question. What would he be going for? Would he be going for the Ornn and saying, okay, I'm actually playing weak side and for the team, or will he be going for the carry that we normally see on him? So he goes for the Jace, which is very exciting.
I've got some bad news here. I feel like Corki's open. You do probably just take Corki, so we're not really going to get the exciting pick from Mrozku. We're not going to get some of these assassins. I'm sorry to kind of deflate the balloon that is the hype. Oh, please. I mean, no complaints. You know, it's actually the Sylas. I feel like the obvious pick would have been something like the Corki into the Azir matchup, but the Sylas as well. I feel like you have a lot of ultimates that are...
3 of them, Wukong, Nautilus, and even the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, no, definitely. I feel like it also synergizes quite well with the Samira in terms of you want to get up close and personal and get into some of these kind of melee range skirmishes. I feel like what JDXL have built is very much, it's like kind of, it's in some ways a house built of straw, the house that Jack has built here, but they've definitely got to make sure things don't go too badly in the early game. I feel like if you come at a deficit into the bot lane, it could be kind of quite tremendous in terms of their win chances negatively.
So final words for you, Duckling, tell me.
I really like what JDXL have done here. I like the experimentation in the bot lane, and most importantly for me, they didn't go for that corgi. They went for something that we know Morosco is comfortable on, and I want him to succeed on that pick. So I'm giving my vote to JDXL. I like that they give him the chance to play Comfort. Let's see what he can do.
I'm voting for JDXXXXL because they're larger than life today, baby.
It's still a fight for the first place on the other side. Enrique are trying to run away from the bubble to see if it doesn't pop and they go straight up into relegations. Let's pop over into the casters. Initialize India, the guy.
I feel that clearly JDXXXL have been frequenting Morley's, as been suggested as a really premier chicken establishment.
I am revoking your library cards, sir. That is not a joke. There you go. Get out of here. Be gone from the studio. See you for next.
I'm sorry you guys had to hear that. Some behind-the-scenes serious drama kicking off between.
The other guy. This guy.
I mean, who are you again? Do I know you?
Who asked? That's
me. Yeah. Anyway, we're heading on to the rift there as Nymera tries to recover himself. I've remembered his name now. And we'll head on to the rift from here. Hey. Worth keeping in mind here as well, Nariki did lose a ban due to being late. So that is the reason that initial ban was not taken. So that is info for those of you at home. But with these drafts locked in, any particular preference yourself on who you favor here?
I mean, I think that Desk were focusing on Morosky, picking up the Silas now. You know, they kind of use the quote, it's kind of like the Polish leader in terms of the player leader, L-I-D-E-R, of course, very famous ERL in solo queue player. Never really made it work massively over at the LEC, but he has always been, and Morosky kind of falls in this archetype of a low-range, high-mobility kind of melee assassin player, and Silas kind of falls into that wheelhouse. And I think that focusing on that champion when you are looking at a lot of champions you can dive onto, do a lot of damage, and be a big playmaker should be a good draft to set up Morosky for his entry into the NLC in his debut game here.
Can see there Morosky as well, just using his stolen Callista ult passive to link himself with Dan. So if he steals a Fate's Call, he can throw a Trundle into the mix.
I was actually wondering who he was going to do that with, because there's logic to put that Fate's Call onto. I was about to say pretty much everyone, but I was thinking, look, would even I be bold enough to put that onto Samira? But no, maybe not that one, but I think everyone else.
Beyblade, let it rip!
Oh my god, that's fantastic. That would have been awesome. Dragoon!
Dragoon! Yeah, exactly. Oh, my days, my childhood's coming back. Get knocked down, eat ground.
What I will say is never watch Beyblade like in the current...
So it hasn't aged well.
It hasn't aged well. Not in the way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon or many of the others have. But I was wondering, of course, who would be linked up with. Someone like Dan on the Trundle allows them a lot larger degree of safety, gives them the way out of fights, but every person does have utility for it.
Have got to come out to a pause here. A little bit of an in-game issue, so we're going to just take this moment to talk amongst ourselves. Probably not about
that sounds like
Fate's Call Samira.
That sounds like the kind of thing a substitute teacher says when they're like waiting for the next thing to happen.
Oh no.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Ooh, that sounds dangerous. I mean, we've got Twitch chat doing that. We don't actually have that much oversight ourselves, so behave.
What Twitch chat is effectively the back row of the bus.
Oh no, that is actually very true.
No, we
they like to stop the chat. I need a wee wee. Is that just like the chat that goes on?
Stop the chat. Yes, that is going down a rabbit hole I wasn't prepared
for. I know. It's just like my days on the school bus were limited, but there are a few.
It is there open. It is waiting for you to discover.
Pity the mods. I think I might have done some trouble to them. Anyway, we're swiftly back onto the rift.
That's what
talking amongst yourselves is not needed anymore, people. Let's get back to business of League of Legends. School is in session. The Gullborg School of Play-by-Play casters, where, of course, Don Jake Gullborg, mentored somewhat by Mikkel. Wonderful caster that he is.
Gullborg was mentored by Gullborg. Of course, Duckling being the other one of those.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry, Duckling. See, you've taken so much on from Gullborg, I can't differentiate the two anymore, is what I'm going to say. Someone like that Gullborg's probably quite offended, as is Duckling, actually.
It feels good to have some Danish representation in the NLC, of course. Denmark has had such a big impact on League in general. I mean, outside of
esports in general.
Yeah, I'm about to say, outside of like the kind of meminess of haha, national pride, which, you know, there's something too. I mean, I would love to see a World Cup at some point with League.
Be good fun.
I doubt that it's going to happen with current pro players with the way that it works. I know there was some talk about it in seasons past. But speaking of this competition, this game here and now, one thing that Kalista allows you to do is win the early levels and allow your support onto the map. Abagnale did this in their last game. Roscu, wise to their tricks though, and the wave is pushing into them. Might end up losing a minion or two, but able to get that cannon, I would assume. Does he have the Q? Presume he does. But he actually doesn't even need to use it right there. He's going to pick up a lot of fun from this.
There you go. Does indeed. And worth keeping an eye here as well that it is a cull start for Azator's Kalista. Gone for the exhaust as well. No heal, so looking to be a little bit more aggressive with these summoners.
Or rather it is cull on the first back. It's the thing that we saw from the LPL when they were playing with the Jinx in spring, because Jinx was such a big champion back then. But either way, the logic is the same. If you control the lane very early on, you can build up to a third wave crash, you can push that wave in, and instead of your support resetting, you use that crash to roam instead, because you're not going to be fighting very much at level 1. You can therefore kind of go across the map and use that for your own rights, and then the AD carry just does their own thing. They reset, they get themselves the item. The wave's bouncing back, they're not going to lose too much farm from that, and they get to come back with a very easy purchase of the cull without losing power at level 1, which can potentially stop you from doing the same thing.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that input there as well. Do you remember you talking me through that in spring? Nice.
Actually, I was introduced that by Sheen when he came over to Cast LEC with me.
Shout out.
Yeah,
I remember him talking that through with me as well.
Yeah, it was. Sometimes you look at another region, you're just like, huh, they're doing that kind of strange, and you don't realize what a trend is because you don't always have the same amount of game time on them. This is a pretty good trend though, using Kalista to go bot side early, but you've got the Blade Wall to. Oh my gosh,
Banderas, Instant Brother here. The Mininar comes through and cries. Wasn't so far away from looking for a solo kill.
If he had all of his cooldowns up, that would be very, very dangerous. FGG, Venza, oh, not level 3 again.
Oh, level 3, Venza gets hooked! Not like this! Venza, what god, what deity have you taken this deal with to die at level 3 again?
It's death, taxes, level 3. How?
I don't understand.
They did the hard work. They did the hard work. They blocked the first Nautilus hook. How does this happen?
There is some serious D&D warlock shenanigans going on here. Let's have a look at this again, because just walks into it.
Oh my gosh. It's literally just the monkey paw wish, that accursed item of, I want to be the bot lane of the best team in the league. Sure. The monkey paw curl. You will die level 3 every game.
The irony, of course, being that Wukong was the one that picked up the kill as well. So the monkey paw was
actually
picking up that kill.
Curled around the magical staff, the extendamabob thing.
The extendamabob?
Yeah, the extendamabob. I actually don't know what
it's called a staff.
Yeah, the staff, but I don't know. There is actually a specific name for Sun Wukong's.
Does it actually? Of course it does. Yeah, anyway, Morozcu hits level 6, steals the dredge line, but that is a well-buffed, a little bit of Spider-Maning from Abagnale to get out of dodge.
So, again, for some people who think that looks weird, and I'm sure most people will know this if they've played the Champions before, effectively the way the league works, the last... okay, well, no, we can't speak about that. Abagnale's probably going to die here.
And gets a chomp and starts to try and run at Abagnale, who does not have flash, but can get away.
Yeah, it's only first rank pillar, and of course he used it in mid lane, so Dan doesn't have that to close that down. But effectively, the last displacement on your character takes precedence. So if you use... Nautilus hook, say it works with Camille hookshot as well. But like if you get knocked up and then the hook connects with a wall, then that just takes precedence over anything else that happens. And of course with Nautilus it pulls you directly to the wall, so it doesn't actually matter how far you've gone, you just go flinging back there. Funniest
I know the one you're talking about, yeah.
We were casting in some LJL the other week or so. There's a poppy ult onto a Nautilus who flings across the screen and goes right back again.
It was serious Spider-Man bungee cord action going on. I'm talking 2 screens of Nautilus travel.
I'm surprised the G-Force doesn't give that poor person, like, beats them into unconsciousness.
Now, Nautilus is used to travel, changes in pressure, of course. Oh, underwater diver man.
So, I know Hiprain, when he's here, he often does the animal fact. I've got a bug fact for you.
Do you?
Dragonflies, when they actually fly around, they have incredible G-forces on them. Dragonflies, when they fly around, because they're obviously very, like, sudden changes in movement, I think they go into something like 9 Gs, which is actually enough if a human did the same thing, you just die. It's actually crazy.
Speaking of just dying, though, Abagnale goes for the Hex Flash in to try and find a hook onto FGG, but a little more action to be found. Yep. I believe Dragonflies as well only live for 1 day on average.
Oh.
So they last as newts for a few years, and then when they actually become Dragonflies, they don't last for all that long.
Maybe Venza is the Dragonfly of the bot lane.
Last gets to level 3, and only lasts from
level
him.
3 is like, my life cycle's done.
Banderas taking another hefty chunk from Kryze, who is doing very well. Flash for it, can't quite land the boulder toss though. Or the wallop, but Dan is around, and maybe, just maybe, this will still be
the
a
wave
kill
still crashing.
regardless.
Wave still crashing. I mean, at this point, Kryze probably didn't need to flash. They seemed a bit unnecessary. Kryze on very low HP.
Thinking about this.
Banderas actually looks for an all-in. He's kept the wave away from the tower to the point where maybe he can now play with a flash.
Looks for the flash in, but there's just too much healing. He can't quite make it work, and valiant attempt from the top lane and Nariki, but it's just not enough.
And now you're losing, well, you're only losing the 4 minions on the top, but you end up, I think probably using the flash there, looking for the great outplay, I think that's worth. You know what, I would have gone for the same thing. I see the option, just sadly doesn't work out for them. Actually, to pick up the farm in topside, it's actually going to be Astra and Abagnale. Moving up towards that top side, of course, it is 8 minutes, which means that you have Herald up, and it means that your bot lane is in position first for this. You're not actually stacking up on the objective with the Kalista, though, and Rel is making their way to the Herald. I think it's going to be down before the time JDXL can commit to it, but just worth
Plus FGG to level 6 right now. Whenever he hangs around this mid lane to try and get that off this wave, does indeed, of course, look to try and get towards that flipper. He started up the Herald. There is the 6.
Classic JDXL.
Indeed.
Borrow this one off down 1 Kiss. There's level 6 on their jungle and support, but look at that bot lane. Similar, because of course this is now up to 9 minutes, so a couple of waves later than you can do for the earliest. That means that JDXL not really in a position to contest. Just going to let that one go. And Nariki, much like they have done in several games, having a solid first couple of rotations. Of course, losing that kill on top side makes it a little bit awkward for them, but they have a Herald, they have a Kalista, which means that when they have Kalista and Nautilus, you are going to find an engage. So if you try and defend a turret with Kalista, Nautilus, and the Herald in tow, you're probably losing that fight, which means that JDXL needs to be very careful and about what plays they make, lest Nariki have a very strong counterplay in response.
Yeah, we've also got to keep our eyes here a little bit on the mid lane, of course, because M&S is, as it stands, trapped a little bit in the airport. Was in Twitch chat earlier saying, hello, still in Heathrow.
Oh, really?
So he was interested, like, hi, I'm here, guys, but I'm stuck in the airport. So I think the poor guy is a little bit stuck in transit, but it does mean Mirage Q, who, of course, was on Team Esker last split, got to EU Masters, took the game off Fnatic Team Kelso, who, of course, was a very prominent team going into that tournament as well. So a relatively recent, valuable player to another team, stepping into some very big shoes, though. And, of course, on the Silas is taking a little bit of punishment early versus the Azir.
Yeah, and something like Aero's not... hang on, we'll hold that for
I know.
potential 3v3. Spotting them out with the sweeper, though.
FGG's thinking about it anyway, Shattering Strike, but he's just taking so damn low. He's got the Magnet Storm off and will die. Venza goes in. S-Rank's available, but Azador's got a faint call. Flash from Venza. Gets 1, gets 2, and that will be all 3 dying with a little assistance from Dan.
He's not level 3 anymore, baby. Goes in and just judges it right. We're going to go straight into a replay. It's so fine. Got to see that a second time. They do focus down on FGG, but they don't quite kill him in time before he gets everyone clumped up. Manages to peel Flipper away from Venza, or at least he has to fall off of that. And Venza, while all of this is happening, is stacking up. There aren't Ren stacks in there. Dan comes in and with a well-placed pillar, a little bit of help from the rest of his kit. Venza pops off.
And especially after things start to look a little bit dicey, the call, the early kill, all of that, Gold's back to even. 2 of them are straight onto Venza.
So, trying to remember who was saying, I think it was Diamond Prox actually in the interview, and it was again brought up again on the pre-game. Diamond thought that Wukong was the strongest champion in the game. After the nerfs, not so much. And now Kalista is. Kalista is very much a European bias. We love this champion over here. I think it is probably one of the strongest champions in the game. It's not always going to be on the ban list. I think that some champions like Gangplank are incredibly powerful too. But either way, this champion is so strong to play around, and is strong particularly when you can play towards bot lane and get ahead of the game. You snowball so well, but giving kills over to a Samira does not help. Can they have a second crack at it? How much do they get out of this? It is just those plates, but it is an awful lot of them.
It's not quite the 4th, about an auto away from falling, but they have got themselves just over 2 minutes to collect.
Gosh,
at least one more, so going to see whether Astor and Abagnale can continue to put pressure on to claim even more of those gold
servers. Can I be cheeky and ask for a click on that tower? I want to see how much health it's on. It should be like even increments for that those tower platings. Said that they're panning over to it. How much is on that? Can we actually see? Is it going to be on there? 15 HP. Oh my gosh. Even with the resistances on that, you could walk up to that without minions, and that would be like 1 auto and play it off. I mean, Still a minute and a half for that to happen. You assume that they are probably going to get that one at some point, but JDXL planning to hang around bot side a little longer, maybe forcing the issue. Azir has first moved from mid, Morozki's teleported in to join them.
Has indeed. Continuing to take some slightly less than acceptable. Acceptable is really hard. Less than ideal CS trades in the mid lane, of course. Aero doing very well on the Azir right now into this range versus melee matchup. And there is that final plate falling. I don't know whether anyone was actually around to claim it. Sorry, fourth plate falling in the bot. I don't know whether anyone was around to claim it. But it's still going to be Nariki, despite being a little bit caught out with that last place. Still up some gold. Still in a fairly dangerous position with their carries online.
So with that Herald being put down and a lot of gold being put in towards bot side, and then of course the mid lane CS advantage, which Air is doing very well at keeping up actually. Nariki
all bounty
find
actually
themselves into a gold lead. Is that going to be enough at this point? JDXL have themselves at 2 dragons, and that alongside the kills onto the Samira, meaning that the Kalista isn't just de facto ahead in the way that she really wants to be, does mean that, of course, our analysts in the back room, and some other factors in there too, do believe that JDXL are significantly in the lead. I think they are too, in a lot of ways. Of course, the way this tends to work, though, is it's all good until one bad fight happens. Rozku
does find his way in, but doesn't go any further. I don't know whether that ultimate is available to hijack, so no event. I was going to call it like Emperor's, like I was going to call it Adventurer's Divide. I was like, that's
well. So the thing is, though, you said that there was like Adventurer's Divide. I was actually, because you were saying like, oh, these trades are unacceptable. Just reminded me of that one guy from Adventure Time.
Oh yes,
Lemon Grab. Unacceptable. Peace, security, tower smashing. We have it all here. As once again, we have ourselves a mighty culmination of forces in the bot side, but they're not choosing to fight this time.
Yeah, this bush has proved a little bit deadly for a number of AD carries. I think Attila out there has got a bit of a name on, but there's a flash magnet. Storm in with the flash down, but look at the turnaround. Flipper comes in, and Storm meets Storm, and Cyclone comes out on top. Azatop begins to flash around. Abagnale thrown in with the Fate's Call. I choose you, but the Pokemon this time around might not be good enough. It's a 1-for-1 right now, but the hook afterwards means that Dan is in danger of having to be shut down. Azatop gets it. Now FGG allowed to be the next sacrifice. The Spear of Vengeance gets another.
Oh, and this is such a disastrous play for JDXL. They've been trying to shut down this Kalista because you should. Kalista needs to be ahead in the game, but every time you put resources down towards this bot side, if it doesn't work out, things get very, very dicey. They don't manage to shut down the Kalista. Venza gets cut down first because Flipper is there in time. You've given over a heck of a lot of gold to Kalista in a way that you denied beforehand, and I think after this one, they've just got to be shaking their heads and thinking maybe we should have just left this one alone.
Maybe, and honestly, we've seen a few fantastic Nautilus hooks today, but that was 2 in a row there for Abagnale as well, who is having an absolute beautiful time on that pick.
Even though they are 4-9, and of course were one of our bottom teams in spring, I really want to praise this bot lane. I think Astor and Abagnale have had a strong year in the NLC as far as bot lanes go. In spring, Astor was my shortlist MVP for the bot lane role. And in summer, he has continually been a driving force for Nariki. Of course, Banderas giving them a bit of a multi-carry threat, which they struggled to consistently have in summer. But you look at the plays they can make through this, and you can see the real talent there. This has been about capitalizing later into the game. Astor on the Kalista before sometimes got a little too deep, looking for the game-ending play, and sadly finding the team's end with it. Now, will they have a chance to commit around this? Herald doesn't look like it, choosing rather to go back in towards their lanes and spread themselves across the map.
But Nariki are around, and they're setting up another little bit of a bait bush here. Abagnale and Flipper are inside of it. FGG doesn't face check any further. Herald secured by JDXL, all the while Banderas shoves in towards his bot lane and gets that wave to crash into the tier 2.
Okay, so once again, Nariki around this Herald choose to actually put their bot lane towards top side. Of course, they've already taken all the plates bot side now, and a lot of the time when it comes to this, you look at your composition, you look at the lane matchup, and you think, who is realistically going to hit towers? And then you try and put that person into the open lane, where, of course, that is most achievable to do so. Nariki have said, look, Kalista's the one that's going to be hitting towers right now. Let's go make sure that they're getting that gold, and they do manage to claim another tower. There's 2 turrets now to the none of JDXL, not managed to get onto the board there. And, you know, not for the first time, JDXL, we typically say they're going to crush through the early game, lethal map movements, their jungle support being the best in the league, looking to find some lethal Banderas. That's a heck of a good flash, actually.
That is about a frame away from
That's a really
death.
good flash. You know, that's right. I mean, you're kind of like hoping that Kryze angles the ult in a certain way, but that is unlikely to work out in like 90% of the time. So yeah, kudos to Bifrost for getting out of that one. But going back to the original point, JDXL, this early game has not been the most clean from them. They've had a couple of players go against them, which puts them into a bit of a tricky position. Dragon now on the board. What can they find around this area? Morozcute not there right now, but has a teleport to join.
Does indeed. Of course, the gold lead, as you said. About 4,000 right now for Nariki. They've got a lot of it onto Azator as well, who'll have his exhaust up shortly. He's got the Fate's Call.
We've got a couple of places where Morozcute can come in. It depends what he wants to achieve. And actually, Nariki are going to get this one without contest. JDXL not going to be able to get themselves a soul point. It is only the Cloud Soul, so maybe JDXL less likely to go towards that one. It's not going to end the game. Whereas actually, it might be the kind of thing where if you give up if you get an early soul and then get an early elder, because Nariki currently in the lead and they have a Callista, which means that typically around fights, they're more likely to get the objective. Maybe they're thinking, what if we don't take the dragon, so elder loss condition isn't a thing?
Yeah, I mean, on the other side, you do have a Trundle, a Smira, Rel and Silas, all pretty nice with the movement speed on ult. They quite like that one.
Oh yeah, in terms of the actual soul. But I think if you are going to lose the game through objectives, it's probably going to be around early elders while the Callista is still a big force. And so actually, I think this is the kind of game where I feel like an early soul for JDXL, in some ways, if Nariki are taking that time to trade for gold or find a good fight instead, I feel like it might work against them.
I would be interested to hear from one of the players' perspectives on XL post this game about that little bit of theory crafting you just did there, because I think there's some valid suggestions.
I mean, at the end of the day, turning it to a dragon gives you a chance to find a fight, and you have a lot of good team fighters on your team. So I think JDXL, if they have the right setup, absolutely go for it, see what you can do. But I think the dragon is more of a gateway to a fight rather than the actual objective itself in this particular game. Now,
oh boy, Aero goes in, but doesn't press the R button. That's
Sorry,
more an
sir, I'll be leaving now,
Emperor's...
sir.
And... The only thing he really divided there was Dan from FGG briefly with his own body, and then like nothing else.
He divided some like frowning eyebrows raised into their foreheads, going, "What the heck is this guy doing here?"
He kind of thought was better of that. I wonder whether he was just out of range for the ult course, can't see the indicators, and thought that would be a little bit risky.
Well, so when on Azir, actually, if you tap E, regardless where your cursor is, if you have a soldier on the ground, it will just go to it. I have been, I'm an Azir player myself. It took me a while to pick it up because that Season 5 was a weird time for playing against that champion. That was when I was still suffering from my one-trick pony condition. But
I thought that was a fox, not a pony.
Funny you mentioned that, yeah. But so with Azir, I've fallen prey to occasionally just having a soldier kind of down where I forgot where it was. I tap E and I just fly into the enemy team. I'm like, this is not where I want to be. Anyway, Aero doesn't really get suffered from that. And of course, doesn't really have any big implications at that point.
Well, Banderas is at 2 items here, and I think Kryze is going to be in a lot of danger. I think he's just going to get solo kill. There's no way out. He's got no mega coming, flashing away into the bush, and gets accelerated shot blast to the face.
Oh, Dan's
and falls down.
Dan's going to clean up, so Banderas going to have to be sitting there, ring his own demise, but he's taking a flash, taking a kill.
Aaron's on the other side of the map.
And this is actually a seriously good play for Banderas. Banderas not for the first time in his own right, finding Nariki advantages in a side lane.
They've got themselves Smite plus Callista. This Baron is going to be incredibly hard to even consider stopping. JDXL is just going to give it up. That's Baron.
That is oh my god, it goes down to 20 HP at the end of that, though. Smite takes down 75. Nariki had the objective secure, but one person flipping in from JDXL, and that goes disastrously. Nariki, though, against JDXL, the leaders of the NLC, our most dominant team, 12-1, while Nariki sit outside of playoffs itself, are in a significant advantage. Good gold lead. Lead on an important character in Callista who has to play it from ahead. They have achieved that. JDXL, losing through side lane and not having too many grouped up fight options as it stands right now, will, much like Riddle earlier versus X7 unsuccessfully managed to do, have to try and problem solve their way out of a losing scenario.
Reminder as well that Nariki are fighting to stay out of relegation spots. This win would be huge. And in a match that honestly seemed next to impossible on paper with how good JDXL have been. Yes, they were a little fortunate, of course, with Morozcute being subbed in for M&S due to kind of unforeseen reasons. But even so, you know, they were missing a banner at the beginning of this one. This is Flipper's last game, and that's got to be hitting some of the mentality as well, one would imagine. And still, they are now up a healthy amount of gold. The map's theirs. They are very firmly in command with this Baron, and they are very happily looking like they're on the way to what looks like a victory right now.
Well, they're definitely in the winning position. I think right now it feels like their game to lose. They have to overstay into a Rel combo. That's probably one of the worst ways it can go. Just watch to see what JDXL can do with vision and see what they can do to see if they can find some of those miracle teleports. They're playing against a stopwatch on the Azir. That's one thing to take care of. But outside of that, you're basically dealing with that and a Kalista ult to keep Nariki safe. They're grouping up all 5 members in the bot side. If JDXL want to find a big cataclysmic fight, maybe it is now, but they themselves have everyone seen on vision. All they're doing is clearing. They're not looking for a flank. They're just holding their own.
Yeah, only playing on the one lane right now, and I feel that's something that JDXL are pretty pleased about. Nariki don't want to give the opportunity for an uneven fight when the siege is ongoing.
See that there's a lot of poke on the side of Nariki. They have themselves those shock blasts coming over the wall. It's very hard to engage onto a Jace at this point. It's one of the things about geography when you're pushing into this side lane outer turrets, either this one on if you're pushing into bot lane inner when you are the blue side team, or on the other side if you're red side and pushing into that top side. And it's very hard to shut someone down across the wall. You can't just go across that tri-brush, well, not tri-brush, but you can't go across that same wall to shut down that same person. Nariki use that geography, take themselves a turret, very free of contest really, just take it slow. Slow and steady is starting to get them further and further ahead in this race. Now, we don't count JDXL out. They are our first team for a reason, and they are very good at team fighting their way out of bad situations when they have found themselves in the unlikely ones, but they don't have MNS. They have Mrozgu. While he has had a stable game so far, he's actually not really found himself getting involved. That has to change if JDXL want to find a way back into this. We mentioned it very early into the game. Sylas has a lot of agency this game. Need to see Mrozgu start using it.
But
find a way.
Aero and Asdor have a lot of gold in contrast. It's a significant lead in terms of items for both of them. Gold bounties on both for obvious reasons, and honestly, it's an item ahead right now for Azator, and that is a big deal in comparison to JDXL, who really are waiting for at least maybe a third item on the Samira would be preferable.
So Venza's actually chosen to sit on the Serrated Dirk, which is a very efficient item. Good amount of AD, and of course the Thought you get with it, but chosen to go to the Lord Dominates Regards. I think that makes a lot of sense. It is a more efficient item just in general. Than the Collector, fully built. Does mean the Venza is sat at a point of power, but how is this Samira going to function? You really need to wait for Nariki to slip up, allow you to stack up, and of course that's very difficult for Samira to do with the right
Yes.
Ouch. Yep. The Ace does damage, by the way. 3 items, very far ahead of the curve in his own right, but that little trade has allowed Kryze a chance to hit a tower. On the other side, Nariki doing the same.
They do indeed tower for tower trade, but I think for JDXL they'll take that one, especially considering it took them significantly less members to do that, but they do have a wave.
Look at Rel. This is one of the things which you need to be very careful of when you're pushing beyond your vision line. They don't see the flank. Can they find the fight?
Now they need to try and find the way in. Flash Magnet Storm gets them into the backline, but can they stay alive? No, Rel's gone. Fate's call to get Abagnale out to safety. They go in with Mrozgu, but he just dies and cannot secure. And Emperor's Divide. JDXL trying for the flank, can't make it work. Venza into the backline with the S rank, but he is quickly shut down. He isn't featuring Dante for very long indeed this game. And Dan now with the subjugate running cannot stay alive, and actually Nariki with so many members to the good can start looking into it, maybe even look for the game.
Oh, and JDXL, one by one, they go in and they fall just as surely. You don't have your bot side of the map. Can they even defend these towers? Nariki, with not enough minions, choose to back off. FGG respawning enough to dissuade them. Now JDXL, they have a teleport on Mrozgu. They have very few wards to go to, but JDXL not giving up the chase right now, wanting to hamper these retreats, not let them back easily.
Spawning, actually, this might be an angle for JDXL, saying, look, if you have to reset at this point, we have a Baron angle.
I think, yeah, with 30 seconds on Baron, just delaying the recalls gives something for JDXL to play around. Gonna go straight into his replay too. Again, see what happened after this one, because this is after Rel's already died. I think that FGG had the right angle, just the timing wasn't quite there. And when you are playing against a Nautilus as Rel, you are at a point where it's very easy to cancel your CC, cancel your dash, and Rel not that tanky. And of course, in that clip, Samira absolutely not tanky either. Gets in with a great ultimate swirling around, but it just wasn't enough. And with that stopwatch being very high value for Abagnale to break open the base and force JDXL even more onto a back foot.
We're left with a game that is 8,000 in Nariki's favor. A base broken. And Dragons even. This might not be what you were expecting looking at this, but Bandera's about to face check. Could be a bit of a turnaround. Crashdowns there. And I don't think there's any way out for this Jason. Remember, Baron's alive, so he has got to try and get as much done as he can. So much damage as a flash secures the kill for Kryze.
Yeah, with Flipper coming up, it got a little dangerous. That's why Kryze wanted to flash in, get the timely secure of that kill. Make sure it was just confirmed, but Nariki finding themselves still, even with that, in an advantageous scenario. It's 1 kill back. That's good for JDXL. It gets them something. But it's not enough to turn the table of this game. Imagine what a day it would be if Singularity win, if Nariki win, but they have to put this game to bed. How can they do that? Morozku's teleporting in.
Teleport for teleport. No hijacked ultimate quite yet. Abagnale, dredge line out to safety was still a Fate's call, so not in any real danger, you would assume. Venza instead just wild rush into the mid lane to secure that one, and a little bit of tension, but nothing that really explodes right there.
I think what you can see in that play is JDXL, that's the kind of play where they normally would have vision to kind of make a miracle flank, but they haven't really managed to capitalize on this time. They haven't had great vision control since they've fallen behind. That is one of the best ways you can get back into a game. You can catch people off. You can try and guess where the enemy team are going to put their next ward, sit in that fog of war and catch them out. They haven't managed to do that, haven't found any ways to pick Nariki apart. Baron is going to be absolutely melted. FGG stayed a long time to get this flank. They have the vision control now. What can they do with it?
But can they extricate themselves is indeed the question. FGG will find the way onto Azator! That's a key carry, but can they actually finish him off? He's so tanky. The Emperor's Divide knocks them all away! And Aero gets FGG. What more can they get out? It's a kill, plus Baron, plus a shock blast to start tanking some more as Abagnale's dredge lines drag them all under. A depth charge to follow, and Venza's hull is well and truly breached.
Oh, but serious MVP there is Aero. Dashes into the jaws of JDXL and says, you do not take my AD carry today. Divides them away from the Kalista. Kalista lives, and Nariki against the first place team with a strength of schedule which seems so far beyond them, finally get themselves a win, and it is against the top team.
They move further away from the fear of relegations. They move even potentially out there in the absolute extreme of cases towards a playoff dream. But FGG ain't done yet. Maybe XL at the last gasp, at the last saloon can find something, but no, they just don't have the damage. Blitzcrank will question why they even bothered. And Nariki fell the first place team.
We have said now for weeks, Nariki looked better than their scoreline. They had good games against other top-place teams, but they couldn't quite finish it off. How crazy is it that the team that they end up finally capitalizing against is JDXL? Now, they were down a member in the mid lane, and what a member to be missing, but Morozku is no slouch, and in that game, of course, we saw him trying to make some of those fancy moves on Silas. It just did not work out, but JDXL now taking the second loss against a non-playoffs team. They have a lot of questions now themselves. Elation for Nariki, questions for JDXL.
And a convincing win it was from Nariki, but that will be enough convincing from us. The desk have got to do that now. We'll see you in a minute or two.
Thank you, Initialize. And yeah, this is a good one for Nariki. This was running away from relegations versus JDXL, obviously coming in with the sub, but I don't think that was the deal.
This was a massive win for Nariki. This means a lot for the mentor, right? You say escaping relegations, but at the same time, I can't help but feel it's a little bittersweet. You have just really been eliminated from playoffs in the sense that you are just too far out of reach. But imagine if they had won the games earlier where they should have won. Imagine if, they played like this earlier in the split, then maybe they would have gotten to playoffs. But regardless, though, a massive win helps them really have that great mental going into the relegation battle of avoiding that 9th position. So it's still a massive win for them. It's just kind of bittersweet that it wasn't a bit earlier so they could keep dreaming for that playoff place.
Nothing means anything anymore. The reality is just completely diffused.
And today's a surprise day.
I feel like I should have taken the blue pill because there's no matrice to this matrix. There's nothing mathematical or logic behind what's going on. It's just entirely everything that shouldn't happen or should happen doesn't end up transpiring, and I'm perspiring, like I'm sweating. What's going on?
I brought
guys?
in a statistic that was really important. The level 3 where Windsor dies and they always win the game. And today it was broken. I know we have to focus on that bot side, and I do believe we have a replay specifically about that bot side, as I want to dive into that one.
Ooh, this is a good one. I actually really want to talk about this one. This was the point where JDXL really came back. Yes, you do see FTG kind of get blown up here, but he manages to get the metal storm off and the crash down. And look at Vince here, by the way. I want to highlight his flash. Here, when he jumps out of the Kalista ultimate, very perfect flash. And then he starts getting the resets on the E, and he just manages to pick that up. And from that point onward, it really felt like to me, JDXL were going to have this game. But in the end, they simply did not, as Nariki got back into it.
But why? I want to understand why didn't got the game. Because they woke up. Okay, do it. Okay.
It's quite simple. I don't think I managed to get us a replay for it, but it was in the bot lane. JDXL, they messed up Nariki, outplayed them 2v3 and got, 2-3 kills on Asita, and then he just became the main carry. So everything they benefited from, JDXL, which we just saw in the replay, gone in an instant by one big mistake where Nariki were able to punish, and then they snowballed beautifully. Asita, untouchable in team fights, and he was a main carry here.
And then in the end, we almost saw them getting a breath of fresh air for JDXL, but we heard it before from Azitard that if he gets these early game champions that he can get to carry in the late game, he shines on. But not only him, but Ado. That was, look at this beautiful, please stop, show ID, you cannot go through.
Yeah, and I'd like to say it's a good setup from FTG as well. He gets a really good ult onto Azator, obviously. But the follow-up's just not quite there. And like you're saying, the Aero just completely comes in savior. He can be his hero, baby, because he just at the right time, right place. And it meant that Nariki takes a win here. I don't know how they've done it, but they've done it.
And talking about him, let's meet him again for the interview as we have Ado with us today after the massive victory versus JDXL. Oh, there you go. There you go. That's a smile I haven't seen in a long time. Welcome back, Ado, as we're talking about hero of this game. This was a massive boost for you guys, no? How are you feeling?
It was really amazing because I didn't have electricity before the game, so I was late. And I was really scared, but when we got into the game, we were so confident. I don't know why, but I don't know, whole pressure, I think, got us before the match happened, and when we were in the match, we were in the zone. So it was really good to play like that. I think we played pretty good, and I'm happy.
And your matchup was not an easy one as well, because even though people can say, oh, it was not Eminence, yeah, but the person that was subbing in, he was a beast as well, really well known. So when you know you have to fight versus someone that is not Eminence, you have to set up for him and you need to prep for him. How did you take that news? Like, how can you set up so fast like you did?
I think it's about the champion pool. I think...
Yeah, I do believe so. The champion pool is a little bit more small.
Muddy, it's a puddle. You know, it's mysterious. You can't really see
It's not a pool, it's a puddle.
The thing about being narcissistic, like if you're me, is when you enact the tale of Narcissus, you have to look at yourself in that puddle. And I find it difficult to look in the mirror every morning, Archram.
Me too, for different reasons. I don't like what I see. No, I'm...
Are you guys okay?
See, we got it now,
That was for you, CJ.
No, this is really important, the idea that you're facing someone that you didn't prepare for.
Yeah, no, 100%.
You have to set up for a different champion pool, for a different person, for a different play style. Everything changes. And he was saying, as we get him back on the interview, welcome back, different champion pool, different setup. How did you take this in? So explain to me. It's not a champion pool, it's a puddle.
Yeah, I think the champion pool is a big thing for the matchup. For against MNS, it is really hard to know what he's gonna play. So I can't really prepare. While against this opponent for tonight, I think I was pretty confident on blinding my champion because he plays mostly melees, and I'm really comfortable on that. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I was way more comfortable because I could predict at least.
For the last question, how are you feeling now? Now, between you and me, what is the feeling after taking down JDXL? For you, not for the team. I don't care about that now. I want to care about you. How are you feeling?
I feel pretty good because I think I played a pretty good game.
You did.
But it would have been sweeter against MNS because he really puts the pressure, like, yeah.
Understandable, I might say, understandable. Now, but once again, you showed why you are where you are and why Nariki, even though the place, it's like Nameda usually says, Nuriki are not on the position where everyone believes they should be. You guys are way above and beyond from the place where you guys are. Let's see on the next place. And congratulations. I want to see what happens throughout the rest of the split. Thank you so much for this interview, and congratulations. Have a nice one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So when he knows who's he's facing against and he can look into the champion pool, then you can prepare yourself. This is so important, Duckling.
Yeah, I think it's a great point that he brings up, right? Because we talked about it as soon as we heard Morosco came in. Okay, he's going to play something Assassin. What is going to be? We don't know it's going to be the Akali Astralis, but you can limit the pool. But for Eminence, the man plays everything. You can't just say, yeah, he's going to be playing this. Now, you don't know. Eminence can really play everything, and he's someone who's very good at adapting to different methods. So I think he hit the head on the nail. He highlighted it perfectly. It's hard to prep against Eminence, where someone like Morosco, it's a bit easier because you can actually limit what he plays into a pool.
JDXL needed this game to put themselves on the top 2, almost secured top 1 as well. And now there's a big question mark, even though they're at the top of the standings. There's still a question mark, and Dusty and Riddle are looking at the shadow. Do you believe it's possible?
No.
I agree.
No.
No? No? Shall we go to the next interview then, I guess, because I do believe we have with us a jungler. Hello.
It's the man.
So it was not the bear, it was not Eminez. What happened then?
I mean, I think we just had a bad day. We had a bad draft. We had some signs of life, but honestly, this was not good enough from us. But credit to Nariki because they just beat us and blocked us out of playing today. So we come back next week, we'll play better. We grew from the other loss. I'm sure we'll grow from today too. So it is what it is.
Looking at the rest of the schedule, what do you believe is going to be the toughest game for you guys?
Probably Dusty. I think that's the hardest one, yeah. Unless you're including playoffs, but if you're talking regular season...
No, not about playoffs, just about the regular split, which leads me to this question. You don't secure yourself today the first and second seed. Do you see a world where you might lose the first and second seed like you did on Spring Split?
No, I don't see it. I think we're guaranteed first, to be honest.
Okay, you guaranteed first for you?
Yeah.
Okay, so today was a bad draft. Do you believe it's on Torok then?
Oh yeah, I blame Torok, and I believe he owes you another apology or something. Or actually, Venzel's come up with a forfeit for you, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I've just remembered,
you get a second apology.
Yeah, another forfeit.
I didn't even get to say what I wanted. What do you think I should... what should I ask then?
I have no idea. I like seeing my coach apologize, to be honest. I think it's pretty good.
But a good video?
Because, yeah, I think he should make a video this time rather than come on interview. He should
I
make
think
like a very
he's
sincere apology
in the
video.
UK. I'm going to go to him personally. I'm going to make him apologize. We're going to make a video together.
Okay.
That sounds
Thank
good.
you for the idea. Okay, so at the end of the split, you think you're going to be on first seed, and going into playoffs, what is the team that you feel that can match up to you guys?
I thought it was Riddle. I think in my last interview I said it was Riddle, but I actually don't think so anymore. I think Riddle have shown a lot of weakness.
Okay.
I would like to see a bit more of the new X7 with Viking.
Yeah.
But right now I think Dusty are on the upswing. I think Dusty is probably the hardest team.
Okay.
I'll say Dusty.
Reasonable. So in the best of 5, we don't get to see the Lee Sin, do you?
I mean, after that clear, I'm never touching that champ again.
By the way, I did with the TP, I did 327.
You did? You beat me with TP?
And it's me. So you could have probably done like a 325. Just letting
Sure,
you know.
sure. I want to see your clear though. Like, I want to see you clear.
I'm terrible, but I'll do my best.
I challenge you. You have to beat us. You've seen us all clear. You've seen all the tricks.
Okay.
Now you have to do better than
So
us.
if I beat your time, I will be happy.
I will accept you're the better Lee Sin player.
If I beat your time?
Yeah.
Easy peasy. Thank you so much for that one. I'll take on that challenge, and I'll see you soon then. It's always a pleasure. Have a nice one.
Bye.
Man. I'm winning a lot of things.
Yeah.
If I was this good when I was a player, man,
you wouldn't be here right now then.
No.
I mean, Dan, the man.
No, he
he's
would be.
hoping
He
to
would
win.
be. He would be here because he would be too old to play because he's like 35 or something, aren't you?
Good try, though.
No, he's
not even close.
He's
though.
forever 21.
Forever
21 as the last game of the day is going to be Eminem versus Astralis. But before that, let's look how the teams are right now after this defeat of JDXL. Eminem Gaming now are kind of isolated with Singularity on the bottom of the standings. It's a complicated mission now for them, as Vanir and Nuriki are still looking at the shadow of Bifrost. JDXL are only 2 games away from Riddle, like we started today, and Dusty. Last split, I need to bring it back. JDXL, top of the standings, constantly with X7, and at the last possible day, boom, they got kicked to 3rd place. They picked Riddle, they lost it. Torok went into a madhouse, and then, yeah, that's the thing.
Some people say that the Torok that was lost that day has never been seen again. He was sort of descended. I heard that basically what happened there was he went into the woods of England, the Midwest, the Midlands, and he went out there for a couple weeks, and there was tales of a kind of a hairy man patrolling the mountains at night, and he kept screaming about draft and B1s and R1s, R2s, and just ban Corky,
If that was a video, that would probably be at the top of the NLC Social Clash, which we're gonna see right now. That special moment for everyone in the night, where our teams and players fight against each other on social media, bringing the hottest memes and compilations and videos as well. And at the end of the day, our production is going to award them with points. First place is going to take 5 points, second one will take 3, and third place will take 1 point. And Dusty already have a point, so that means we are not allowed anymore to take away our social manager.
I really hope we could do that, honestly. I really hope we could get him away. Also, can we do predictions for this? Like me and Jake just predict who will
I'm going to be my thing for this is I like to do the thumbs up or the thumbs down like I'm Caligula.
Okay,
you know,
who do you think is going to take it today?
I think Riddle will definitely be in there. I think they won't be first this time around. I don't think I've seen a banger from CJ, so I think it's more like he's made some solid memes. It's a second. There was one team in particular that I think made a good video that I can't remember, but I believe that I know someone has taken over for Dusty social media and has been doing a better job, so I believe they might sneak into third again. But for first place, I'm going with X7 because I can't remember another team that has made a banger.
Okay, so you say Dusty third, you said
Riddle second.
Riddle second, and then X7 first. Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Let's see what is going to happen. In third place, it is the Nuriki. Nuriki with this one. Call an ambulance, but not for me versus Singularity. They almost took them down, but Azitor yet again pops off as a hyper carry, and this awards them 1 point on a social media social clash.
For me to look at the image, I have to look through Jake, who just looks completely stone-faced. Not a single emotion is on that man's face when I'm trying to look at the graphic. It's beautiful.
Now we slow down, we look at him.
What is it?
What is it? Thumbs up or thumbs down? No, you don't say anything. It's only thumbs, you told me.
Just do it.
But it's still 1 point for you guys. You guys did amazing on the NLC Social Clash. Let's move on to the second one. You think it's Riddle, and exactly, I mean, I never thought you got this one, by the way. I never thought you would, and you didn't. The second one is going for Vanir. Okay, time to sleep. Spring playoffs versus Dusty. A classic. Vanir getting completely destroyed, like they did on the previous day of the week. Duckling.
I mean, I watched this on the train towards the studio. I thought it was a pretty decent meme. To be honest, is it second place worthy? I'm turning into Jake here.
Judging?
But you know, I want to say I very much appreciate. I think Vanir as a whole are one of the teams that actually do good content. Thank you very much, Vanir. So even though this isn't the biggest banger from them, they do good content.
We have something.
So I'm not going to talk about this. I'm not like a massive fan of this. One thing I will say is I was scrolling TikTok today and I saw Vanir on my For You page. Shout out to whoever does the TikTok for Vanir. It was a thing of it was when Noodle and Sahira are on the roster and they're talking about explaining how Aphelios works. That was a banger. And they got like 4K likes as well, so someone's doing a good job. You get a thumbs up for that. Like I'll include that in this as a thumbs up.
Okay. Finally, the judge can.
I love Vanir, dude. Like Vanir do a really good job.
3 points for Vanir. And the last one, first place of the NLC Social Clash for day 14 of Summer Splits. You think it's X7?
It's not going to be X7, is it?
Actually,
it is?
No, it's not. It is Riddle with the video of Let's Hope X7 are ready to face us later on today in the NLC, explaining how the team works before the game. Kick it!
I've watched this before, actually. It's the classic. being a social media manager. Oh, that was actually very
man,
good.
no one is safe on this one. This was a banger from Riddle. This awards them 5 points. Okay, everybody slow down. The judge is looking. Oh, there's a little smile.
Dude, I feel like a really bad guy, but like, this is good, but it's like, I've seen it so many times before, so many teams have done this. Like, it's good, but like...
You don't talk, you just use thumbs. Yeah.
Dude, I'm sorry, like, no. Like, not for me, man.
Damn.
Sorry.
I'm disappointed. I thought it was a banger.
I thought it was very
It's
good
a
as well.
banger on it. I like it, and it's like I like how they tailored it to the teams.
You know what?
Specifically.
I'll give them 5 points nonetheless because I'm the host. So let's look into the standings of NLC Social Clash on day 14. Riddle in first place. I mean, CJ is just racking on those points, at least on NLC Social Clash. In second place is going to be X7, Vanir Team Singularity. And down at the bottom, we have Dusty. They're alive.
Look.
Yeah.
I see Astralis in 5th with 5 points.
Okay.
And I have to say, please step up your game for the whole of Denmark. Do it. I know you have a coach who, when I work with him, used his bald head as a crystal ball for our staff announcement. He got in a cardboard box and his head got oiled up by his assistant for a staff announcement. The man has so many ideas for great content. Please utilize Vendetto's beautiful bald head and get some points on the board.
There you go. We got our own bald heads.
We should start using that for predictions, actually.
I was going to say that, but I couldn't. That was a good segment. By the way, there's a meme going on the social media for the NLC, a template for our own cast when I met the weird guy. So use that one, and maybe you can get something on the next week. I'll put you in, guys. Don't worry. Moving on into the last game of the day. It's going to be Astralis versus Eminem. You flinched, I saw it. This is an interesting game because Eminem needs this victory to run away from relegations, while Astralis can keep climbing. What do you guys think? Where should we look?
Let's just put this plainly. This is where the friendliness between me and Duckling ends, unfortunately. This is Denmark versus the UK.
Yeah.
This is a nation. This is a pride of the nation. Unfortunately, I don't get to, when it's Excel versus Astralis, I can sit here and be like, yeah, this is going to go great. Eminem, not doing as well, but I feel like, come on, boys. You got Soph and Kamira in there. Those are my guys. I've known those guys for years. They wouldn't let me down, surely.
Surely. What about you?
Well, all I have to say is, Soph, Kamara, Calum said no to Tricked before they won a split. And then we got Texa instead on Tricked. We then won a split. So I'm just saying, Tricked, Texa, Vendetto, they'll do it again.
The biggest problem with Danish people is that they don't know that they sound like that, and he's talking absolute rubbish there. For me, the UK, with a preeminent kind of esports country, I mean, you talk about some of the best players being from Denmark, but what, yeah, they are from Denmark. Yeah, the best players are.
UK, well, you have K-Draman, a man who
best
cancels
players.
ultimate.
Alfari's from UK, mate.
Yeah, Alfari.
He's the best top laner in the world.
Fifth place, LEC? Is that all I'm hearing?
Looking into this game, what sort of champions can we look for? And specifically, what sort of lanes should we be looking? You talked about the jungle, about Soph. What about Texer? That is going to be an interesting matchup. Texer has been really active in the jungle, if I may.
If I think about these two players, the #1 champion that immediately springs out is Lee Sin. But I think Taxa is a lot more likely to pick up the Lee Sin. These guys are highlight players on Lee Sin. I feel like Taxa is like, I know in the previous split it was like games where like he would just pull out Lee Sin and you'd be like, oh, this is such a bad pick here, but he just finds like the 40-minute like flash kick or whatever. Soft's a similar player. Soft to me is like, it's annoying to see some of these games from him because I know that he's one of probably the most strong early game junglers in the entire league. But he's just not like, he's kind of faltering a lot in the early game, to be honest with you. I don't know how much of that relates to like just the general team setup or like the champions he's playing. He's obviously playing like a lot of body burst, stuff like this. Whereas like when he played on Macro, for example, he was playing more stuff like Hecarim. You don't really see that from him here. So yeah, Soft Jam, man. Love you, bro. Let's see some Lee Sin, man.
Let's keep talking about the matchup as we go into the champion select, and we can develop a study going from that one. I'm not. You deserve some peace. So I'm going to jump into champion select right now. Astralis versus Eminem. No, don't Jake. Oh, you hate.
But I mean, for me, Obviously, Tex is very exciting. You mentioned it in the center. I'm glad you highlighted it. He hasn't been playing it that much recently in competitive as he's shifted more to that facilitator role, but he is insane on the chamber. But I want to drag it down towards the mid lane. Sencox has had the week of his life in the NLC last week, and I hope that he can continue that here today. Put him on some carry chambers. The man is in the form of his life at the moment, it feels like. He's really refound that 2016 Worlds Sencox form, and I want him to keep utilizing that as they look for going 9-5.
I mean, he can do it in the NLC. Can he do it on a rainy night against Chimera's Swain? That's what I have to ask you. You know, in Stoke as well, it could be.
Swain has been a menace on Chimera specifically. I think Swain is Chimera right now.
He's got the Swain flu. And, you know, you've got to do the migraine skank if you want to get away from that.
Fans are coming in hot. GP and Senna to wrap it up on both teams' eyes. Sometimes get lost. As we're looking for more Kalista on the bot side. A lot of focus on the bot side as well because Michigo is a beast with those early game champions and carries. Even Samira, it's not fancy. Yeah, it can actually make it work.
Yeah, you can see in a lot of their games for Eminem. I feel like Michigo is very much at the precipice of almost their victories. A lot of the time, it's you know, it's either Chimera or Michigo in a lot of these games stepping up. I feel like Calum, obviously, is someone we put highlights towards. No surprise to see then that the Kalista is something that's getting taken away. Wouldn't be surprised to see some other bans directed towards him, but I think you've got to take away some of these R1, R2 priorities. This is where we see that B1 thing. But I think Gangplank getting taken away on blue side, I feel like you don't want to B1 it because we've seen that get punished heavily. I previously, the last day we had on broadcast, I can't quite remember what it was, but it was a pick that got picked into it, and it was really, really bad. I feel like you take that away because you know that Calum's going to opt in towards that. It's obviously a champion that Carlson wants to play as well.
The big counter versus GP is Kale.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you kind of don't want to set that up for just being locked in. That is exactly what happened actually. It was Kale into GP. Yeah.
One thing that I instantly noticed looking at this draft is that the bear is open, and it's something we have seen Tex play a couple of times. But the Gnar also open. I kind of wanted to talk about Carlson's champion pool as a whole, but the Gnar is one of his more stable champions that he is very good at. He has really popped off on the champion in the summer split, and while he had some cheesy picks I was hoping to talk about, I'm very happy seeing this for him.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like, not to take it away from it, I feel like everyone can have pop-up performances on Gnar. This champion is like so... I feel like this champ needs a nerf, to be honest with you, because I feel like it's in a position whereby you can pick it every game, pretty much, and just kind of perform into a lot of lanes that you wouldn't have been able to before Joe Billy patch.
Oh, here comes the early and the late as well. If you want to play for someone, Michigo is there with the Draven right now. So we can look for counters on the bot side versus the Draven. What do you reckon they can bring in? Because Chrisberg is a beast. So the bear could be helpful to set up those ganks, but what sort of AD carry would be useful to take that sort of advantage?
I mean, they have already locked in the Astralis, but...
I was looking at you, yeah.
I think the debate is very interesting in terms of the Volibear, right? Because the Volibear can very easily close the gap, but Draven is one of the AD carries that is somewhat able to deal with him with the E, actually helping create a bit of distance, so making it a bit harder for the Volibear. But in the end, obviously, the Volibear, a strong champion, a good response, I would say, and he is able, if he plays it correctly, to shut down Michigo.
I disagree entirely on the Ezreal versus Draven, but continue.
Well, I feel like it's two different directions. You want to make a decision, right? You want to, you know, either sack the lane somewhat and just play to scale. You can go for a Rakan later, maybe on if we get it through the second ban phase. See the Braum getting banned here. I feel like once you go the Ezreal, you are going for that roaming support. You're realizing you're not going to be able to contest in the early 2v2 because you go against the Draven.
Yeah.
So for me, Eminem, you need to ban something that roams here. So I think it makes sense somewhat to ban the Braum because you've gone for the Nautilus. Now's where you ban the Rakan, I think.
And I think they're going to play for Sencox. You were talking about that. If they pick the Ezreal, they want to play it safe versus Draven. So maybe we can see a carry on the mid lane to try and counter that Swain if he appears. This is a way, well, it's been away, so no more Swain. What else can Chimera play to make face-to-face with Sencox?
I mean, for me, I would look towards something more standard magey for Chimera. One champion I really associate him with is if the Corgi doesn't get banned, that's obviously a possibility. But the Orianna as well. I mean, he's more, to me, the less flashy player, but the more reliable. He's always there to add something, and when he gets good teamfight tools, he is always really good at using the Shockwave, getting some good packages in, or whatever, really. That's the main thing I remember from Chimera in NLC Division 2, really being good on the Corgi and being able to decide a lot of teamfights thanks to his good package placement.
I feel like for me, Chimera is a player that just kind of flits up and down really heavily in terms of, we have all these memes around him being like the Scottish faker, and sometimes he lives up to that name wonderfully. Like in terms of some of his Swain performances, I feel like he's completely 1v9. But then other games he feels kind of absent, and I feel like it's depending on like what Chimera we're going to get here and what champion can facilitate that start. We've seen him do it on Swain. Can he do it on other picks?
Look at the bans. We have Lissandra, we have the Swine. So two picks that could deal with Yari as well.
Lissandra's locked. I knew it. I told you.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Wukong top. You talked about Wukong top earlier today.
It's popping on Division 2, and there we go. We got to see it on the top lane. I hope it's not Lee Sin top lane, please. But yeah, Wukong versus the Nod, this works wonders.
Oh my god, this is so Gigabrain from Eminem.
That is very smartly drafted, actually. That is very, very big brain from Eminem.
Well played to Caracal Jr. Caracal Sr. must be so proud right now. This is absolutely tremendous from him. He's done. This is 500 IQ.
But I mean, it's Astralis Vendetta, so he always knows what's going to happen. He's always 5 steps ahead. I've seen into his head, so he knows that this would be coming, and he's drafted the Silas instead. I've looked into the crystal ball. Regardless, though, I'm very much happy for the Silas. It's a champ that really is able to take over. If he gets the early lead, he can snowball the game, and Sincox, as I said, has been in good form recently. Very interested for the support now, because they're hovering on towards this Alistar, but it would surprise me if that's the lock-in. They are swapping it over to Leona instead of something we haven't seen as much recently, but a good Roma.
She was buffed on 12.12b as well, so this could bring a little bit more damage to this team, because looking into the damage, you have the Silas for AP, Ezreal is like a mix, you have the Nard. Is there any champion that you can look in and say, well, this is the carry?
Well, Chimera's got R5 here, and Chimera...
Astralis. I'm talking about Astralis. You look into that team, do you find a carry there?
I think right in the moment, though, one thing I just want to touch on is, yeah, we spoke about this R5, it's been left to Chimera. Chimera, obviously dubious questions surrounding his champion pool, what he can pick out here. In a bind, in a situation, and he's gone for the Cassiopeia. I think the W Miasma is going to create a myriad of problems for Astralis' kind of composition. You've got the Volibear, you've got the Silas coming into, you've got Gnar as well, Leona obviously as well. Cassio, a good pick here. I think in terms of lane counter, in terms of lane matchup as well, pretty decent lane for Cassio from what I understand as well.
This is a big counter, though, clean.
Yeah, I mean, for me, what I really notice is the fact that it's a pretty good ultimate for Sincox to steal. He is able to take away that petrifying gaze, and if he's able to use that, he can definitely see, look on the positive sides of the matchup. But obviously, if we're talking predictions, I can see they are going that way because we're almost done with the draft. I'm still going to go with Astralis. It's always going to be an Astralis win.
It's going to Astralis for you.
Eminem, man, you've got to throw a Molotov into the marshmallow and just set fire to these Danish forests. Let's do it, baby.
That's a way to look into this matchup as we get the Cassiopeia for the last game of the day. For the last time, gentlemen, let's toss it to initialize.
Hang on a second. Did Don Jake just advocate for caramelized climate change by default?
Caramelized climate change. That's like almost worse than standard climate change.
They are the lungs of the world, friend.
You're turning them into delicious confectionaries.
Yeah, gotta be aware of our arboreal friends in the form of the...
arboreal friends?
Trees. I assume some of them are arboreal.
Nymera has suddenly become an Ivern main on me, and I hadn't realized, but here we are.
I have never played that champion to my knowledge, but maybe one day I will.
Maybe now you will. It's also,
funnily enough, completely irrelevant to what's happening on screen here, of course. There was a lot of characterization of players and a bit of a recap of the history of some of our players' trajectory, particularly on the side of Eminem, Soft and Camera, well known within the UK scene, and then, of course, Div 2 most recently too. Soft getting that Lee Sin. Typically, very good early game jungler. From his history, was recapped, and this game has the tools to do so on the Lee Sin. Of course, Lee Sin, not the best champion in comp right now, but it is still something to get things rolling early.
One of the best things to do right now, though, is get onto the Rift, though, because I believe production have got us loaded in and ready to go. Ooh, listen to that little bit of a track coming in as well. I appreciate that choice in sound design. Zooming on through down the mid lane, it is a Death Star run of sorts as we go swooping down the various sites and scenes.
You worry about the champions, I'll worry about the towers.
That was so on point. I cannot begin. There we go. Still, no Vader in his TIE fighter to come and cause us some trouble this time around, but we have got a stars in the stars, literally, because Astralis over on that left-hand side alongside Eminem.
You know as well as I do, is a TIE advanced, not a TIE fighter.
I do, in fact, know that. That's fair. I apologize for letting you down in my Star Wars lore there.
Yep, it is still a tachyon ion engine. That's what it is.
The fact I'd actually forgotten that's what the TIE Fighter / TIE General engines are. They make cool noises.
I remember doing some stuff about tachyons in a physics degree. Can't tell you what they do. They're a particle of some kind, but...
They're the ones that travel through time.
Well, look. Well, everything travels through time in some sense.
These will travel backwards through time.
About it. Traveling through River, which is actually slightly more tangible than the human construct, which is time, is Eminem's bot lane and Cassiopeia. And of course, the Cassiopeia, very interesting pick too, because I look at a lot of champions which can get on top of that Cassiopeia, but if you ever miss that mark and you get Miasma'd, someone like that Leona is going to have a really hard time. That mid-jungle duo, if they're stuck on that Miasma and they get ulted into it, that is so rough. I think effectively what Soft is here to do in the early games, just to make sure that Camera isn't going to get absolutely piled on in the mid lane. And hopefully Shredder can help in that regard too, as Nautilus, one of the premier roaming supports. With that early pressure, any carry of that Draven. So you can already taking control of the wave.
And honestly, you know, we've already seen a few dive-heavy comps with, I don't know, a lack of really unavoidable engage, sometimes getting a little punished when they try to go for the dives. I'm reminded of Bifrost game where they were really struggling to get through all the slows and fields of danger to get onto key carries earlier on in the day. And of course, see whether Taxa and the rest can manage it as this game goes on, as a little bit of trading going on early here in the bot lane, but nothing, of course, too crazy right now.
Yeah, and now, a lot of things to touch on as well, because we talked about the Cassiopeia. I mean, Eminem going for a very different kind of draft. Of course, the Wukong in the top lane too, something that Archram called out because that happened in Div 2, in terms of the Wukong in the top lane. Of course, still going to be a big team fight menace. So Eminem playing around, stuff a little bit away from the accepted norm of what's happening in solo lanes. Really interested to see what they do with this level 3 wave crash dive on bot side though, because Shredder, has struggled a little bit in Div 1, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen
awkward games, but now they have that wave crash dive. Shredder has a chance to make something happen on the map. Astralis ping it out, but what they're doing is just hiding in fog of war right now and looking to get some vision down to track that jungle path of Taxa potentially.
And honestly, Eminem fall into a similar category for Nariki to me, in the fact they look better than their 3-10 record. We have seen so many half-good games, and by that I mean literally half the game has been played so well and the other half has been a bit of a disaster. It's been so frustrating to watch this.
Sometimes the middle half.
Yeah, and it is incredibly
25% at the beginning of the end, which is rough.
And you can see the talent on this team, but it's almost, of course, with the way that this roster shifted, particularly coming into summer, it kind of feels like if this had been the team in spring, and then they come into summer, we might have seen that kind of trajectory be really good for this split. But unfortunately, they've come in and it's been a tale of what could have been rather than what has been.
That's kind of along similar lines to a team like Singularity as well, particularly in their case because they were meant to be a development roster, but not to harp too much on about them. But you know, Eminem, it is just about the case of development too, because these players are trying to develop beyond their current state, and they do need to do that at a pretty fast rate now because they're at 3-10. Even if they won this game, they would be a game behind Nariki. We were saying, after Nariki beat Singularity, it's like, oh, you know, they took this win and they get ahead of Eminem, but Eminem still have to face Singularity. Maybe it's a strength of schedule thing. Maybe it's just an artificial little bump that'll even out towards the end of the split and they'll be on a similar game score. Well, now Singularity took a win. They actually look fairly strong today in some regards. Not in all of them, but of course many of our teams are prone to making a mistake or two. And Nariki just beat the #1 place team. And they, you know, as Dan said on the post-game interview, they just played well today. And Eminem now can't take any excuses. They have to not just play well, but close out the game in the way that Nariki did today if they want to start escaping that relegation bracket, which they were clear of for most of the split.
And now it's getting a little bit dicier again, and it's been a day of upsets, let's be frank. We've seen 3 out of our 4 games really go against the common convention of what was expected. Perhaps most dramatically, of course, XL just losing. We saw that one was pretty extreme. Riddle, of course, fell as well. And it leaves us with a question about whether Eminem can do the same. And, of course, they've come so close before. I won't say they've done it until they've got the Nexus.
Also, the other upset victory of Nymera's Ari build winning against Common Convention.
Well, Singularity beating Bifrost, well, right at the beginning of the day was pretty damn extraordinary.
Glad we got ourselves some good games today. It's always very fun. You know, we were talking about Cassiopeia needing some help from Lisa.
Flash, Thundering Smash, Abduct, and Abscond, and it's still not going to be quite enough, actually. Flash for Flash, now Softs into the mid lane. Go try and get into Senkux, who takes a bit of a chunk, but won't quite fall down. And Astralis, remember, have often required their mid laner in recent weeks to be a large part of their playmaking. Is Kiba now in a spot of bother? Sky Splitter comes down, they'll land the Zenith Blade, but a W out will allow us to turn around. That's the Petrifying Gate, but Shredder gets shredded, staying alive right now, but not enough. A Riptide alone will not be enough to save you.
And that was a real mess. It felt like Eminem, initially, again, we kind of talked about the Lee Sin kind of being here in part to make sure that the Cassiopeia doesn't get piled on. Isn't actually there in time. Chimera has to burn a lot of HP and, of course, resources available to him to stay alive. Then they try and overstay a little bit. They think, okay, well, Lee Sin's here now. Maybe we can work around that. But both supports enter the fray. And it's not like Volibear is a slouch in the mid-jungle 2v2. In fact, he is anything but that. And it does really just feel like Eminem overestimated themselves as soon as Soft turns up, maybe feeling the onus of having to do something with a Lee Sin. Lee Sin really does fall off, even more so than a champion that also falls off like a Volibear. At least Volibear has slightly more applications currently in team fighting in mid and late game. It used to be the case that Lee Sin always useful for his kick, and he kind of is. But it does feel, actually, the more now that I watch this champion, when you get to Lee Sin to the late game, a lot of those kicks mean a lot less than you think. They look flashy, but they don't achieve that much. Whereas the Volibear genuinely does get on top of their target, keeps them pinned in place. He does that reliably too.
And the floor to execute is just that much lower, right? Like if for Volibear, flash Q is relatively simple to pull off. Pulling an R over a wall, not that mechanically strenuous. Whereas Lee Sin, you're often required to make some pretty extravagant plays, and you do have the capability to do them, but it's hard, and unless your name is someone like Ona, who is truly extraordinary on the champion, right, and it seems to be able to make those plays that Lee Sin was notorious for across those years, but just on another level that is often required now with the skill of players in League of Legends as it stands, does make things pretty difficult. Of course, Camera burnt the flash early on, is having to be a little bit wary about where his wave is right now, and it's not in the best position for him.
Yeah, and this is something that Senkox has been doing very well in regards to NLC mids anyway. It seems like he's uniquely been good at... So this is something which I guess we kind of, between us two actually, we always referred to it as like the Aurelia lane positioning, because this always used to happen. Because you just hold the wave there, they have to walk up, and then they have to just die.
They throw down the miasma, but there is no saving that snake straight into a pair of boots.
Once again, Eminem not there in time. Shredder, Mishku, Soft now here for three-person turn around, but they don't hit that Q.
Wukong's around, and actually, having burnt a fair amount there, they're not actually going to be able to contest this Herald especially easily, actually, do I think, Astralis. So they might end up being kill for Herald trade.
Well, see if... Well, I mean, Carlson does have Mega right now, and he has Flash. That always gives them an option. You don't have Volibear ult. That's a big tool to be taken away. It's not like they have everything out of stock. Either way, they don't find themselves the positioning, and not actually looking to just crash that wave top instead. Eminem gonna walk away with the Herald at least, which they will need to start trying to even up this gold again.
Indeed, and of course...
Oh no, are they just gonna...
Oh, Camera, it's just a complete...
There's no teleports. Gonna have to wait for Shredder to be there in time. Wave is crashing already, pulling the wave. Camera's doing the same though.
Doing a fair amount of damage on the Crispo, trying to trade us out best he can. He's got Conqueror stacked. Crispo hopping forward, burns the heal. And he really wants to be involved in this kill, but it's a 4 versus 1, and there is nothing to be done for Camera.
It is, you know, we mentioned this a little bit in regards to Singularity earlier in the way they played their early game. Of course, they ended up winning that game, but there were still some issues we were talking about. Look, they're making kind of like the right plays. They know they need to be, in that case, it was bot lane, and in this case too, it is. They were making the right decision, but they were a couple of seconds off. They weren't actually there for when the hammer blow fell, and in that time again, you can see Shredder is heading down towards bot lane. If he's there for a hook under turret, sure, that's actually fine. You don't have the Volibear ult of cooldown to really force the dive, and that's probably Chimera surviving. But Astralis win out on the timing battle. Eminem are not there in time again for maybe the third or fourth time this game, including the plays mid lane, and they are suffering for it.
And we saw Astralis falter when their early game didn't work out on Monday. This time it seems to be straight back to what's been working for them, which is making these early plays and doing it pretty cleanly. They're back to punish the snake again. Clearly a hatred of reptiles in this one. Taxa over the wall. Soft's going to be around, so is Shredder, so they might be here in time. Debating it and decide against going for the dive this time. I think the vision of Shredder makes them go against that potential play.
And you see that the flash was there on Kiba. He actually soaked up enough XP to get himself a solar flare. Chimera's flash just up now. Makes it much harder to land that play. And again, remember, if you don't land that CC onto the Cassiopeia, that's when things get really, really difficult.
Hey, that's going to be the turn in. Soft will ward hop away, but Shredder now left out to dry. Hooks himself away, but in they go with the Stormbringer. Taxa flashes after the flash from Shredder, and now Soft is in danger. But he's not going to get too much more done. The kick doesn't get as much down as they want. A topside. Caleb going very, very low, and Carlson needs to find one more boulder, one more auto, and that's a dead monkey. Hop forward into the Cyclone. Can't quite secure the kill, though.
Close run stuff. Caleb just about healing up enough with pots ticking. Saw that earlier in the day from an on-under tower. This time it's a Wukong. Caleb gets away with it. I was actually wondering if a flash auto from Carlson would have been enough, but maybe CC from that Cyclone would have been the end of it. But I mean, Astralis found a bit of a cheat code to dealing with the Cassiopeia. Ooh, what happens if you don't catch me when we dive onto you? Don't dive onto the Cassiopeia. Dive onto someone else when the Cassiopeia is out of range to affect those plays. So Eminem get caught off around the fringes, and Astralis, I've been really liking the way that they have played around their mid-jungle and support. You saw it versus Singularity when they absolutely put a poor Oriana into the dirt. 1 and 8 was Mirza at the end of that one game. And yeah, they ended up flubbing some side lane plays after that point. Hopefully Astralis won't be revisiting that kind of eventuality again. But once again, we can see that they are really, really good at making sure enemy mid laners need to be playing respectfully. And then their teammates need to be there playing respectfully too. You are not allowed to snooze as mid-jungle when your mid lane is being put under this much pressure. And luckily in this case, Eminem managed to just about salvage enough to keep Chimera in lane after the many attempts on his life. But it still put Senkux and crew into a very good position.
Indeed it has, and of course they are the recipients of a lot of this early gold, but Eminem with the Herald, with the 2 early Drakes, have certainly managed to get at least something back in their name, and they do have a Draven who's picked up a few stacks at this point, but will need to cash them in at some point, and that Adoration is going to go to waste. If they can cash that in, if they can make the Herald play work, and they're running a little out of time, and in fact Soft needs to drop it now, or it's pretty much gone, actually.
Close.
There it is.
It's actually just been used there. It feels like they have to do so, but of course Astralis will have been timing that too. They call down their jungler in time. Can they actually force them off the Herald?
It's done.
Don't even get it to charge up its charge. Eminem would have loved to have that to even up some of their gold score because of those laning advantages, those skirmishing advantage, which has Astralis managed to build up already, but they don't manage to do that through that Herald. They have to lick their wounds and walk away.
Carlson trades in onto Calum, doing a bit of a chunk as the, I'm not sure what was it, the Underworld Wukong with that slightly echoey laugh there. Some interesting VFX transformations on that one.
I actually really like the Underworld skin line.
There's some really cool stuff.
It's got some really cool stuff. I don't believe Gatekeeper Galio is part of it.
It looks like it should be.
It looks like it should be. Maybe it is. I'm actually not sure. I'm not great at telling you which part. Like, see, if there was a pop quiz on like skin lore, that would be a bit
Don't give
shaky.
Shakarus ideas.
Then again, I'm not going to lie. I think most people would be quite shaky on that at this point. I can tell you about Star Guardian.
Can you? But across all of League of Legends or Wild Rift and Legends of Runeterra? There's some extra ones in there?
There's Oriana in there too now for Wild Rift.
Gwen's in Legend of Runeterra. Soph is in danger in the jungle though. We might have to talk about that one as Camera is going to be around here. They're going to try and jump onto the snake who's going to get flash Zenith bladed. Kiba, what a gorgeous little turnaround as they were trying to be pinched in the jungle. But Eminem are punished in turn.
Oh, Astralis go once again onto that Cassiopeia.
Okay.
Chimera very much out of position in this instance. I feel like some of the others kind of forgive him for. This one was, you had flash, didn't have a stopwatch. At least they didn't blow that flash. I think if you don't have flash, you basically can't lane in this game. Someone is going to come hunt you down. It does feel like Eminem just not quite in position in regards to supporting that Cassiopeia, who needs so much help to function in this game. The way I like to actually, we'll see if a skirmish starts up here because
Herald number 2, yes.
Spawned. Let's just check and see if any action explodes here.
Kraken Slayer in for Mishigu. Remember, he's still not cashed in. If he dies, a lot of what you have grappled goes away.
About this. A couple of people have. I believe it was actually Venza that was talking about this one. And gives you a lot of ability to just keep churning through those axes. So, second Herald going to Eminem. Maybe they'll get a chance to use this one. That'd be nice.
Carlson is a little shoved up here, but Eminem will decide not to go any further, and they've just crashed the wave, as you said, and they'll back out from that one now.
And the thing is, a lot of the time when top laners do die at a side lane, it is because, like, well, I gotta crash this wave, otherwise I don't get access to 3 waves, and that's arguably worse than getting a
Yes, that's more. I lose more gold from not dying.
Yeah, and it's the sad state of a top laner, where you sometimes realize that your own life is actually worse than...
I am worth less than this minion wave, it's time.
And of course that ends up flowing into a lot of things across the map when you're sat there going, well, you know, if the wave isn't in XYZ position, then we can't actually fight around these various things on the map, which we are setting up for.
Yeah.
But Carlson, you know what? Actually, let's spend a little bit of time on that, because Carlson in spring came in obviously a very young player.
Indeed.
And was often put onto Renekton set, playing lane-dominant champions and sat there, getting resources from his team and doing well in a 1v1, but actually when he was on the weak side, when he wasn't really being focused on, kind of suffered. Of course, game versus Riddle, second round robin of Spring Split. It was against Kekt, who played Renekton into his set and sent him 0 and 5 and a great amount of CS down because he didn't really know how to deal with that situation at the time. He's grown a lot since then.
Yeah.
I'll say. I think Carlson has been a real credit to his team, and it's good to celebrate our players, particularly when they are developing, because the ERLs is a great place for development. What's he going to do here, though? Not on the scene of the crime for mid lane. That Herald is going to get used, and it's going to get used mid lane.
This one is a success, and Eminem are on the board with the turrets. Mid lane turret nicely secured. It will come in trade for that top lane tier 1, which will go down to Carlson's Bingit. Building up, that's the way I'm looking to phrase that. The Mega Gnar. Dragon about to spawn, he'll TP in with 2/3 of that bar available to them, but Eminem looking like they want to fight this as well.
So Carlson's not going to have that recent gold, he's immediately hooked.
Ooh, the turnaround of the Cyclone, they're going to try and get the kill, but nothing is down. The Petrifying Game doesn't get as much down as they want to. What can they get out, though, with those Twin Fangs firing? Mega Gnar to the wall from Carlson, though, but Michigu's already cashed in. That's a disaster. Already they've got through, but look at the side, Senkux doing his best. He's got a double. Shredder falls, Michigu alive. A hop forwards from Chrisberg gets that one, and while they cash in, Astralis are still the ones on top.
You know what, for a second, I dared to believe, but the stars of Astralis burned bright just enough, at least this time, to win out on that confrontation. Michigu was free hitting for a lot of that, did have items, did cash in, but just wasn't enough. I felt like as soon as Carlson TP'd in, he thought, well, actually, you know, he hadn't used that gold. He's not going to use a great Mega Gnar at this point, but Senkux just gets into where he needs to be. I mean, Kamara has to flash out immediately, and it feels like it is just a fighting retreat. You know, as Carlson finally gets back into that play, and Senkux hasn't been shut down. This SAR's continuing to use their mobility, using their ability to stack up that Conqueror, and at that point, DPS check is just won by the bigger wallets of Astralis.
That said, at least Michigu did cash in, so it's not all doom and gloom, just mostly doom and gloom. There's that second item complete to keep him at least somewhat with parity with Chrisberg.
But even after that fight, you get that cash in, you're still down a lot of gold.
Yeah.
At this point, you're down. You didn't even get Soul Point. If you get Soul Point from that, I think you're feeling, you take it as a consolation prize.
Yeah.
It's still pretty bad for you in terms of not being able to control the map, giving up too much gold, whatever. Michigu's probably going to die here too.
Oh, he's in so much danger. That's a decent stand aside, but the True Shot barrage afterwards in the CC chain is absolutely eternal. Eternal left to send him straight into Eternal Afterlife.
You know, when this happened against Singularity, I was like, oh no, it's just mid lane is dying all the time. It turns out just playing mid lane versus Astralis, it doesn't actually matter if you are a mid laner. Just
who is standing
in that
there,
lane is just a bad idea. It is their territory. They play so well around this area of the map, and setting it up with various roams to it. It's not like they're losing anything across the map. Astralis just very good at punishing people who walk up too far there.
Kem's like, yeah, that's right. You get out of here. I'll order you once. The keeper goes, okay. Blast cones his way out towards the river. And the rest of Astralis coming to try and get vengeance for that attempted punch. This is bullying all over again. Back alley brawls about to come through his Chrisberg.
It's funny you mentioned that. The last time this happened too, I mentioned the fact that the mid lane was kind of like, because it had to be just emptied. Eminem, it's kind of like the empty lot made famous in one of our favorite video games, the Yakuza series.
Absolutely.
And it does feel like an absolute gang brawl here, as Astralis willing to really go toe-to-toe and just throw punches left and right.
Senkux, Dragon of the Danes, stepping up here. Takes that jacket off and ready to brawl.
Played this game series, get ready for a lot of nonsense happening in the next couple of minutes.
I've avoided making Majima references though far. Maybe you're unleashing me here. But for now, instead, we'll look to see how this game plays out. Because honestly, it's been pretty controlled from Astralis. Outside of that fight, we got a little bit dicey. Everything else has been Astralis making plays and largely making them succeed.
Yeah, and it does feel like when Senkux is involved with those plays, it has been a winning play. I really think Senkux has such a glow-up from Spring.
Oh, hugely so. I mean, honestly, so many of our mid laners have. Like, Senkux is right up there, Backlund's right up there.
It's kind of important, actually, because I think back to Spring, and I think, okay, who were the mid laners that really impressed? It effectively was M&S and Tempt. Then you had a couple other players who had their name in there. But to the level of Summer, I don't think that was the case. I do think that it has been a much less dominant mid lane split in terms of, you know, M&S and Tempt not just running away with every game. And I think that does send testament to a lot of the laners which have stood up and be counted for in various different roles. They've been playing a lot of different things. Of course, Backlund on the more aggressive champions, a lot of the AP assassins and other things from it. Of course, the Yasuo too being a huge thing.
Ooh, yes.
Now he's also now my obviously honorary favorite player in the NLC after doing the Ari build he did earlier. Again, the
bias
crazy,
is coming straight through.
Crazy damage one-shot scenario earlier in the day. But then you look at a player like Senkux as well. He's done it on various different champions, and the Sile has been first and foremost amongst them. He has been such a core member for the team as well.
He's going to try and CC his way out, but he's got a blast going. That throws Caleb into an awkward spot, but he does have a warrior trickster to slip over the wall and out of danger. Baron is, of course, alive, but it's still only 21 and a bit minutes into the game, so it's probably a little early for teams to be seriously considering until a second item comes through. But
the game is starting to slow down, and I will say, again, last time that we saw Astralis kind of slide into this sort of game pattern, they started trying to play around side lanes and got caught a little bit napping when they were trying to, or at least caught a bit lax, I suppose, in side lanes when they were making aggressive plays. They didn't have all their ducks in a row, and they got swatted down. They managed to finish off that game, but that was a real pain point for them. So Astralis slowing down the game, content to play on multiple lanes, but not make big dive, big fight plays on those lanes, rather taking over a lot of jungle camps. It's slowly ticking up the gold in their favor, and it's an uncontested lead, right? Because you're taking those jungle camps, you're not really giving up anything for it because you have your own jungle camps in turn. And that has meant that that tick up of gold is going very much in favor of the Astralis team.
Also want to shout out here a little bit while we have this moment to talk about Taxa, right? A player who we honestly had a lot of criticism for in spring. We were kind of unimpressed with his lack of proactivity early. And
it's kind of funny how we've mentioned that about several Astralis members.
I know, but it was so true. There's been massive growth, because remember, this was a team that missed playoffs by a heavy margin in spring, who were, after the first few weeks, feeling like almost unable to find wins. And then, of course, in summer, they've come in and they've been one of our top contenders. Of course, they've not really been able to hit the top two, which I'm sure they were looking for, but the improvement has absolutely been there. It's just against some of those teams which have been able to contest them mechanically early. It's gotten a bit difficult. Yeah.
Wondering what was going to happen there.
Oh, definitely something to be concerned about. As actually, he does go straight in, so worthy of consideration. Soft just dies at teleporting in on this, but it'll be a return in trade. Shredder went to look for a potential play, and instead, it's looking like an absolute disaster. How the hell did Camera get there? They get the shutdown. There's a Cyclone after. I just don't know what there is to do. The Petrify Gaze comes through, and they're going to get knocked up. There's just not enough damage. Dodges the Abscondum Dunk, but a stopwatch keeps them alive. And Eminem have gone in and they've been roasted over their own fire. Marshmallows melt in the enemy jungle.
That's the caramelized climate change we were talking about. It's getting a bit stuffy in here as those marshmallows start getting a little bit burned. Michigu wasn't even at that play. Camera really going deep, trying to find that angle. Flashed over after teleporting in, but just couldn't find their mark. And Astralis, once again, finding their own big play. This time it was handed to them. They weren't really the architects of that play, but more than happy to play Demolition on Eminem's attempt.
Oh boy, Marshmallows on a silver platter, and then you kind of start us mid-narrative here and say, oh, maybe they go for something, and they really did.
Yeah, I was kind of worried that Soft would get caught out. I didn't think he would actually go in.
Oh, yes.
The amount of damage Chrisberg has is pretty hilarious at this point. Now, Camara, again, I think this is actually not an awful angle. I think once you committed to that TP, you kind of know you're in the thick of it. You need to kind of play a fighting retreat, and he does fairly well in regards to the amount of gold he has, but you only have that much amount of resources. You have been shut down well, and truly very thorough attempt by Astralis to deal with that. And yeah, once again, it feels like Michigu, as he has so often been, sad for the guy, looking on in horror as the rest of his team starts to go for ill-advised plays, which he can't really take any part in.
Unfortunately for them, Camera was about one Twin Fang away from claiming Senkuk's bounty as well, but couldn't quite make it happen.
It wasn't for those meddling kids, and also a stopwatch.
And also a stopwatch, indeed. Being able to stop time is, generally speaking, quite a powerful power.
It is just a human construct. We can go and have a philosophical physics debate if you'd like. You can have that.
We did kind of briefly touch on that one. I don't know whether we're going to have all that much time, of course, as Kiba might be in a spot of bother here. He's going to face check Shredder. I don't know whether they've got the damage on camera coming over all the while that top lane inhibitor is under siege. Solar Flare comes through, and that top lane inhibitor turret falls, and Eminem just feel like they lack the damage to even kill a support right now. They're going to hook on attacks out. I don't know whether they want that.
No. Pretty sure they don't. Carlson on the flank, and Eminem once again having to get forced back. They're having to keep distance away from Astralis. And sadly, they don't have themselves a giant old James Webb Space Telescope to keep themselves in sight of these stars as they continue to up the ante, keep on getting their own leads, and they're now here in force around this mid lane. Eminem looking for the flank.
Well, the stars have certainly been shifting blue this game, as has the gold. Taxa gets jumped on, but Kalem already taken to nearly no HP. Soft goes to the back line and straight into the grave. He follows swiftly after. Camera will scream, but it's only in pain as he falls as well. A double for Chrisberg. And Eminem once again fall flat.
On the core of this Eminem composition, this mid-jungle just did not get firing off. They didn't manage to get to that helium burst of solar flare-ishness. That's all belonging to Astralis. They've just burned out of Eminem, and They are sat here just falling apart as Astralis have done what they have shown to be so powerful for them in this year, and that is tear apart this mid part of the map.
And it's a little bit ironic, probably, that the snake that cannot buy boots has been made into them more times than I can count at this point. Gosh, probably a little cruel, but 1 in 6, it's been a very rough game for the Cassiopeia.
I will stress, this is a strength of Astralis.
Oh, completely.
Now, I do think that Eminem didn't do enough to protect the Cassiopeia, who you know is going to be forced onto at some point, but this is also something that Astralis do uniquely well within the NLC, and you see Soft trying to make those late game plays, but this is why Lee Sin is not really reliable in the late game anymore. It does feel like getting to your targets is such an ordeal, and Astralis more than happy to keep their battle lines. They haven't died on their mid jungle, and they fought so much around them. You would have thought maybe one overstep, maybe something like that, but no, they've just been that much further ahead than Eminem, that much quicker to the outplay.
Yeah, well, there's an infinity edge in for Michigu, but unfortunately I feel Astralis have got beyond that, and there's no Buzz Lightyear on the other team right now. 17-3. They've got 2 of those Drakes, a third spawning in 20 seconds. They've got the Baron, and there's just nowhere to go right now.
It feels like this could be the very last fight. Senkek's making his way over, and how terrifying is that, Silas? This player in this league. Eminem really, really would have loved this win to keep themselves at least within that one game of Nariki, keep themselves out of that relegation bracket, but Astralis trying to push them down, not give them the opportunity.
Felt like there was something in the air, in the water today about the upset, something in the air around Eminem, who'd had so many close calls across the split, but honestly, this game has been not close at all, as Michigu steps forward to pick up an axe and takes half his HP bar in trade almost.
You can see that Kiba is still taking damage, and again, you overcommit into Eminem. Maybe there's a chance, maybe the spinning axes, maybe the Cassiopeia can do enough work. I mean, even a few items on Cassiopeia, even if they're behind the cook, can do something.
Gonna try and make this one happen. Keeper goes golden, stays alive, and the turnaround means that Shredder dies again. Caleb looking for the flag, though. Maybe this could be something, but Senkux already removes the jungler. Lee Sin is blinded by death. Michigu trying to trade out with a Mega Knight. I don't think he wins that one. Chrisberg just about getting out alive as well, and Astralis win this one with their wallets because they are mighty and full of about 30,000 tons of gold. They'll move in to secure themselves a 9th win in the summer split.
Come down like a neutron star. Eminem not ready to withstand that. Eminem not able to keep pace, sitting down in that second to last spot.
Nothing to be done, and Eminem, having witnessed Nariki winning the game before, are going to be sort of wiping sweat off their brow. Relegation's loom, and that's not what they needed.
And you know, looking at today's games, I was a little bit kind of here and there. I thought, actually, you know, are these games going to deliver? There's a lot of potentially one-sided matchups on paper. They have well and truly delivered. They've had implications, and now we're looking at this table, and we're starting to look at these teams getting really, really worried coming into the last few weeks.
We've only got 4 games in the regular season remaining now. Lot left to play for, but a lot of teams suddenly getting increasingly nervous as the last few moments of spring, or summer, I apologize, remain among us. But we've still got the last few moments of this segment and day of commentating and games to go. We've got the desk to take it away for these last little bits.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on the entire day, folks, as the duo once again shines. But not only the duo, but also Astralis, the way they were playing in. Are you okay, Don Jake?
It's just so sad to lose to Denmark. I just don't know. I don't know. We beat them at the World Cup. I guess that was enough for me for the moment.
World Cup? What are you talking about, mate?
Sorry, the Euros, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Don't remind me.
I'm thinking about the future. What's going on?
I'm thinking about this game, the way Astralis shine on this one. As soon as they get the hold of that early game, there was no stopping. And this solidifies why Astralis is at the top of the standings.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that was for sure that was that Denmark didn't dive this game. It was Astralis playing a phenomenal game of League of Legends. I am extremely pleased with Texas Volibear. I approve my good old friend. And Senkux, he continues his good form. I can't wipe the smile out of my face. That was a clean, confident win. And they did not look anywhere near the Astralis that, to be honest, got embarrassed against JDX last Monday.
And there's more to talk about. The idea that they picked a few picks blindly so they could be countered. And even then, it was not enough for Eminem. So those is
this is one of those days where Eminem are just not capable of playing, and this is why they're at the bottom of the standings, maybe facing relegations.
Yeah, for me, I think kind of the metaphors that Initialize was drawing for, like a lot about Medusa, a lot about gold, it really did feel like that scene in Game of Thrones where the Viserys gets the vat of gold pour upon his head, but at a certain point it just became an economic threshold that Eminem weren't able to get against. You're down so much gold, they're trying to go for these plays, Soft's trying to find these Lee Sin kicks, he's not quite getting the angles, and yeah, Eminem, it's an unfortunate loss, and I feel like with such little time remaining, improvements have to come quick, and they have to come, yeah.
You have to face now the future, as we have to face the interviews with Vendetta from Astralis after an amazing game. Welcome back to the studio. We have a lot to talk about today. This is an astonishing victory for you guys, really clean as well. A good comeback from the previous day on Monday. So tell me, you guys are still looking for the second seed, or you're still focused on the third one to make sure you can pick the team? What are your objectives now?
I mean, we want to win as many games as we can. Obviously, we want to get the second seed. We still need to play against Riddle. I'm looking forward to playing against them again. Facing off against Don Benetta. Him and I, we go way back. Way back, like early Danish seasons. So it's going to be a pleasure to get the revenge.
Another thing that I want to ask you is, this is a different Astralis, not even close from what we saw in the spring split. So obviously, there's a lot of work, blood and sweat, not only from the players, but from you as well. And I want to ask you, to guide us, what was the most difficult part of coming into this roster and making them the stars they are today, like helping the team reach the point of where they are today?
That's a really great question. The most, well, I think particularly for this roster going in, you know, we obviously didn't change too many things, only support and myself. And I think we just needed to build up the confidence, and we needed to work on strong mental preparation for games, and we've had a hard time with that. I think even halfway into the split, we still had a lot of things to work on, and I mean, it's obviously getting better and better, and hopefully for playoffs, it's going to be, you know, completely perfect. I mean, not perfect, but you know,
in a different level from what we saw on spring split.
Yeah, and even earlier in the split as well, because I feel like in the start there was some shakiness as well. Some games that should have been won. For example, against Riddle, a 50-minute game with the backdoor and everything.
You might get revenge, though. We might get revenge on that one as we move onward to playoffs. Duckling.
Yes, first of all, good to see you again, Vendetta. I've missed you. But what I want to know is, you know, it's been a couple rough games. I watched the Singularity game, and obviously Denmark versus Denmark, but still was a bit of a shaky performance then. Sadly, had to see you guys get clapped, to be honest, by JDXL. How did you bring the boys back from two, you know, pretty shaky games to make this very, very clean game overall?
I think, I mean, as I already said, like we've been working a lot on the mental aspect of performance and also non-performance. I think the guys did well themselves. I think the Singularity game, I mean, we're just kind of relieved because we were kind of like, oh no, we don't want to be, I mean, we're not saying that, but maybe some people were thinking we don't want to be the first team to drop a game. So there was kind of a lot of pressure on us, right, as the huge favorite. And so, yeah, basically just relieved that game went through. And then against JDXL, I mean, that was such a big stomp that, you know, we were like, okay, whatever. Let's just go next. We were kind of like coping with the fact, I mean, not coping, but saying like, oh, but if that bot gank goes differently, you know, everything is different. And then, yeah, we use that to move on.
Wait, but at this point now it's about focusing on those best of fives. As we move on to playoffs, we just need to know the standings where you guys finish. And so far, Astralis are going to the stars. Finally, I can say this in League of Legends. I'm really happy. Great. So thank you so much for this interview and all the work you have done. See you soon.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Vendetta.
Bold buff, baby.
It's a hard work as well. Picking a team that was always at the verge of victory, but never reaching it, and making that team go into the top of the standings. Not even playoff standings, no, top of the standings. This is really important to point out.
Yeah, I feel like it's a real development in terms of spring to summer for me in NLC. One of the big problems I feel like in NLC last split was you had very top-heavy teams. I feel like you had the top 3 that were very separate from the rest of the league. Now, so I think it's a general narrative we have around a lot of teams that they're a lot better than their standing show, which to me speaks to a more of a burgeoning middle of the pack, more of that outside of the playoffs contingent, and the league are getting better. And the general level of the league increasing is really a good sign just for the NLC and for the viewership as well, for the viewers.
And for the fans of Astralis and Denmark as well, it's a big accomplishment. And I know you take a lot of pride when you watch this new Astralis.
Yeah, and to me as a Dane, right, we had just won the league with Tricked, and they kept Texa, one of the key parts of that victory. I know from working on that roster behind the scene, and okay, he's a great guy to build around. They then got Sencox in. They had Carlsen, the young Danish talent, remaining on the roster. Crispbeck, who had been solid for Nordavind. They had Vendelbo as well back then. Like, it was a really, really good team. The expectation was so high, and to see him then just, crumble and really fall under the pressure was heartbreaking as a Dane, because that was really our best hope. I mean, Guldborg as well, I would say. He was having to sit here in the studio watching it. But yeah, it was a heartbreaking loss, right? So they brought Mandelto back in. They brought in Keeper, who has been in the Danish scene as well, and the UK scene as well for a long, long time as a jungler. So seeing this roster, come back to their strength, play to the level we know they were able to play at before as well, but they just weren't able to reach it. So it's very good to see this team finally succeed, and it feels so good as a Dane to have a team that I can trust to make it far here in the
We
NLC.
work with the team almost completely standing the same. It's a good job from everyone on that team. Now we need to look into Eminem. So that's why we're going to bring in Chimera, the mid laner, after this game. This is one of the most complicated games, so I'll make this interview a little bit short. But at this point, losing versus Astralis, looking into the schedule, do you feel like relegations are in place for you guys?
I mean, you always have to have it in the back of your mind. I feel like, honestly, I feel really bad about today. Like, I completely ran this game down, and it's unplayable for my team. But aside from that, I think we've shown a lot of really good stuff over the past few weeks. We've had a lot of really close 50-50 games, and I mean, I think we are probably better than our standing show. So I'm not worried about relegations. I still think we have the ability to, win a lot of games for the rest of the split. So we're still taking it one game at a time. I'm not really focusing on relegations, and obviously playoffs aren't really going to be a thing. So just one game at a time.
It's about getting away from that relegation spot. And it's interesting that we were going to talk about this, because I did a lot of interviews with Division 2 on the previous, yesterday. And they were talking about, Singularity, good to go. Eminem, we don't want to face them. We don't want to face them because when they show light, you guys actually show a really good light. So there's something going on in the team. Can you highlight it and see how to fix it, though?
Yeah, I mean, our biggest issue just now is our consistency. And I think the problem is, I don't think you can consider yourself a good team until you're consistent. And even though we've had a lot of really, really high highs, we've beaten X7 twice, we've taken Bifrost to their Nexus towers, we've, even our last game against Astralis, we're taking even gold 30 minutes in. These are our highs. We can win against probably any team in the league. Maybe Excel is a bit above us, but if you're not consistent enough to do this week in, week out, every game, then, we're not a good team yet. So, I mean, we just got to focus on that one step at a time. And I think consistency is the big factor. And once we can get that down, then we'll be a good team. So, yeah.
I agree with you. If the match, or if the way this worked was best of 3, I don't think you guys would be at the place of where you are. Because I think on the best of 3 or best of 5, you guys will be able to show what Eminem truly is. Let's see how it goes throughout the rest of the split. Run away from those relegations, because you guys have talent, you guys have skill. I'll see you soon, Chimera. Thank you so much for the night.
Cheers. Thanks very much, guys.
Bye, Chimera.
See you, bro.
It is a rough one, because it's a best of 1. We always talk, it was Jeppe saying, you need a little bit of cheese on every single game. And on the best of 1, if you get caught out of position, well, there goes the game. It's really hard to come back versus these teams. And you talk about it. Summer Split has been really good for the teams to showcase themselves. And I believe the skill level of Summer Split has risen a lot.
Well, I think if you talk about the prevalence of the narrative that a lot of these teams are sort of better than their standings might suggest, it's one thing to have that around one team, but I think when you talk about that being a narrative that surrounds multiple teams, it speaks to a league that the strength has elevated. And I feel like that's a really, it makes me really happy just to be able to see a league now where it's not just top dominated. things can happen, things can go differently. It's not just on set from the start. Like there's a development in the team, and as much as like obviously I'm not happy to see Astralis win today because of you know, it makes this Danish guy next to me really happy. I'm happy to see an Astralis that are back at a position whereby they're contesting these top spots. There are more and more teams that are contesting these top spots, and it makes for a better league. It makes for a better watching experience.
I'll say it. I'm starting to get the copium that we might do good at EU Masters.
We always do.
And then comes LFL. And just
Yep.
hard again.
Let's look into the standings of today because we had a lot of surprises. So it kind of shifted, but stayed the same. Different, but same, but different. JDXL still in first place with 2 games ahead of Riddle. Dusty are tied up with Riddle now. Astralis 1 game away from second seed, and X7 getting closer as well. Bifrost took a beating today, and Vanir couldn't pull themselves through, which ties them up with Nuriki. And then at the bottom of the standings, we have Eminem Gaming. And look at that, look at that. Singularity with the victory.
Hey, they did get the win in the end. But for me, what is interesting about the standings at the moment is the fact that the second place race is well and truly on. With Riddle losing 2 games now over these weeks, Astralis can get that spot. Dusty at the moment looking like the favorites to actually overtake them, in my opinion. X7, with how they've been looking recently, could actually also make a good run. And I mean, Bifrost, they are definitely outsiders for it. They will have to pick up some pace, but it is theoretically still possible, which I find interesting with just 4 games left to go, that pretty much any of our playoff teams could still get that top 2.
A lot could happen on these standings as we approach the final days of the summer split. But before we end the day, we need to look at what play we need to highlight with the play of the day by MasterCard. You want to see it? Let's see which one is it.
Mandaya said something about hearing that.
Against Bifrost in such an unsuspecting fashion, I feel like. You never would have anticipated that their first one of the split. We knew that it was maybe coming. We knew it could be around this time. It was this time around in the spring split. But against Bifrost, against, you know, Diamonds Are Forever. And this is the play of the day. It's just Singularity able to take their first win of the split, and against Bifrost no less.
This is Bifrost, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Gobsmacked. And I feel like this was the start of everything going strange for the day.
It was.
It was true.
This was the start where, like, I feel like, you know how like people have theories about like we were all in the Matrix or whatever, and like we live in a simulation and it's all related back to the thing. This was like the inception point. Bifrost losing to Singularity. From this point onwards, everything just nothing was the same again.
I think it's the same thing we highlighted right in the pre-show, that every time Singularity loses, the pressure on the team going up against them becomes so much higher. We heard Vendetta talk about it actually in the interview when they played against them last week, that they could definitely feel a bit of pressure. You don't want to be the first one to drop the ball against Astralis. And I think for Bifrost, you know, having the pressure of already needing to perform to secure that playoff spot and then going up against the 0-13 Bifrost was simply too much pressure for them to handle. And Singularity played well and got their first win.
But we're still not out of surprises, so let's look into the schedule for the next week. We only have 4 more games for each team, so this is going to be interesting. We'll start up with, this is from today. Yes, it is. Bifrost took down, Singularity took down Bifrost. This is a summary of what happened today, but I would like to look into the next one. Thank you so much. Riddle will have to take on Vanir after their loss of today. Vanir did need this one to face off versus Bifrost. Dusty will take upon the new team Singularity, as Astralis will look into the new X7. Bifrost, after the defeat of today versus Singularity, will have to face on JDXL after their loss today. This is really awkward. And to wrap it up, Nuriki versus Eminem. Whoever takes this one might run away from relegations.
I mean, this is a banging day of matches going up. You mentioned it, the battle for relegation really between Nuriki and Eminem Gaming. Bifrost fighting for the playoffs lives against JDXL. If Vanir win against Riddle Esports, the pressure will surely be on Bifrost to get that win. Astralis versus X7, one of our top 2 battles here really. And then Team Singularity, will they continue that role? And will Dusty stumble in the battle for second place up against the last place Singularity?
Jake, come on.
Yeah, I feel like...
Which one? Pick it.
This is, if I'm going to pick one, I feel like what I'm going to be looking towards is redemption in the England versus Denmark battle, Astralis versus X7. I feel like X7, you know, you're going to be hard pressed to find a win against these guys. These guys are really easy.
Easy.
Yeah, 20 minutes. Astralis got it.
Delusional in Denmark. It both starts with D. You know. It's,
Final words of the day. I'll start with you, Duckling. It's good to have you back. But what is your final words for today?
Final words. Well, I mean, thank you guys for having me. It's been great. I've been here twice now in 2 weeks. I've loved every minute. I've loved every minute. Thank you, Ashram, for making me look horrible today when you didn't allow me to speak. But other than that, it's been a great experience.
I'm allowing you now.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
And it's enough. Jake, what about you?
Archeron Gilleth and Archeron Taketh. I want to say just final words. I appreciate just all the kind words that people have had towards me, and it's been a really lovely week being here both days. I feel like it's a big step up being in a studio and to be guided through it so wonderfully by all of the lovely casters and then the all right host, I guess.
An okay-ish.
He's an okay-ish.
Acceptable.
Yeah. He's a nice guy. Acceptable. Yeah.
To be honest, you would be a better host than him, in my opinion.
I mean, everybody
Please
would
take his
be.
job.
I think if I was hosting a funeral, maybe, but.
Wow. Well, that's the wrap up. This is the funeral I'll say at the end
We're gonna
of
go
the
get a wrap. We're gonna get a wrap.
day 14. Thank you so much for watching. Keep climbing that mountain and do your best. That's all we can expect from ourselves. We love you very much. See you Monday. Have a nice one. You did.